Alright folks, welcome back everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は336日目です。It's day 336. Today we have our leap day, so we're gonna do some... I'm gonna go look through the burn items. We have like 1,511. Give it maybe like hour. Probably focus on Kunyomi. Apply some of our shorthand. Take some notes. Let's clear out our review. Our few review here.
融合
Google.
分離
Bunni.
離婚
Nikon.
離れる
Hanarere.
なめる
Edu.
有志
Yushi. Alright. Alright. Let's hop into our burn stuff. Okay. Oikakeru.
女神
Mingami.
都会
Okai. Okay. Oh, like... Okay.
共通点
Gyotsu-ten. Like, it's like a common point. Alright, that's fine. Commonality, yeah. Oh, probably. Okay.
と
Go.
寒い
Heck.
林
Yoshi.
同期中
Dokichu. Right. Sinking. Okay. Sinking. Okay. You feel unproductive watching me be productive? Still stuck on triangle stuff? Keep on working at the triangle stuff.
気持ち
Let's see.
親しい
Force? Uh-oh. What the force? Like, no. Like on the... Something makes me want to type do. Oh. That's because it is do. It's toil and all that other stuff too. Okay. Oh. Jiken.
実験
Jiken. Okay. I want to write something for this, probably. Uh,
使う
oh. I don't know how common Scott is. I don't think so. Yeah, not that common. Yeah, 親しい. Alright, so let's go over our things. Leader, mouth, X, and do like leader, Slender Man, mouth, let's say, Imaginates, X, broom, brown, use, okay, sure, okay, so ooh, you and money to use to ka no, you and the leader say to meet at the X with brooms to clean the grounds. Using 2 cars. Okay. Not sure if you remember, but hear me out. Grass noises, interesting thought process. Yeah. Uh-huh.
読む 放送する
そうする What? I guess to transmit maybe works. This is to like broadcast out, yeah. Send out is fine.
Onsen.
And Aizu. For whatever reason, Aizu just felt right. It's probably like a guide or instruction, diagram, illustration, or sign, or signal, yes. Battlefield. No. Battle. Or war. Then I thought the other one was Q. Or competition. I'll come back to this.
Shokyu.
Shokyu. It's something like that. Beginning level, beginner level, yeah. Oh.
進行。
進行。Okay. 私自身。私人。Think? Huh.
私自身
Okay, so there is a she in there. Alright. Watashi jishin. Watashi jishin. Oops.
技能 不良
Oh. Is that excuse? Oh, I misspelled excuse.
Yoki
Yoki. What the Yoki? Like good vibes. It's like good vibes, cheerful. Yeah. It's kind of funny. Good vibes.
基本
習う
Alright. Oops. Are meanings often more difficult than reads for me? No. Meanings are still easier, but I prioritize read first. Oh boy. What the breathe? Breath. How to breath. Oh, no. Wait. Yes. How to breath. I want to write something for this. You know, something makes me want to type iku. Okay. That's not it. Oh, no, wait. That's not breath. No, that's not breath at all. Actually, something else. Although, did that just work? Hold up. Did the other thing work? Intriguing. Oh, no. This is definitely breath. I'll probably have to come back to this. Don't want to linger too long. Taiyo. Kanemochi. Don't you dare do this. You heck. Wait. Oh wait. No. Heckin' saltwater fish. There's two. Really should stick to one. One is this. I think this one is the like say umizakana.
Umizakana.
Umizakana. Or ocean fish, whichever. Oh, tennosei.
天皇制
That's special. Tennosei. Oh. Okay. Oh. Heck. No. Yes?
と
Oh, okay. Fine.
英語
Oops. That's request. Shokuki? No. Oh no. Oh no. This is I think it's utensil, right? Oh, utensil is special. Go back to the Oh no, it's not actually. We just had to shorten it, right? It's not that special.
食器
Choki. It's still a utensil though. Or is it not? Oh yeah, tableware, yeah. Fine. Utensil is good enough. Seikaku. What? No.
Ojo.
What did I type the first 3 times? That's weird. Huh. I thought I typed the same thing 3 times in a row. Shoka Furio. Oh, really? Oh, Furio.
Shouka Furio.
Oh, Furio. Oh. Shoka Furio. I
海藻
saw. Like Oh, wait. This is better. Oh, really? Thoughts? Return thoughts? Oh. Recollection. I'm okay with that. It's fine. Oops.
Bukkyo.
I missed the extra Y, extra K. Bukyo.
合う
Oh,
骨。
oh no, what the bundle? It's not so good. Bundle. Oh, it's like tabe or tabi. What? Interesting. Haba.
束。
Haba. Oh, it's up there. Haba.
ま。
足し算
Ashizan.
岩。 売る。 九州。
Kyushu.
英和。
Ewa. Like Western, the West. Ewa? Oh, no. Just kidding. English. Okay. Hey. Mukashi.
昔。 空港。
Yuko. Yeah. Favorite point. Or is that just institution? We're just gonna use institution instead.
し
She.
線路。
Sendo. I mean, all of them are fine. Yeah, that makes sense. Institution would be one of them.
「住民
Yeah. Ukeireru.
銀色
重い
Omoi. Oh. What? Oh.
想定
Shote. It's kind of like decided. Assumption, yeah.
神道
Hinto.
実
Jitsu. The dang bones. Heck. Uh-oh. Wait, remember what bones are. All I can think about is Hone right now. Why did I think of goo? Okay. Uh-oh, it's Kota. Oh. Not Kota. Huh. I have to come back to the
性病
Ebyo. Ebyo. Oh, right. I forgot the sex part. Oh, just kidding.
Nanto
Oh.
処方
Shoho. Or I guess like initial. Or like it's like initial. Like basics, yeah. Just initial steps. That's literally what that actually really says. Let's go write foundations. I'm not sure if foundations is basic. Oh, what was the read on it? It makes me want to type like you really do a lot of vocabulary to learn. You really do have a lot of vocab to learn what kanji you're working on. Huh, lots of unfamiliar words you see, you go through with you lost some thoughts there. You really do have a lot of vocabulary to learn what kanji you're working on. Lots of unfamiliar words you see, you go through with familiar vocabulary. With familiar kanji. Lots of unfamiliar words you see, you go through with... You see me go through a familiar vocabulary? Lots of familiar words. You see me go through with familiar kanji. Because you really do have a lot of vocabulary words to learn with kanji. Something doesn't make sense there. If you have a lot of vocabulary words to learn with the kanji, you would then have a lot of familiar words with unfamiliar kanji. No, like I see you go through words you've never seen, but you recognize a lot of kanji used individually. Yeah. So it would be the other way. Like that doesn't track. The opposite would happen. If you have a lot of vocabulary words to learn with the kanji you're working on. Oh, you're saying you have a lot. You have to learn a lot of vocabulary with kanji you're working on. Oh, I see. You're going to have to learn a lot of vocabulary words with kanji you're working on. Oh, okay. You said I really do have, as in you already have a lot of vocab words to learn with the kanji you're working on. Yeah, you wrote it in the present tense, not the future tense. So you kind of tried to phrase it in the future perfect, but future perfect needs a gerund. So you're really going to have a lot of vocabs to learn with the kanji you're working on, huh? Lots of unfamiliar words you see, you go through with. Okay. Yeah, makes sense. It made sense to you? That's fine. It wasn't a discussion between you and her though. I think that's that didn't make sense. Because you really do have a lot of vocab to learn. That doesn't mean future perfect to me. Or maybe it's your colloquialism. This is like almost screams proverbs. I don't know how this is phrased. You do sometimes think your English read in a confusing way too? Over text? I mean, the feeling's mutual. Like when you said you do sometimes think your English reads in a confusing way too? That you sometimes do think my English reads, like you're putting sometimes in front, you split your verb phrases with an adverb in between. That is not something I do. I place the adverb in front of the verb phrase. So like, I sometimes do think your English reads in a confusing way. As opposed to I do sometimes think your English reads in a confusing way. And then the other one you did, I really do have, which is actually more common than the other one for me. And I would disagree with you, sort of. The thing that's confusing you about what I type in English is not related to the structure of the sentence, but the ideas that are connected with each other. Because I already said that I abbreviate most of my comments, expecting that you're connecting the logic. But I don't really think my English specifically reads in a confusing way. Does I really have a lot make sense? I really have a lot. I disagree with James. But James, in my opinion, when you say perfectly correct, I don't think things are perfectly correct. But that's your opinion. The reason we have this discussion is that they're not perfectly correct. There really isn't perfectly correct colloquialism. So if you want to prescribe to some perfectly correctness when it comes to speaking colloquialism between people, I think that is an incredibly myopic and narrow-minded way of looking at language. Like, both Mika and I have perfectly correct grammar, but that doesn't mean it's perfectly correct. We still have misunderstandings and communication preferences, despite having perfectly correct grammar. Can I find an example of something that you found hard to read from DMs and ask about what it was conveying? Sure. Oh, we're almost at 85 stuff. Past. Or yesterday. Sure. That's old. Imagine attach a flag is one that makes sense but was confusing to you. I don't remember what imagine tag a flag is. It looks like I missed a word when I was typing. Like that looks like a typo to me. I must have missed a word. It's confusing because I missed a word. Yeah, so you're confusing typos. I meant you're confusing typos when I'm typing very rapidly. It's probably imagine attaching a flag. So yes, I make typos. So it is incorrect. That's an error I made. Drawing attentions with I do is commonly used for emphasis. But that's perfectly correct grammar. Your point still stands, James. Not that it has anything to do with what we were talking about. So you picked up a mistake. I missed the ing. It's imagine attaching a flag. Yeah, you can find another one if you want, Mika. Like if you I sometimes do think. I said it should be I sometimes do think. Yeah. That can be interpreted in different ways. I sometimes do think is where the emphasis is on sometimes. It's partitioning the verb phrase from the adverb. And then you say I do is commonly used for emphasis. Yes, it can be that too. So you're using confirmation bias, in my opinion, to prove what now? The fact that we both have different preferences in the way we speak? Or are you suggesting that I sometimes do think is grammatically erroneous? Then, James, you might have a point. But being pedantic about the way we prefer to speak and interpret things, that is what you did yesterday. Is this another mistake instance? Or maybe so too. When we agree that it's... Yes, there's a typo. There's a typo. So when we agree that it feels good. So I started an idea, but I didn't complete it. So then I needed to add an S. So it feels good, but not much is learned. And you interpret it as when we agree that it feels good, but not much is learned. Yeah, that's when we agree that it feels good. Oh, then when we agree that it feels good, not much is learned. Yes. So this would not be correct because I wasn't trying to make an opposite thing. So likely that I added a case. How come mistakes often skip over whole things like ing and ed? Because I'm rapidly typing ideas out. Because I make mistakes when I type out ideas. If you want me to slow down, then I can write longer paragraphs, and then we won't be chatting anymore. We will be writing essays to each other. So like, if you say, yeah, it is mutual, when you're saying, yeah, it is mutual over text is a fragment. I do sometimes think your English read in a confusing way. So if you want to remove all those things, then we can write in complete sentences and perfectly correct grammar if you like. I think James is making a pedantic point in which that people talk in perfectly correct grammar. No, it's not. You were just curious as it differs from what I often typo. Yeah, see, like, then we could say something like, is typo a verb? There are many ways to go about this, and my personal take on this is you can choose to be like James and pedantically point out all those things, and we can work on our grammar. So if you want us to speak entirely in perfect grammar, then it's fine. It's fine to make mistakes with typing as long as the message and that you were criticizing her grammar. I was not criticizing her grammar. I was criticizing her wording that makes it confusing to me. That's very different. You wanted it to be about her grammar. What she did when she said it was read like, when we agree that it feels good but not much is learned, she reworded what I said to interpret what she thinks I'm saying. I thought I would reword it so then I can tell her what I think I'm saying. Please don't put, like, James, you really need to stop projecting yourself onto something. You rather stick to short messages, just might ask occasional questions? Yeah, so we can clear up the confusion, which is what we do most of the time. You ask like, oh, this is confusing, and I'm like, yes, so we'll say it in a different way. I didn't criticize her grammar, James. I said what I would prefer to do. You need to stop projecting and creating conflict between people. If I were to suggest something, you're creating conflict where there isn't conflict. When I said I typically would separate the phrases from the adverb, I didn't say you should do that. That is very different. If you want to make argument between people, you should speak for yourself. Like, that is, in my opinion, incredibly disrespectful. You're not telling me what my intent is. I literally said I usually do that. Just like when you say things, you think other people should do what you do and what you think is right. You're entitled to your opinions. I agree. She has perfectly acceptable grammar. I didn't say she had bad grammar, did I? And I didn't even say her grammar is wrong. You inferred that and you implied that. Just like when you implied what is healthy sleep yesterday, what you imply, things like that is different from criticism. I was sharing a preference, not a criticism. Very, very It's really worth distinguishing. You can go back if you want. I did not say her grammar was wrong. It takes someone who thinks perfectly grammar and like exactness and stuff that would suggest that disagreeing with something or having different preferences mean the opposite is true too. When I have different preferences, that doesn't mean whatever she said is wrong.
Shima.
You can, Mika, you can still point out, give me more examples, but so far, I pretty much made errors in those typing. So it was confusing because I made errors. I mean, the amount of volume that I type in a short amount of time will be prone to errors, and that's probably going to happen as long as I continue to type rapidly about my ideas. So I don't typically go back all the time to correct all my typos or my split ideas. So if something becomes confusing, you can probably ask to clarify, which you do most of the time, as well as if you do see a typo or an error, hopefully that one day I become less error prone. But I do imagine that a lot of the confusion comes from because I just typed incorrectly. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Well, you know, ideally, most of the time when I'm typing, I would like to think my error rate is not that high, but I'm gonna tell you now, I never said I never gave the impression that I type really, really well. Right. I spend more time speaking, a lot more than typing. And if you can give other examples, it would be fun to see how many errors I've made. I think I make an average typing error like at least 5% typing errors. So if I typed like 3,000 words, 5% of it will probably have some missing gerunds or something. You probably noticed some speech errors on your part. Was that the case? You definitely type more than speak. Yeah, so I can tell you now, one thing that's probably can become apparent for me is that I speak a lot. I speak a lot. And I usually type or try to type the way I speak. And that means that even if I had a low margin of error, I still think my margin of error is about 5%. That means that if I type so many words, 5% is a lot. Like 5% of 3,000 is a lot of errors. Like that's a lot of errors. So I wouldn't be surprised that you would be confused here and there. So we have to talk through those things. Alternatively, right, we can always slow down. You notice that if I don't type anything and I only respond with 1 or 2 words, most of those things make sense because I'm not typing in a manner that is explicit. To make a comparison, for example, whenever you have to write your schedule, for example, and you write all your thoughts, right? You would have, like, to compare us, you would have this, and this, right? And this. My errors would be like this, this, So there's a higher chance that there's going to be a break in the ideas. But you would have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and you would have like a cluster of 2 ideas here sometimes. Mine would be these ideas clustered together. %5 of words sound a bit high. Maybe 5% of messages are small. Only a small portion of those are significant in a way that makes things confusing. Yes. So what I'm illustrating here is in a big chunk, it will be more noticeable. We can do an exercise. We can do an exercise to demonstrate what I'm saying. In a larger idea, smaller errors, in my opinion, are less tolerable. But we haven't exchanged roles yet. There hasn't been the closest example I can have between us when you have to explain something to me is when you're like recalling your day and your journal related things. So yes, it's probably gonna come up more often than not. And I'm giving myself leeway. I actually think it's either less than 5%, but 5% is significant to make these errors. And I have known and worked on doing these long things to improve on the error. The thing is, when you say yes, maybe, good idea, I think this is good, like in rapid succession, that's perfectly fine, right? Now, when we get into when you have the opportunity to write like A leads to B, but not C, then the errors become less tolerable, which is the example that we had. It is strengthened by knowing. I assume this would be strengthened. I don't remember what it is. I'm guessing it could be experience. I'm gonna assume the context is it. So it is strengthened. So from whatever this it is, either experience or wisdom, maybe emotions. So whatever the previous context is gets stronger through knowing things, or through knowing or being aware. I could have used the word aware instead. Is probably what I'm guessing this sentence is about. And yes, I missed strengthened. Or actually, yes. No. Yes. I actually don't know. I actually don't know if it's ET or not. It is probably ET. Yes. Yeah, so it would be in the past tense. Yep. So that would be a tense agreement, right? So the error here that I made is, I'm not sure if this is more of a mistake on a way of typing I'm used to. What solutions I can come up with if I don't understand the problem? What solutions I can come up with? Did I really say? Okay. I can versus can I. That's a good question. I have no idea. So I'm not making a question here. So what's the difference between what I can come up with versus what can I come up with? Interesting. I'm not sure if this is more of a message or a way of typing I'm used to. Huh. Actually, that's a good question. I don't know what the difference. Okay. Yeah, so let's see. What can I come up with is a direct question. Yeah, I'm not positing a question. Yeah, what I can come up with is a statement. It's an embedded question or a noun phrase. So yeah, I do intend on, if I can't understand my problem, right, which is the problem you are having, if I can't understand my problem, right, which is the problem you're having, it's irrelevant, right? So, oh, and there's a lot of commas and stuff. So, this is what I mean. I actually do mean this. I don't mean this. This is a question, and it would end up being a question. This is a noun phrase because I wanted to say you should be able to do this. So what you can come up with is what you can come up with. Hang on. Yeah, what you can come up with is related to not if you don't understand the problem, right? So what you can figure out was limited by if you don't understand the problem. So if you don't understand a problem, thinks it's not what can you come up with. I'm not asking you a question about what can you come up with. I'm saying the stuff that you come up with is tough because you don't understand your problem. So these two are actually grammatically correct, but my sentiment is I'm not trying to ask you what can you come up with. I'm asking what you have came up with, or like what you can come up with. I honestly can't even really discern between these two. So like if you wrote what can I come up with versus what I can come up with, I'm trying to figure out if I would interpret that differently. Both of these are used, by the way, and potentially a case of grammar you don't see often. I'm not sure if so hear me out. What can I come up with? I do hear this. I will try to put myself in your shoes. What can I come up with sounds like a question to myself, if you know what I mean. So like the only time I feel like I would, or the common time that I would feel like I would say this, what can I come up with, is if I'm talking to myself. Like, what can I come up with? So what can I come up with if I don't understand the problem? Right? But what I can come up with would be a noun phrase that can be to someone else, is what I might have, is why I probably worded this way. But I don't really know, actually. I would ask myself, what can I come up with if I don't understand the problem? For sure. I think I was more talking about what you, but the statement doesn't, it's confusing because I just realized that I can be referring to a hypothetical I or myself. Oh yeah, that is an interesting point. That's a pretty good one, actually. According to our favorite AI source, or one of our favorite AI source, what can I come up with is a direct question and ends with a question mark. It uses standard question syntax, can before the subject I. What can I come up with, right? What I come up with is an embedded question or a noun phrase. It uses statement syntax. Subject I before the auxiliary verb can, which is the grammar thing for sure, and cannot stand alone as a complete direct question. So that's why I added the qualifier if I don't understand the problem. And that is a fragment, by the way. It doesn't complete the clause because we're talking not in like full sentences. It usually functions as a part of a larger sentence. What I can come up with, show me what I can come up with if I don't understand the problem, right? It feels so odd having English broken down like a foreign language. Every day. Honestly, Mika, this is hello there, Bree. Hello. Welcome. How have you been? Have you started your work week already? I don't think so, right? Or you might have. I still break down English grammar each and every day. Like, I still read over the things I write each and every day. I mean, like, for example, it feels so odd having English broken down like a foreign language. That sounds fine. And do I say that? No, see, like, oh, here's something that would probably separate us. I don't use, when I'm talking colloquially, I don't use it too much. Unless the other person uses it. Or like, he, like she. So instead, whenever I'm explaining things, it can be a little uncomfortable because instead of it, I would say like, having English broken down may feel weird. So like, I remove the subject from it. So I'm saying having English broken may feel weird, as opposed to I feel things. So whenever I'm explaining something, I have a habit of personifying the thing that's happening. Which can lead to confusion because then it may also mean like, how can having English broken down feel weird? This is not doing the feeling. I skip I sometimes. I skip I because of convenience. By the way, it's a Japanese thing as well. It's also a Chinese thing. I don't know if you noticed that, but when you skipped inferred subjects. So I save time by not constantly referring to it, he, she, they, because you should be carrying the subject with you. That's a consequence of it can be explained because of context-based communication. Yeah, I do skip I sometimes. It does happen. You try not to skip I to avoid confusing other people, and knowing that you're fine with it will be something you keep in mind when DMing you. But yeah, did notice, yeah. So that is something I do for colloquial speaking. Yes, today was the 6 hour and 15 minute shift. Oh, you're already back. This was the roughest shift yet. You love crying, your feet hurt so bad. Have you been off your shift now, or are you just getting back? Did you take a nap? 6 hours and 15 minutes. Is that your longest shift yet? Congrats on making it through. Not the greatest having your feet hurt. You didn't say anything about your back, so I imagine your back's doing okay. Yeah, when I'm colloquialing, I do have a habit of avoiding repeating the subject. And then if I'm explaining something, it's often the relationship between A and B as opposed to the person, which is we'll just dub it I. The foot pain from returning to society truly does suck. Well, Bree has some physical limitations and acclimations that she's working on right now, because she's been leaning back into working or having to be on her feet for extended time. She's doing really well. At least I feel like she's doing really well. So here's the thing, Mika, and I feel like we'll bring in James's projected conflicts. Like, I can change all of that. So what I mean by that is, instead of matching... Oh yeah, that's fine. I feel like James is... this is for record keeping. It doesn't matter if the person's here or not. We continue carrying the examples. That's what's important about experiences. Matching. I can stop matching. I can stop matching your usage and use a different syntax. So what I mean is, the points that you remember that are confusing, it can become more confusing if you want, where I would type in a syntax that doesn't match your syntax. So like the stuff that you're pointing out in my writing is how I'm matching your writing, or how I'm attempting to match your writing. It could be different. We could be talking in a different way. Like, we could not match energy. And a way to not match energy is, in my opinion, to do what James does. What's an example of it? You didn't attempt to match it. Anytime I'm explaining something. So pretty much every time you said it was confusing. Because you haven't explained a lot of things to me yet. I did not try to match your energy when explaining things. Do you want me to match your energy when explaining things? Yeah. It sucks. Yeah, it sucks. Try to feel better. So, I can do these things to explain things. Like, oh, you know, when you explain to me, I don't know why. I don't know why this sucks. Yeah, I don't either. So, what I typically do is I would try to explain why I don't either. Like, what I mean is, I try to explain this stuff. And when I try to explain this stuff, those are the examples that you are highlighting. So those are the things that I'm working on. However, I could match your explanation. Like, I don't know. This is rough. Yeah, I know. It's rough. It is rough. So I could use similar syntax like this, it, I, and then use things like rough instead of saying like the roughness may be because of X. Why not just say it is? I can say it is and explain nothing. But if you say it is, it explains even less. So that's me trying to match your energy. So like even then you have to say I know because you clarify all the time. Right? You have to say I know. You just said you use I a lot to clarify who it is. So I added I know because that's the habit that you use. You say I know this, I know that. I feel like this, I think this is rough. To clarify things. So you can't say just it is, because then you're doing what I'm doing, which is inferring the subject. So if I'm matching your syntax, I would have to say, I know it is rough. Or I think it is rough. So instead, most of the time, I would say something like this. The roughness may be because of X. So what I would do is I would emphasize on the roughness. Because that's the point you're sharing with me. You think the day is rough. So I'm gonna try to explain maybe, or try to associate something with it. So like maybe because the roughness can be related to sleep. So then it's inferred that the subject is you, your roughness, your sleep. But I could do it differently. I could say your roughness may be related to your lack of sleep. But hear me out. I'm not suggesting it's only you. I also feel roughness when I lack sleep, for example. So I could do that. And then this would be, in my opinion, closer to if we were talking the same way. If we were talking the same way, which is really good strategy, by the way. Like, it's an excellent strategy to talk in the same way. If we talk in the same way, that means we agree most of the time. So then it would be how I feel versus how you feel. And we can change our tone of voice. So when I explain things, I could explain it about how I feel and how you feel, as opposed to talking about the roughness itself. Usually try to over clarify because others do, but it seems that's not something bothering you. I mean, I figure it out. That's what we do, right? We figure it out. Or you could be like James and say that people have to be perfectly adherent to something. And then always assume a wrong and a right. And then whenever someone has have a differing opinion, it means the other person's opinion is wrong. We can do that. I mean, that is something that I'm not entirely sure if you enjoy doing. So, but I think you need to sleep more. Versus sleep is beneficial. Or sleep may be beneficial. These are very two different things. I would typically say sleep may be beneficial. Yeah, so most of the time I focus on the problem. Now, if you like it to be personal, then that's kinda something that I'm not exactly very comfortable with, because I don't want to make it personal. James made it personal immediately. Like, James made a statement and he deliberately decided to make it personal between both of us. Like, he told me that I criticized your grammar. I commented on your grammar. I never said your grammar was bad. Right. So he used the word criticize. I don't think your grammar is bad. We have a disagreement on how we're interpreting each other's information. So that is why I had to put a stop to it. Because I think, generally speaking, trying to elicit and incite personal grievances with each other and the way people talk, that is kind of how I felt most of the time when someone like that would speak. Like, oh, have you looked at a native speaker yet? It's like, well, yeah, maybe I'll get to it when I get to it. Yes, you took a nap for a couple hours. You got off at 2. Oh, so you got some good rest. Your back hurts slightly, but it was mostly your feet. Okay, that's a great how do you feel about that, Bree? I think that's a great thing that your back doesn't hurt. I honestly, I was kind of really worried about your back because you did mention a lot more about your back. Feet, it can be very, very problematic, but I think back is a lot more severe because it can stop you from sleeping. So that's pretty nice to hear that your back is only slightly. This shift was as long as your first day shift, but that day was definitely your back that hurt. It kind of flipped exactly when we part. Nice, nice. So it sounds like you don't have any problem sleeping. That's, I think that's a big win. You have to work tomorrow, right? Is this the straight day? So like this is the first of 3 days, right? You're trying to match how I talk to You're trying to match how I talk to people, and that's a result of me trying to match how others talk as to not confuse them. Yeah. Yeah. Weirdly enough, I followed that. Yeah, weirdly enough for me, I'm starting to follow the way you're typing. It takes a while. I mean, like, I'm not going to, like, you heard me multiple times, right? Like, I read something, I'm like, I don't follow you. Is there something missing? Maybe there's something missing. That's how I respond to things, right? So then you clarify and then you reword. I'm like, oh, I still don't get it. Is it like, does this mean like sometimes before? That's different. That's trying to understand someone. Unlike, in my opinion, what just transpired, where someone would critique as a third wheel, like saying, oh, you just want that person to speak in your own language. It's like, no, that's not the point. The point is, I don't understand what you have written. No, let's not do perfect or wrong. Yeah, that's so if you're wondering, I can explain some of this stuff. So when we're talking, if I have to respond with an emotion, if we have to respond with, and hear me out, or sort of hear me out, there's a communication style. So I would say there's often a communication style. The first communication style is you match energy, right? You match quote unquote communication styles. You can also choose to project your desired communication style. Now, a lot of times there's one step in here that is automatically assumed, and that is both parties are mutually open to it. However, oftentimes this is the step that gets the mutual open. So when you first try to match styles, which is trying to understand each other, right? By breaking down the points of confusion between the two. This then can lead to a projected communication style. Basically, like once you are able to match the mutual openness, then we can adopt each other's style whenever we please. But if we don't communicate on how we're different, it doesn't matter how good our own personal communication style is. We would still be out of touch with each other, right? So at some point, this is a fun learning experience. But usually I do this first. However, since I don't have an example of you explaining things, right? I don't have too many examples of you explaining things. I don't know what that is like. So then what I ended up doing is I defaulted to my usual way of communicating. So then there's like two intents. If I'm projecting emotions, I would say, sounds good. Good work. And then you would counter, it's not good work. It's like, no, it sounds bad. So if you want the times when I'm like trying to sound very reasonable, like something like that, oh, that's good, you would counter by saying, no, it's not that good. It's not good. And then I'm gonna counter by, how so? Right? These are very common phrases. So how so? And you're like, I don't know. Huh. This is where I stop, by the way. This is where I stop saying I don't stop at I don't know. But I could say, oh, I don't know either. I don't know either. And then the conversation would end. If it helped, you could try explaining something in DMs tonight. Any ideas for what to explain that you'd be able to do? Server growth? That could be interesting. I would love to hear your history of your server growth. Now, yeah, I would probably get a pretty good idea of what how you explain things. Sure, we can do that. I mean, you can type it all out now if you want. Right, you can do that now if you want. And nothing's stopping you from forming all of your things. So, depending on how well or how fragmented or how you form ideas, I could most definitely explain things in that same cadence. Right? And know that, like, here's one thing that I want to raise awareness about. While that is a mental exercise, right? That is a mental exercise. We have two common interests right now. There are two common interests. One of the common interests is we may reduce maybe confusion of syntax by trying to compromising on the way we phrase things, on phrasing. Like, for example, what I just wrote here would be not something I expect from you, right? So I wouldn't say it this way. So a common something like, one of our common interest is to reduce or potentially reduce confusion, and we'll probably use confusion by compromising on phrasing. So that is something that I would be very surprised you don't find a bit confusing. And also, I would be very surprised if you phrase something like this when you're describing server growth. Right? Because one of is not something that I've seen you used before in this manner, of a subset of groups, and then using a probability modifier linking the result that we want to a gerund phrase of the action. So this would be confusing, in my opinion. This would be a odd way of reading something, at least my impression that I've been given by you. Like, if you constructed a sentence like this, it would be something that I would be, maybe funnily enough, pleasantly surprised. This would be, say, how can I reword this to match the current cadence? We have, we agree, maybe like, or no, I don't think you would, man, you and I, maybe like you and I agree, or you might just simply say, you might actually say, I agree, to clarify, so I, and then just agree, and then you're assuming you're agreeing with me, so that's imposed. I agree. Maybe like, if we work on it, there will be less confusion. Or yes, there will be less confusion. Or something like that. It's like, I agree. If we work on it, there will be less confusion. That's probably what would be very reasonable in what I would expect you would say at the moment. I would, this would be far more natural for me. One of our common interests, potentially reduce confusion by compromising on phrasing. You wouldn't put agree in front of that, one or the other? One or the other. Oh, so you would just say, what do you mean by one or the other? Agree or the explanation? Okay. So you're doing a lot of inference. So that's where I get confused, because that's a leap of logic. For me, that's a leap of logic, because when you say if we work on it, there will be less confusion, I don't know if you're agreeing with me. Like, I don't know what you mean. Like, is that a yes? Is that a no? Do you think that, like, what are we gonna do? So how are we gonna work on it? Is it me or is it you? So then you go back to the whole, like, you worry, so you add I as a clarifier, right? But hear me out. I don't think that's I don't think that's a problem to me. So I wouldn't say anything, even if you simply said, if we worked on it, there will be less confusion. It's inferred. However, you think that's weird when you're reading my statements. Like this right here, I would remove this, and it would probably, like, I would even remove this too. I would say common interests potentially reduce confusion by compromising on phrasing. What common interest? Our common interest. But it would be inferred that it would be our common interest. I could put our common interest here. As in, this would make it personal. Yeah. This, if I remove this, it's no longer personal. It means common interest in general. So this would be a general statement. If we use our, it means us. So whenever you and I agree, I'm inferring that you and I agree, I would use us, we, and our. That's an assumption. So that's assuming. And then if I use you and I have a common interest, that means you and me are usually separate, not together in this. You explaining something will definitely be useful. Yeah, now now hear me out. There will be a time when we match, right? When we match. The question is, if we do that, do you want a change? Or do you want the same? Is what I have been juggling with in the background. Like, yeah, James sort of indirectly raises a point a lot of times. This person wants to preserve their opinions. I'm not giving you my opinion. So until I say I don't, it's not only my opinion. And the reason I guess I already explained to you why the reason by this is because I a lot of times mean that it's personal. So there is a reason, there is a large reason that I don't use personal things. It's exactly what James illustrated. He spoke for me. Like, he I thought your grammar was incorrect. Or your grammar is not good. That was his motivation to present, to present his opinions by criticizing my actions. That's something that I don't do very often. And it's intentional that I do not do that often, because it's not about me, it's usually about you, and that's what's important, at least to me. Let's see, 12:30 to 5:30 tomorrow. Okay, so you got evening or afternoon shift, and usually your feet don't prevent you from sleeping, but today definitely you sat there and had a good cry and had to take some pain relief. Took about an hour for you to feel relief enough to be able to try and sleep. Oh, so even your feet can keep you from sleeping. Well, hopefully it doesn't get too bad. Oh, and it's next week that you have 3 weeks. Oh, 3 days in a row. Okay, so it's not this week. This week you have the... I see. Well, hopefully you can rest up. You got any interesting work stories, Bree? Any interesting work stories? I'm gonna do 11 more and then move on to HanziHero. Maybe you talk to like making things personal often, but you don't have an issue with either way. You know people that do both. Yeah, and a lot of times the things that you find personal are the things that end up being negative. Like yesterday when James made a comment about your sleep schedule. It's kind of a little bit humorous because before then, you know, a little earlier, he made a comment like, I don't know about your situation or the details of your situation. However, sleep is correlated. Maintaining a proper circadian rhythm is why sleep hygiene is important. That is how someone who would want to project what is right but not directly tell you that they're criticizing your habits, right? And it's kind of humorous in my opinion because he did the very same thing when I was trying to explain why I'm confused and how I have preferences on how to word things. He assumed that because I offer a differing opinion, that it is criticizing whatever you're doing because it's not good. Right? So there are ways to take into like how people interpret what is personal and what is not, even if we're not being personal or not. So like I'm not saying the way that I'm speaking is going to prevent it from being personal anyways. It's probably going to be a mix of both regardless. You didn't like how the yesterday conversation went? Like how you didn't like how the yesterday conversation went? Like how he went about it? That's pretty much how I saw it as well. But I didn't go over the... I read the conversation. I didn't really make any comments about it until afterwards, right? Until I made more of a blanketed statement, more so that sometimes people don't talk to each other or with each other. They tend to talk at each other, and that's usually the topic that I try to speak about. Like when someone tells me what I'm doing and how I'm feeling, that's when it gets a little personal. And I often feel like in order to prevent that from happening or to mitigate that from happening, you can talk about the nature of the problem and the nature of the grammar in order to prevent something personal. But that didn't stop that person, despite that person's efforts to try to sound like they're being factual and objective. They made it personal by saying how another person feels about another person, or like what a person's opinion is about another person. That's not that's when it gets personal. Like for example, am I saying that James thinks you're wrong about sleep hygiene? I didn't say that. I said he believes that sleep is related to maintaining proper circadian rhythm. It made him feel bad when his sleep schedule was bad, as he shared yesterday openly in the public. So that's a fact he was willing to share. So then we can use that information. I didn't say that you were wrong in wording the way you word it. I was explaining how I would word it in order to understand it. So those are two very different things. One is concerning about how I cannot understand you well enough. The other is more, oh, I know better, so therefore you should behave the way I want you to. That, to me, is what James did multiple times. Like, oh, Mika has perfectly correct grammar. It's like, I agree. That's exactly what I said first, right? So I agree. But perfect grammar doesn't mean that two people are not going to have miscommunications. The point was we were trying to overcome some miscommunications despite having correct grammar. That to me is why I had an issue with that. You use facts to create animosity. That's like creating beef where there isn't even beef. Like why what do you hope to achieve? If you do run into a situation where your wording is confusing, let me know. You're quite interested now. Interesting. I will let you know, but I'll let you know in small doses. Because it can be very exhausting. I actually don't know you well enough to want to be criticized in that way, quote unquote criticized, right? Or be known for that. Like it creates apprehension. Like that's why I mean by, okay, like James might hang out every once in a while. That's fair. But if that's his relationship with someone, where you just sit there and wait for him to make a comment about everything you say and be pedantic about it, that can create incredible exhaustion. So maybe I'll point out things that I'm confused about here and there, but I actually try not to most of the time, because that's people don't keep score. Like you'll start keeping score and things can get really exhausting. The way I go about it a lot of times is, well, if I misunderstand you and confuse, the greatest thing I can do is I can try better and then apologize for misunderstanding you. That is something that is a blend. It's a mix. Like it gives the other person, in my opinion, it gives the other person the feeling that the other person is trying, as well as fallible. But they're not there to dictate how you behave, because then you're manipulating the other person. You have the apology for misunderstanding you way of thinking about it. Yes, but hear me out. There's more to that. It's you apologize for misunderstanding you, but I can explain to you how I tried. It's not the same as in my opinion, a blanketed apology without an explanation. Like, oh yeah, I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. I'm sorry, you were just talking too much. Like, I'm sorry, I just didn't have enough time. That's apologizing for misunderstanding, but more of a blanketed response. So then I agree, sometimes that can also, I'm not sure if you've ever encountered this, but there are incredibly massively apologetic ways to offset things. And no, we would be talking about it. I would be explaining to you what I'm apologizing for, what I have done incorrectly. So I would say, I apologize. There was a misunderstanding that I made regarding what you said earlier. This is what the misunderstanding that I made. Could you clarify on this next time? If you have time, right? But it was a misunderstanding that I made and where I made it. Not apologizing as though I forget what I have misunderstood. That is not how you learn from your mistakes. You do not, in my opinion, improve from that. And behavior that is consistent with that are people who believe that they do something, and as long as they do the right thing, they can continue to behave and not learn from the situation that they learned. I think that's a type of apology that doesn't have accountability, right? Apologizing without accountability is not my cup of tea. You could try to counter argue. You could try to counter argue and ask me, well, are there any times where you can apologize without accountability? And my first thought is, yes, there are places. When you're with a stranger, in the streets, and you have no time to explain. You can definitely find situations that are very regularly occurring, like apologizing on stream, apologizing in chat. These things occur a lot too. Yeah. Time to grab some music and over explain my personal interests. Enjoy stream, been interesting discussing. Yeah, it has been. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure if it was mutually interesting and beneficial for others, but you know, a very prominent one. But it certainly raised some very high levels of emotions, and we'll see where we go from there. Yeah, I'll talk to you later. Looking forward to reading your personal interest. Let's see. Oh, and it's next week. Okay, nothing too crazy happened today. Did I tell you about the lady from the other day that wanted... Wait, from the other day that wanted me to give her $20? No. Wait. Like, I'm imagining a lady just coming up to you and say, "Can I have $20?" Like, straight up? That's... Yeah, I my interest is piqued, Bree. Let me hear. Give me more. You got it. You got my interest. Stable, peace. Fine. We're gonna do 10 of these and then call it a day. 売り手。Oh. Development? Okay. Hmm.
気温
Huh. Temperature. Oh, that's Chinese. How do you distribute? I? Oh. Or disperse. Or distribute. Whichever, okay. Oh, I just realized this is ball. Yummy. Heck, onyomi. What the onyomi? Wow.
Yonhiki.
Ishi.
Shina yatsu? Oh no. Diana? No. No, is this like soda? So that's it?
育つ
人口
春
Alright, we did 100. It's fine. It's like okay. Got sidetracked with some digressions. Hang on. Yeah, so pedantic. Okay. All right. Here we go. I'm interesting. Let me look at the schedule for tomorrow. It's at 17. Okay. Good day. Okay, so this lady actually used to come into Speedway all the time. She was and still is obsessed with touching everything. Oh, anyways, you were opening your drawer till the other day, and she came up as I was weighing my drawer. You had to tell her to move to the other open register because you weren't open yet. Yeah. You clearly saw me weighing the money out. Then once she finished, the guy manager that you were telling you about, walked away to go to something, and she came up to me and holds out a wad of singles and said, "Can you give me a 20 for this?" And I was trying to be nice, so he just said, "I'm sorry, I can't open my drawer without a sale," figuring she'd leave. Oh, nope. She stayed and waited for you to get a customer, and then walked up and said, "I guess I'll wait for you to complete this sale." Then I had to tell her that I didn't have any 20s because you had just opened. She got angry and hopped out the door. Wow. Intriguing. Well, it's nice. I imagine your hello there, Serix. Did you change your name? Or am I not aware who? Wait. I don't recall your username very well. Hello there. Oh, your drama. Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. You don't use the Twitch account. Oh yeah, that one time. I know. It was that one time. Hey, you're on Twitch today. Oh, we had an interesting discussion today already. It's nice to hear, Bree, that you kept your cool. It sounds like you already have the mentality to handle these things. Do you have a lot of life experience with these type of things? I would say it's been a while. Oh no, it's not have been a while. You kind of encounter this type of thing at when you volunteer at like a anime convention, for example. It does occur from time to time where, for example, here's a little fun little story, I suppose. It's not any particular person. It happens eventually. You know, you have thousands of con goers, right? And eventually by the end of the weekend, I would serve at least 500 plus people. So eventually you would encounter this situation. So in order to get your badge, right? The badge is the ticket. So usually the order of operations. The order of operations is you get to the convention. And then they line up, right? And it's a long line. Like, lining up still sucks. So they have my sympathy. Lining up really sucks. I work in registration, and the thing is, the goal every year is to get faster, like do things as quickly but still safely, right? Registration as fast as. So they line up, and then eventually they get to a booth, which is someone like me who's behind it. They were told in advance, both when they purchase the tickets and all that, like while they're in line, they're informed multiple times. It's kind of like a TSA kind of thing when you're going into the airport, right? The airport. So they need an ID, a form of like photo ID. Which chat is more active today? Oh, Bree keeps me company. Bree is the sole Twitch conversing person. So whenever I'm talking to like someone, actually a lot of times when you're like talking on YouTube, Bree is like on Twitch. It so happens. So you need your ID, and the person and the people have to be present. So like you literally have to have the person and the ID of the person who the ticket is registered to, or the badge is registered to, right? Then you have the situations like, oh, well, sorry, like, you know, a person doesn't have an ID, but they have some other way, like a picture, and it's like, sorry, like, we have to do this. So then they get the ID, right? They get the ID, finally, they come back, and then the person's ID that they have is not the person's name in which the badge is. So then they get really angry again, right? They get a little frustrated. It's like, okay, hold up. Let me go grab the person. So they have the person now, right? They have the person now. And then when I go check the ID, it's not that person either. Because someone else purchased it for them. And that does happen quite a bit. The idea is, though, we do, like, I do this type of thing voluntarily, so like it's not my job, right? Like what I mean is, sometimes when you're doing this type of job for a really long time, it can make the staff member like kind of cynical and jaded. But since I only do this once a year, we make it work. We figure all this out, and you do it with as much smile or good feelings as possible, and that's kind of what my like alternative version is. It sounds like it's nice that you have a mentality like, oh well, you know, I'm doing this, we're doing this, I'm sorry, there's nothing I can. It's nice to see that it's not necessarily a story that may weigh on you at some point. I think about customer service a lot, largely because, well, for lack of a better word, if you're online, right? If you're online and you're offering a service, it kind of makes it normal to expect self-entitlement, right? And that's not a bad or a good thing, in my opinion, until you can't manage it. Which is probably exactly what you witnessed earlier when someone was telling me what I'm doing to another person when I'm talking to that other person. Like that's weird. I think sometimes this bleeds into like credibility and whatnot, right? You have some bystander that is speaking for someone else. I mean, oftentimes the internet would call this like a Karen, right? Sorry. By the way, I know a lot. I've met and know a lot of people who are named Karen, and they are very loving and understanding people. But this is what I often is what happens when you start thinking about people who are self-entitled, or they're even self-entitled or have righteous indignation. Just because they're right or what they can list, they create animosity where there's no need for animosity. And hopefully your experience, Bree, that you're sharing is one that wasn't something that caused you animosity. Because I think ultimately if you have to do that job, the goal is you find some way of, well, you're sharing it with me now and you're laughing about it, so that sounds to me like you got this in the bag. I think a lot of times coworkers, at least in my opinion, my personal experience is when coworkers and other people that you work around or commonly encounter such frustrations or possible frustrations, grabbing a beer or whatever your choice of beverage is, and then talking about it and then being able to laugh about it is a great way. Oh, you thought it was hilarious? Okay, because it was obvious that you didn't have it yet. She still thought you could materialize it out in there. That you should have, like, that sounds like a wonderful personality to be working in, like some sort of customer service related things. That's good, because I can tell you now, personal experience, when people talk about being like a cashier and engaging in these, it can be a really like taxing thing that someone else it builds up over time. Like if I had $1 for any time I heard someone like you say, oh, I thought it was hilarious that you know, like, I mean, what was the person thinking, and laughing about it. There are like 7 or 8 of the 10 people would say, like, you know, I'm really tired. Like, don't people ever read instructions? Like, don't people ever like use their brain to think about things? That type of thing does happen over time when someone spends a lot of time in that. I haven't myself personally been working in a position that has weighed enough on me in which it became a negative thing. Like, for example, when someone keeps telling me that they're dumb and useless, and then, you know, we spend 5 hours a day or like every other day trying to say, oh, well, you know, how about we try something different? Let's work out our whatever it is that we're not connecting on and communicating, and let's think about the stuff. Let's discuss something, right? Let's try to tackle it in a different way, that kind of thing. And that's probably because over time I really disliked, like, I'll share some personal vulnerabilities. I really disliked when I was so hot-tempered back when I was younger. Like, right now, the thing that I basically put my foot down when someone earlier today, when I was like probably around when you came in, I was talking to Mika, and then James interrupted and dictated to me what I did and what I meant, and then sort of defending Mika, but I don't know why he's defending or being aggressive personally towards either of us, because we were working out miscommunications. So that's kind of the thing that can tell me something about what the other person has, and I haven't worked in that situation for long enough to encounter people who would drive me out of my patience. Oftentimes it's more like, hey, you know what, you said something, I disagree with you, and then you said another thing about me, and I wanted to clarify that what you're assuming is incorrect. Is that okay? Right? Like, well, I didn't ask, is that okay, because the person left before they had a chance. And to me, I have all the patience in the world most of the time, because I feel if you're able to tackle situations like that, I think life is far better, so to speak, for the person who has to manage that each and every day. You worked at Speedway and Kruger, made you get used to different customers. Oh, yes. Speedway, I would have to ask you how different it is between Speedway and Kruger, because Kruger, Kroger, I forgot how that's pronounced. The Kroger, I remember, has really shining customer service, and it had something to also do with how well the staff members are also treated at that place. I think that's the same Kroger, and then Speedway is like a whole different situation. So it is kind of interesting to see how many different types of customers you had. I feel like Speedway and Kroger patrons would be segregated too. Like, what I mean by segregated is not intentionally segregated, but coincidentally they would have very particular properties. It's kind of like live streaming, and then there's a very distinct separation between someone you meet first on YouTube versus someone you meet on Twitch. And that's kind of what I mean by, I think the longest thing that could possibly test my virtues and my patience would be doing this, because the internet has no shortage of self-entitlement, or maybe self-righteousness. I think self-righteousness is probably a more accurate way to think about it. It is kind of humorous that I am at the receiving end of what happened earlier today. Usually I'm the person that doesn't say anything, and then someone that I know or is related to me comes to my defense when I wasn't really offended or worried about it. Like, it was very, I say this a lot, where when it comes to like quote unquote racism, I had many privileges in my life, and then many other not so great things, right? But I always appreciated, I suppose. I adored or appreciated that sometimes, while I didn't think much of it, or I thought honestly, I thought it was kind of funny. Like, I thought it was funny in these situations. I was very privileged to have people who would defend me out of concern. And that's kind of one of the trademarks of Americans, in my opinion. It's one of those things that kind of happen in the United States. I'm not sure about other countries because they live in other countries. But in the United States, one of the things are, someone comes to your defense. I mean, that's okay. I think we can make it work. We can communicate through our miscommunication, and I think that's what happened here online. Like, for whatever reason, I'm sure it was out of the kindness of the person's heart, or hopefully, like, I'll give James the benefit of the doubt, but somehow it led to viewing that two people are attacking each other or being upset with each other, like, or have some sort of personal vendetta. Like, that's what happened there. And it's kind of interesting to be at the other end. Obviously, instead of speaking for me or inferring what I'm doing and then making a victim out of Mika, I simply continue talking to Mika, because that's what people do to overcome misunderstandings. Not have someone else project who's right and who's wrong. Like, you don't need a referee for this. The fact that you encountered her before as well, you think help? Oh, so she's a frequent patron, because you know how ridiculous she can be, as mean as that may sound. Oh, I see. Interesting. Hear me out. 3. What if? Not drama? What the heck? Not drama? Wait, is that your old account? Wait, is that a coincidence? Oh, you changed your name, not drama. Okay. Right. So she came into Speedway a lot. Oh. Hear me out. What if one day you're like, you know her well enough, you would surprise her like, hey, do you have 21s? I have a 20 today. That would be kind of fun. It would be interesting. I don't know if did she seem upset? Like sometimes I have this romantic idea, but I don't think it usually ends up the way. But you know how when you see someone enough, right? You see them a lot and you notice some patterns in their behavior. So then if you know their patterns enough, you could change it. Well, what I mean is, like, say there's something that you know for sure happens like 9 out of 10 times. What if you found an opportunity to do just that one day and could change the way this person feels? You don't think she recognized you, so she was definitely annoyed? Oh, okay. Like, that's pretty much where I was going. Like, maybe she doesn't know who you are, but what if you could be that person? She knows who you are. Like, I know this sounds romantic. I watch a lot of movies. I'm sorry. This is like a movie TV show situation. You know how that one person, they're so really in a routine and stuck in your own ways and stuff. There's a part of me that wants to own my own business. Like, I love the idea of, I know how this sounds. My father would roll in his, like, he would be really upset. Like, I always wondered of starting a restaurant, like, or a bakery, because the one thing I would love to be able to do is, if I'm not working for someone like a company or something, right? The thing is, if someone I notice is going to be a regular patron or a regular fixture in someone's life, if you can take just the one thing that you know 9 out of 10 times they're going to do this because you are observing it, right? And you give it an opportunity, it could change that person's life. And that's how I'm being romantic here, but it might not change anything. The idea is having the ability to do that when you're like an owner of a place or something. Sounds like something that I always often think about when someone is like, if I have a coworker that is around me constantly, this one pet peeve that they have where it keeps raising a funk about, I would do something about it. Not because it annoys me, but it's an opportunity to be able to do one thing that may, like, completely, change the impact of that person. And that's kind of what I think about each day. Like, I mean, I don't know what I've initiated or instigated with James today, but I imagine the person is very astute. They seem very educated. They throw around a lot of technical information, or they throw around a lot of jargon, and then they are very exact and incredibly confident in their assessments of things. So I imagine they are well put together and have other people to interact with. For myself, if, like, for example, I think you probably have already been aware of this, right? Like you and I have talked about a lot of things lately, very like publicly, more or less. This thing, in my opinion, is something that I can do, and I can do consistently. These conversations that we have, and that can lead to change. It can lead to something that can be fruitful, and that's kind of what my romanticism is whenever I think about it. When someone is consistently doing something over time, I would try to look at something or do something that honestly does not require that much sacrifice from me, but it can make the world of difference for someone else. So, someone says my life sucks like 99% of the time. Well, then 99% of the time I could do something to impact that 99%. Right? If it's so consistent, if this person is absolutely sure that every day sucks, then making one day suck less will mean the world of difference. Right? Humans love to work in contrast like that. If your life only slightly sucks, then if someone goes out of their way to make your life slightly suck less, it's not that significant. It's still good. Like, you can aim for that, but that's where you enter like diminished return territory. It's like, oh, this person's really happy. So if you're trying to make them happier, it might not feel as significant. But these are the situations whenever I think about like a customer or working customer service and stuff, I'm usually in a position where of all the days to be upset, not today. You do not be upset today if it's within my power, because oftentimes those individuals who have that somewhat abrasive, I'm not saying everyone, but generally speaking, that consistent abrasive feeling, you can upend it with one action, and then you be the one in 10,000 or 100,000 people they meet over their lifetime to leave an impression, at least in my opinion. Kroger was horrible. Oh, the management was absolutely horrible. Okay, so rude and condescending and would write you up for things that were unreasonable. Is this the same Kroger? The Kroger, are we talking about the same Kroger? The Kroger that has like on the internet, like they went viral and they're like expanding really quickly because their customer service is like incredibly high or something. I don't think I've ever stepped in one, but I remember hearing something about it expanding. Speedway started expanding upward towards where I am. So we do have a few sweet Speedways here. We loved Speedway up until a new manager took over and you had a doctor's note explaining you had to be able to eat. We worked 8 to 12-hour shifts and we couldn't get any breaks. Oh, cool. He constantly schedule you alone. Yeah. You were the assistant manager. Oh, the one day you called someone in because you were literally going to pass out. He wrote you up and you didn't. And yeah, at least it's nice to hear that you like most of your managers at your current workplace. That must have been a great way to deflate your feelings about things. So it looks like you have a long history with poor management, or maybe even a diffusion of responsibility on management. That's nice to see that you have a really pleasant start on where you are now with more than one friendly manager. About your doctor's note, you contacted the TM and he took the side of the manager and you quit after that. Oh, jargon. Yeah, jargon. Drama, sorry. Is this how you spell jargon? Yeah, jargon as in a potentially esoteric words. Yeah, we were talking about grammar. And then that person specifically accused me of, when I say should, it should be something. It was interpreted as being criticizing someone else's grammar. And a lot of times criticizing is a very specific jargon. It's inferring that there's some unjustified intent. And I tried to clarify that, well, I made a comment on it to explain my misunderstanding. In no way was this to infer, which is what that person was, to infer that her grammar was incorrect. That is inference the person made. So they were criticizing me, criticizing her grammar. I'm like, I don't see how this involves you. But if you're trying to play the moral high ground, you let the two people that are involved in this conversation speak to each other. In fact, this wasn't the first time this person was out of touch. It's one of those moments that I feel like I'm talking to someone who's incredibly educated, who's maybe knows a lot of things, right? They believe that everything on the internet can explain something, and whatnot. It's a really big profile that this person creates. And even then, it's like out of touch. Can't read the room. So lots of jargon problems. You have no idea we're talking about the same Kroger. It has many different names depending on where you are in the US. Oh, it has a huge grocery store chain, also called Rouse, Fred Meyer's, King, Scooper, Smith's, Dillon's, Fry's. Oh, hold up. Hang on. No. No. Maybe not. I'm not sure. It might have started with a K. Yeah, hard to tell. Hard to tell we're talking about the same one. I only glancingly listen to grocery, like I'm thinking of a grocery store. Kroger was a grocery store, right? And not a gas station. And Speedway is the gas station, right? Now there is a chance the Kroger, or like maybe like the Kroger I'm thinking of and the Speedway I'm thinking of is neither the things that you're talking about. So maybe I know Speedway as a gas station, and then Kroger as the grocery store chain. However, I have heard of Fry's, Ralph's, and Fred Meyer's. Oh, you said it's a huge grocery store chain. Okay, yeah. We're thinking about the same Kroger. But for whatever reason, I didn't think Kroger was given that impression of having poor. Sorry, I just realized, I reread your message and I realized I missed the grocery store chain. So they have all those names? That's interesting. I had no idea all those chains are related. Google jargon and came across the article title, "Is Gen Z slang ruining the way we communicate?" Yeah, jargon. Yep. Slang would be under the umbrella of jargon, I guess. Yeah. How is jargon defined nowadays by AI? Okay, we'll just use Oxford instead. Special words or expressions that are used by a particular profession or group that are difficult for others to understand. Yeah. Yep. Oh, I remember this archaic use of it. Yeah, archaic use is gone now, where it's a form of language regarded as barbarous, debased, or hybrid. So that type of jargon is like slang. Slang would be, it would capture the feeling of slang, but nowadays slang is not like the archaic use of uh jargon, which used to be like diminished, derivative, or there's a B word for this, but I don't usually use this word, but you know how the lesser version of things like pineapple pizza situation, or like fake Chinese food situation, you know, like the lesser terms. Nowadays jargon is that like a bit of the fancy word for people with their fancy words. So the person that I was kind of butting heads with a little bit in a like dry way, I suppose, I'm sure I barely even hurt that person's feelings. I'm not even entirely sure that person has feelings publicly, any emotional attachments. What you call it, the jargon is that this person used and criticized in a manner that they use words that are exacting, that makes them sound like they are above the people that they are talking to. So not necessarily because it's possibly a word you don't understand, but more so word used in a way that I feel the person was trying to demonstrate that they are right when they're not even in the conversation. So jargon, that's I'm not sure if jargon has evolved from that. Like for example, we could be talking about SRS, and then someone comes along and say like, I don't know what SRS is. Well, let me explain the technicalities of SRS. You wouldn't understand, but SRS stands for space repetition, you know, I don't even know what it is. Space repetition system, right? That's jargon. Like how there's a connotation and a syntax, or like a feel, a diction feel to surrounding jargon too. And I do get that. I do that unintentionally as well. So I'm not saying that the other person has any intent. I can't read the person's intent really, other than when they assume that I was trying to correct someone. That's the only time I knew that, yeah, you're speaking for me and you're speaking for another person. That's not jargon anymore. It's personal. Well, Kroger has a gas station. Oh, but it's usually a part of the grocery store. Speedway is just a gas station, yes. They were owned by Marathon. Yes, Marathon gas station. But they decided to split off on their own, only to be bought out by 7-Eleven. Yeah, I heard about that too. 7-Eleven let them to keep the name. Yes. Yeah, so we're talking about the same Speedway as well. Same Speedway. There was a Hess. I don't know if you're familiar with the Hess gas stations. But the Hess sold it to Marathon. Then that Marathon gas station got rebranded to Speedway. And then recently I heard that 7-Eleven purchased Speedway. But I found out that Speedway stayed a Speedway because 7-Eleven did not rebrand the Speedway thing. Companies. Oh, you know what? I learned a new Z slang. I'm not sure if this is because it's an old one coming back, but I did learn a new one. I don't know if you guys are familiar with this, and I didn't realize it was being used for a while. So I watch a lot of food stuff, right? And recently, there's a new word that I don't know, it might not be that new. The word glazing in a different context now. And glazing is sycophant. I'm going to use a fancy jargon now. Sycophant. Or sycophantic. Is it sycophantic or sycophantive? Alright, I think it might be sycophantic. If you want some practice into some jargon. A sycophant. So glazing is related to the idea of what a sycophant does. And I was watching a lot of food things, right? And people were using this derogatorily, or like maybe like in a negative, it's stigmatized. And I was like, oh, is that a new word? It's relatively new, like relatively. And what I mean by relatively new word, I mean usage. A relatively new usage. So like, for example, if I'm overly nice to you right now and say, oh, hey, that's awesome. Like, keep on doing what you're doing. It's like, oh yeah, go get him, Tiger. Like, you're gonna rule the world. That's glazing. As in, like, you're overly flattery. There's over flatter, and like this is what a sycophant does. Where, so a lot of times, food travelers. This comment came up quite often. It's like, oh yeah, this person, all they do is just glaze. Like they glaze over all the food. And I'm like, what does that mean? So recently, I believe, in my opinion, usually I haven't ever seen glazing being used in a way that replaces like a shill. For example, a shill glazes. A shill is older than glaze, or glazer, I guess. I don't know if glazer is a thing yet, but that's a new Gen Z usage, in my opinion. So now, overly flattering people, or people who do it quote unquote for the views, or do it for that sponsorship, right? That type of thing, or being a shill, the word glaze is what I've learned recently. Most of Gen Z slang became popular early 2020. Yeah, that's kind of where my cutoff is at the moment. However, the words themselves can be grounded in something long ago. Hello there, Proko. Hello. Wait, you're back. Is it reading day yet? Are you almost done with your current semester? I'm gonna do this and then we're gonna take a break and then come back with a yap. Oh, by the way, Proko, I learned something that I've been keeping in my back pocket for when you stop by again. So, Proko, you're the one that introduced me to QI, right? Soon, our worlds are gonna collide. Our parasocial worlds are gonna collide. Proko, you're going winter break in about 2 weeks, so not long left. Nice. I hope your exams and preps and stuff are going well. And it's gonna collide in QI, our parasocial worlds. And the parasocial world is connected by Hank Green. Because Hank Green is going to appear in QI. He was one of the guests recently, and they finished recording. He was sharing it in his vlog, of course. So you will be able to see Hank Green in a show you introduced me to, because I wouldn't have known what the heck Hank Green was talking about Well, he did explain what QI is, but I already knew what QI was because of you. And he did something even crazier. He was bragging because he asked for the host's cards, the QI cards. And he showed off that he had the stack of the QI cards for the episodes that they recorded. So he was excited, so he came back and he talked about being a guest on QI. So there you go. The moment I heard him mention, it's like, no way, it can't be the same show that I watched like 4 or 5 episodes because of Pro Call. It is. I specifically remember you were the one, right? I hope it's not Gecko. This would be really awkward if it's Gecko. I'm pretty sure QI came from you, and Taskmasters came from either you or Gecko. Yeah, you haven't seen him as a guest on QI. You'll have to give that a watch. Yeah, I'm gonna watch it too. Like whenever it airs. I don't. He said he wasn't able to share the details because the episode hasn't aired yet. That's really neat. Parasocial worlds colliding. I did have other things to tell you, but I don't remember now. Oh yeah, lately I've been talking to someone who currently resides in the UK. More on that later. It was you, and you're pretty sure your recommendation was due to you bringing up the fact that Gecko introduced you to Taskmaster. Yes, exactly. So that's where the connection was. I'm like, it wasn't Taskmaster, it was definitely QI, and then Gecko was Taskmaster, and Taskmaster is still going too. It's interesting to see new faces. When Hank was showing a bit of a clip of like the current QI thing, they've since moved and exchange host and stuff, and I recently also saw a glimpse of Taskmaster, YouTube algorithm, right? Taskmaster on like a YouTube short, and like, oh hey, all the hosts and the hosts also changed on Taskmaster. Pretty neat. Just thought I'd share. Yeah. Other than that, Shrinking is a really great show. I don't know if you're into Apple TV stuff, but Shrinking is a really great show. Alright. Yeah, how are you doing otherwise? How's university going? It's been quite some time. How are you feeling? You haven't heard of it? You'll look it up? Ooh, Shrinking. It's this Shrinking, and it's a play on words, sort of, but it's the shrink from the psychology. The meaning of the title is a play on sort of psychology, literally, and also figuratively. So this show was fantastic. So far. It's actually fantastic so far. It's not even over yet. So other than that, we talk about, like, loosely talk about politics a lot. Bree and we watched Diplomat, and Diplomat is really a fun dramatization, and it deals with US-UK relations, so there's that. That's also something that might pique your interest. It's kind of fun to talk about commentary since you are from the UK, right? It's been going well. You've got tests in the end of... Oh, it's in January. Interesting. Which you've been studying for, and you've been doing well in a more general life sense as well. Excellent. Excellent. Lately, a lot of my personal time has been used for managing and interacting with various people. So those are going, they've been very educational. Like I'm learning quite a lot of, I'm encountering quite a lot of challenges, and those challenges are making each day really bright and interesting. lots of things going on. Maybe at some point I'll be able to make even more of that as we speak. Here's something that I could share with like whoever's here, I suppose. So last time we talked about like rollouts of features, right? So there is this one feature that YouTube has introduced, right? And it hasn't rolled out to everyone, but I finally got rolled out to it, and that's A/B testing. And I'm not sure if you're familiar with A/B testing, but when you're perusing, like, I don't know if Twitch has something like this. It would be kind of interesting. YouTube has this thing where you can assign multiple, it's called A/B testing, but multiple titles and thumbnails. So then when you're searching YouTube, it can choose one of these, and then it can tell you which one was successful to gain an impression, etc. So it would have metrics attached to the A or the B or even a C, right? And there was one place that I thought maybe we can meet halfway. You know, I used to joke about the idea of those videos that say, after 5,000 hours, these are the secrets that I learned. That type of thing, right? And oftentimes I was very refractory to this, because if this forms the majority of my content, then I would actually have to do all these hours, right? And then make all my titles like these. This is where we talked about how summarizing things, hustle culture, that type of thing. I don't quite like dedicating to this. However, because we have A/B testing, I can test a theory. I can literally generate the data now. So, since I've recorded every single day, right? So we've already passed our 300 days. But I do have those review days. So there's a opening opinion on day 1, and there's one for 100, 200, and 300. I am gonna A/B test with the titles, just to make sure that my concept is correct, as in my understanding of how algorithm. So for day 1's, it's gonna be, why did I choose to use X in year? Because I'm pretty sure that's gonna be a little hot take. And the X is gonna be the viral thing, right? Often the keyword. So like, for example, my first day 1 would be, why did I choose to use Duolingo in 2024? So we're gonna A/B test that. The A is just gonna stay the same. It's just gonna say day 1, Duolingo, etc. Right? However, I can almost tell you for sure based on converging evidence, but we do need testing. So 100 would be phrased in a way, in a form of a question, and then also talk about like, what have I learned after using, you know, X for X days. right? So it's going to be this and this for all of the stuff. And that's kind of what I'm working on right now, where we're going to use what I believe is the syntax of algorithm of like the most common search result algorithm stuff, like whys, hows, when, and no answers in the title, right? No like general summary in title, no like a blanketed statement, which is what I usually use, like day 100 of this. That's a blanketed statement that generalizes the whole thing. It doesn't actually convey the points or the task. It's not framed in a way that would answer a question or be the question someone is looking for. So when we do this, I'll let you know in a couple. It'll be interesting, but it probably only take like a month. I can and here's why I'm comfortable with that, just as a fun little social experiment. Why am I comfortable with this? Because when they do that, if they're looking and that B attracts them to this day, it is surrounded by 99 plus days on both ends. So I'm not changing all the other videos. And we're gonna see how it impacts someone's critique by knowing that when they see whatever I'm summarizing here, there are nearly hundreds of hours flanking the thing, which is something that I don't believe is popular for now or potentially done. And that's where the big social experiment is happening. This is a new feature, so the idea is if there's a new feature, I'll try to use it and see if it can do in a workflow. I remember that Hank actually spoke to John and worked on A/B testing. Yeah, you'd be very see what comes of it. Yeah, because now I can still stick. So A/B testing means that A will still show up, right? A will still show up among the videos. So the question is it possible to have someone listen or be interested in a long format within a longer format? Hank and John actually had this fun conversation back and forth about A/B testing recently, because they recently tested it on one of John Green's so John posted a video about him going to Thailand. I think it was Thailand. Hopefully I didn't get it mixed up with Philippines or something. I believe it's Thailand. It was one of the countries that were at risk for TB, right? And he had a specific title. And then when I clicked on it again, I saw another title, right? They didn't change the thumbnail. They specifically changed the title of the stuff. And Hank blogged back, in Vlogblurs and said, hey, I was right, or something like that, where he was being cheeky about it. It's like, oh, we made a more interesting title and it was unanimous, like even despite having a beautiful editing or great messages or something wholesome, the title ended up pulling an incredible impact. Not even the thumbnails, actually. This is not even the thumbnails that much. So now I'm genuinely curious. Anyways, that's something that I'm excited to be working on in a bit. Whenever there's a feature rolled out, we're gonna try to test it out. Anyways, so may I ask, okay, so you said 2 weeks from winter vacation. So you have exams after winter vacation as opposed to before winter vacation? How does that work? Explain. Yeah, I'm gonna go through this routine and then we're gonna move to HanziHero. Today's a good yap day. Good for the yaps. It's coincidental. Coincidental. Let's see. Let's do our reads into our definition. It's weird. You have a few weeks of winter break. Okay. Then you have an exam week. Oh. I'll have to come back to uni for. Then have another 2 weeks off. And then the next term starts. Oh. Oh, so they're giving you... Oh, that's interesting. That gives you even more time. So I guess it's like a reading week for the first 2 weeks. For the exam, and then you have the rest of your break. In the if I can recall accurately, it's kind of similar in a way, and we call them reading weeks. So there's like 1 week, maybe 1.5 weeks, where before the exams, it's the reading week. So it's the week that you use to study for the exams, and then the proper break happens then. But it looks like you have it's like evenly spread. If I remember, it used to be we have like a week plus the weekend, so it'd feel like 9 days. Then you have all your exams, and then it would be like 3 weeks. 3 to 4 weeks before you come back for the new term. Interesting. Your reading week seems longer. Do you like that? What do you do? Do you prepare for the week exam? Most of your winter break? You like the first half of your winter break? Alright. Let's see. Q, long time. Jo, preface. Sure. Or not sure. She. I don't want to talk about it. She, intention. On, kindness. Sai, together. Sakura. Sakura. Eternity, Eki, fluid or liquid, gun, eyeballs, eyeballies, eyes, soul, descendant, Eki, Eki wa achievement, defense, good. Ne? Duplicate. Zatsu. Random. San, agree. Sen, coin. Ah. Domesticate. Sho, woon. Woon. To, party. Tamago. Eggs. Ko, into. O. Dirty, yoku, want, gan, warm, skue, desk, yaku, translation, and sen, guy. You're going to head off to bed now, but it was having a quick catch up with you. Best wishes for the rest of your site. Yeah, thanks. You rather have the exam before winter break, but you don't mind this one. I see. Thanks for stopping by, Prokal. Yeah, good luck, sleep well. We'll have to exchange some things for 2026. you know, discuss a little bit of 2026 when you're on break or something like that. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. It was very nice indeed. Yes, always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. All right, folks, that's a wrap for WaniKani today. You're gonna watch this later. Arigatou gozaimasu, right? Feel free to follow along, pick up WaniKani for yourself, give it a try. Let me know what you think. Again, you're free to yap. Share your yap. I know today was a little bit, I don't know how to describe it, but we could certainly have talked it out. But that's yapping for you. Exchange ideas, exchange opinions. Perhaps if the person was far more committed, we would unpack. But generally speaking, I think I voiced my concerns in a very, I like to think I was trying to be as reasonable as possible. I don't feel that it's very appropriate most of the time, despite whether someone is correct objectively or not. That this is my personal opinion here. I don't think it's personally appropriate whether you're objectively correct or not, and you become pedantic enough to correct people over and over again, can often form the foundation of trust or mutual respect. I think it's incredibly risky is the word I would use. It's incredibly risky to provide criticism about other people's commentary when you yourself, in my opinion, would also be there to listen to that criticism and defend and respond to that. So, as I said, you're welcome to yap, share, discuss, push back and forth. The mutual challenges and the sticking to it and working through it through criticism and whatnot, at least in my opinion, are the foundations in which you build solidarity between, oh, now I'm just sounding like a politician, huh? Solidarity between people. I don't think it is within, like, I don't think people are omniscient and able to do things perfectly and correct by somehow having assumed they're clairvoyant. So most of the time those people don't end up staying around for too long because they don't actually share, they talk at the person from my experience. So this is a natural progress. So come what may, yeah, you can come by and yap and talk at me. And there's no obligation to stay either or defend yourself or be open to critique or not. Ultimately though, if someone is able to critique me and criticize me about criticizing other people, I would think, in my opinion, much like I'm opening generosities to yapping and whatnot, that would also imply that the person who's doing it is able to also handle that. And in this case, one clearly does, and we already had the room, and then the other chose to third wheel, and they were probably correct. Sometimes it can be very difficult for someone to communicate without emotional intelligence. It's kind of a little disappointing because I really thought we established the idea of the importance of emotional intelligence. And yet, whenever this person comes to speak and talk to another person, they only exercise emotional selfishness as opposed to emotional intelligence. That is still part of emotional intelligence, right? I'm not saying it's exclusive. Emotional intelligence is both inward and outward.
So whenever you're going around presenting like, oh, it's always about fun, or how fun it is to people, how entertaining it is to people, and then you start talking about other people as though you understand them, and they simply tell you again and again that you've misread the intention, that would be a great indicator to be maybe excited to sit there and listen and observe. But instead, I feel like aggressively, this person chooses to project what they think is what someone else is doing. And usually I ask them to defend that. If they're unable to defend that, then it means that they simply want it, in my opinion, my interpretation is they simply want it to be pedantic and stir up animosity, that they are the neutral ground. And I don't necessarily think we need referees when exchanging ideas. If I am being aggressive and condescending, you can suggest that if I'm actually directed towards you. But when you're trying to referee other people's conversations and misreading the room, and both individuals say the same thing, then I'm not entirely sure what the goal was. Like, and my greatest criticism about that is when someone believes that they know how, or the right way, that two people are talking to each other, despite that the two people who are talking to each other are trying to talk out what the miscommunication is. Like, you did not put any time into reading that, so that's what I'm offering, right? Yapping, sharing, describing, being invested. No singular hiccup will be more powerful, or powerful enough to break a open dialogue that is already existing really, really well. Like, the more problems, the more communication, miscommunication even, the more robust, in my opinion, the relationship could be. I don't think communication and understanding is built on some sort of explanation that everyone seems to know how to do. And that, to me, was what I found incredibly alarming from my conversations with very well-educated people, I imagine. Incredibly knowledgeable people. Probably not so much experienced people. And it goes to show you how quickly they leave and not continue to try to reach some sort of compromise. If you don't like what you're hearing and you're avoiding it, that is your prerogative. However, appealing to that person's objectivity, if you left and you avoid that, you're not the one that's learning anything. I am. I learned something because I'm willing to stay here and try to navigate that, learn from it. So it's pretty disappointing. It's not sad. It's pretty disappointing that someone who had presented themselves as like this is openly public, so it's not like I'm taking any words out of context, like any words that aren't available to everyone. But this person presented themselves as someone who believes they understand emotional intelligence, understand how learning, they inculcated and agreed with me in various topics of critical thinking skills, problem solving skills, maybe appreciate communication and communication skills on top of language learning. And yet when they go to exercise it, it didn't show very much. They projected rights and wrongs, absolutes, and who's right and who's wrong, even in an argument or a conversation that person wasn't even in. That to me is maybe a hyper-vigilant person who may not necessarily have the emotional intelligence to read the room. Yet, perhaps they'll find their special place. I don't expect to consistently see this person anymore. That's usually what happens over time. And I'm no more sad about it. Disappointing, maybe, but no more really sad. There was no obligation. So once again, to conclude this section, you're more than welcome to yap, talk at me, use avoidant behavior. Feel free. I certainly am not going anywhere. If you're willing to share something and talk about something, or just tell me something about the world, I suppose. And apparently the world deals with the idea that people's perfect grammar is somehow the reason why people have miscommunication, or like don't have miscommunication. I can assure you that having perfect grammar and making mistakes and also even criticizing other people's grammar is not quite the point of the miscommunication. To me, I think that is very myopic. It's not quite misinformation. However, I think it's disinformation. You used another reason in order to end communication with people. I think eventually it was bound to happen. Right? So for that, I know it's a little bit of a negative point. However, I've met, we've talked. I'm trying to cultivate picking up heavy challenges of these things. Like, I would not be able to learn if you decide to say, no, you're wrong. And I feel like that is where we were at. Like, oh, hey, you're doing it wrong. Thanks. And how does that help? Like, how are we gonna move forward in learning each other? Oh, you leave. Okay, well, you're not interested in helping someone learn. Like, from my perspective, learning is mutual. So let's try to learn together. Keep each other motivated, share in between, ask questions, relate. You having a trouble deciding between leftover chicken parm and red velvet loaf cake? What's a red velvet loaf cake? As a snack? Are those both savory? Brie? Is the red velvet loaf cake savory? And you can't have both, right? You can only have one. How about this? How about this? Could you take half of the chicken parm and half of the velvet loaf cake, have that half, and then save the other half of halves? Like, you know what I mean? Like, would that be a crazy idea too? So you have like, you're split, right? You're split between chicken parm and then the loaf. But what if you did this and consume this and then consume the other later? Know what I mean, Bree? If that's possible. I think that would be a win-win situation. Well, maybe, and hear me out. I got even one. If you're gonna, if you, what's in your mind right now is like, bud, I really feel like if I started eating the parm, I want the rest. Then you have your answer. I mean, you guess it's more like dinner. It's 10 p.m., but since you took a nap, you didn't eat dinner. Oh, you suppose you could have both? Red velvet loaf cake is basically the same as a regular red velvet cake, but kind of bready texture. Oh, so it's sweet. So it's sweet. So you have the choice between sweet. Oh, but you gotta have sweet and savory. Nah, you gotta have sweet and savory. Can you divide it in half? I'm like, leading you a little bit. So pardon me, I'm leading you a little bit. Where if you like sweet or savory, you probably have your answer. However, you mentioned to have both. I think you like. I don't think you've ever. Bree, you don't strike me as someone who goes easy on yourself. So I think after a long day's work, and your feet hurt, it practically makes you cry. Having both seems like a wonderful thing, as long as it doesn't upset your stomach. You know, like make something else worse. I think you're already hard enough on yourself in general. Having both, as long as it doesn't lead to other problems, right? Sounds great. I think sweet and savory does have to go together though. Eating something, in my opinion, eating only sweet things and only savory things, it's not as balanced. There are 7 slices of loaf cake, you'll just have a piece or two and then have the rest of chicken parm. There isn't much of that left. Oh, yeah. And then you can pair something else savory with your leftover loaf cake. Yeah. You gotta have more, like in my opinion, savory, sweet, maybe have like, if you have like a slightly citrusy drink, that might lighten up the palate as well. So you have a bit of sour, right? Citrus acid added to some of these things are fantastic. Time to have your cake and eat it too. Yeah, that's exactly it. Have your cake and eat it. Piece of cake, right? Oh, that I just realized that's a pun. But yes, piece of cake. Problem solved, or crises averted. Right, crises averted. All right. Thanks for that share. That's a great, bright way to end something. Sometimes you gotta treat yourself. I think if you get a W, Bree, definitely give yourself a W. Like, I think at the moment, whenever I think about the mindset you have, it can only go up when you're treating yourself now that you're having to do a lot of other things. So I'm glad to hear that you have a lot of pleasures still in your life, right? Like eating is a fantastic way to try to elevate one's mood, especially after a hard day's work. Alright folks, that's a wrap for WaniKani session today. So for those who are only interested in WaniKani, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Right? Thanks for watching. I'm gonna get up, stretch, go to the bathroom, maybe grab a light snack too. I mean, kind of, what is that word? It's like a British term for having the munchies. I'm feeling a little bit nippy as well, so I'm gonna go grab a snack. Oh, peckish. Thank you, Mika. Peckish. Yeah, I'm feeling slightly peckish, so I'm gonna go travel in my time machine and go grab some classic peckish food, right? And then I'll be back. Yes. All right. Be right back. Thank you.
Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是9天 is day 329. We have business as usual. I'm really each day I log into HanziHero, or each evening when I look over at the HanziHero forum, I'm kind of slightly thinking there might be an update. So I'm kind of, there's a bit of hopium right now that there might be like a Christmas update or something. I need another feature to mess around with, you know? However, 2026 is going to be dictionary mode. We're going to try to integrate dictionary mode, or the use of the dictionary mode in HanziHero to like inject vocabulary. So that's going to be our 2026 thing with HanziHero. Meanwhile, on the WaniKani side, we're going to tack on Boon Pro for some fun little grammar reinforcement, and then have another outlet to use that. All right, you've over-explained. Wait, let's see, Mika. I've over-explained much more than you planned to. That's the point. I love the idea that you've over-explained much more than you planned to, Mika. That, in my opinion, shares enthusiasm. So you have 259 messages. I'll look at them this evening, right? With a full sentence on average. Nice. Just getting ready for bed. Sure hope you find some interesting in your over-explaining. Listen. Over-explaining is probably something that is refreshing at this point, as opposed to under-explaining, right? Under-explaining is something else. What is the deal with your... How are you doing that drama? What is that Twitch effect? Is that like the... Is that something new? I don't know what... How that works. Wait, is that visible to Bree too? Is that a new Twitch thing where you have... So right now I'm looking at a box. And... like, what is that? It costs 20 bits. Oh. Oh, interesting. Wow. Twitch still doing things. Thank you for that enthusiasm. There's a shortcut to knowing. Just mark your first sentence as unread and check the notification count. Oh, I didn't even realize you could do that. Yeah, we're hitting it up. I mean, everyone else is welcome, right? Feel free to DM and whatnot. I do read a lot faster than I actually speak. So if I'm not like speaking and I'm reading from my... It usually goes quite fast. And it also goes fast, so I make typos as well. It's pretty... That was the name of the game. That was the name of the core conversation today, where typing can be confusing because... Well, let's just say I don't use AI to correct my typing mistakes yet. Should we? No, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. Like, I have a hot take. Discord has shown me what word processors help me compensate for. So, yes, those typos are very excellent ways to tell me what a tool like a effective word processor has helped me with doing for a while. It's also the same with smartphone devices, where you when it comes to having to reproduce ideas and complex ideas, like ideas that don't necessarily have contextual complexity to correct on the fly, the lack of automation can most certainly reveal those things.
And that means like I get tense shifts wrong, or like I tense shift a lot. Oh, and by the way, you might be thinking, like some of you might be thinking, but you speak English, you're a native English speaker. It's like, well, yes, but I also speak with my parents in Chinese, and I'm studying Japanese, and I don't know how you guys internalize language, but my English adjusts to whatever language I'm thinking of. So yeah, I actually do drop subjects a lot of times in my English. I also omit helping verbs and some prepositions, and I also sometimes don't do tense shifts because, oh, actually in Chinese you don't actually tense shift all that much. It's the context of the sentence and what we're referring to that gives you the tense shifts. That's not an excuse, obviously. Miscommunication is miscommunication. So we write the bridge, we learn to adjust. You used to make so many typos, you started rereading your messages at the same time as typing. Oh, okay. I speak to what I'm typing. So if my rate of speech is faster than the words that I'm typing, then it could, or my thoughts run faster than my rate of speech, then my messages can lose some of the little things. It does happen that, like, for example, like I could do something like, I think this is a very common one, when I start with it's, but then I switch to a different, like, it's, and then I end up switching to like birds, for example, right? I don't go back and say they are their birds. So these things cannot agree with each other if I'm typing. If I'm writing typing, then I would proofread. And generally speaking, when I'm typing in a text message, I don't proofread very often. And it leads to funny, well, Mika, you made some fun things. Remember, I had some fun typos already. What was one of them? It's one of those things that you mess up a typo and it ends up meaning something entirely different. Like, you know, just English moments, having English moments where, like, instead of typing broad, for example, or broad, oh no, is that broad? See, I don't even know. Like these two. Wait, is that even a word? wait. I got a better example. Sometimes I type beard instead of bread. So something it's like, oh yeah, I'm just grabbing some beard. I'm like, you're grabbing what? I meant bread. I'm grabbing bread. That happens too, when thoughts go quickly and whatnot. Otherwise, we could stay there and reread and proofread. You separate your typing and speech quite a bit. Typing gets things across faster, personally, and you may have noticed you process thoughts quite slowly over a voice. Yeah. So, I form ideas at the rate of my speech. So then, I don't know how often people think about how they form their ideas, but I form my ideas at the rate I'm speaking. So then if the rate I'm speaking is typing, then usually I'm typing at the rate I'm speaking. Now, when I'm not speaking, and if I'm reading specifically, and I don't need to concern myself with reading, I can type sometimes slower than the rate I'm forming ideas and reading. So my typos actually increase from my personal experience. My mind uses speech to slow down. So whenever I'm typing, like right now, if like for example, you've probably seen me write this before, like, oh, you know, here's an example. A leads into B, but not C. And if A is more than C, then D is true. So like I'm literally writing, I'm forming the ideas as I'm saying what I'm writing. Now, sometimes my writing gets slower than my rate of speech. That's when I use arrows and use ... dots. So a lot of times when I'm texting, right, I'm saying one idea and then there's an inference to a second idea. Sorry, that's not supposed to say C. Like I just did what I said. So first, right, then it leads to a second. And I actually try to slow myself down. So speaking in my head helps me slow down my roll. My typos actually get higher. It goes higher the faster I go. So usually take a breath. Speak your mind. Quote unquote. Speak your mind. Yeah, there's absolutely no way I would ever be able to like literally write as fast as I'm speaking. So writing things out on like a diagram, for example, gives time for people to process. And it gives myself time to make less errors as well. Moving at a very fast rate and you can process doesn't necessarily mean when you output something, it doesn't come out as gibberish, which I'm surprised it's not gibberish nowadays, honestly. Especially when I'm typing. Like, the rate I type is already pretty high, you know. When someone asked me one question, right? Asked me one question, and it would be like, what is your favorite X? I'm already gone. I have like a 9,000 word essay for you. So where do I start? I have to start somewhere. So I have a routine to start at like the first 100 words and then see where I go from there. And the more you start thinking about these things and over explaining, there are pros and cons to over explaining. You can have it overwhelm you, right? You can have it overwhelm you, or find strategies to manage it. And my strategy is speaking, or hearing my speech, and then leaving spaces in between to see how the ideas develop. Do you find starting off a hard part? No, because I have so many things to start. Oh, it's no because of my routine. I know where I can start. So, and then let it develop later. So when someone says, "What's my favorite?" and they ask you like, "What's your favorite part about Discord?" I'm like, what? Where do I start? I have answered this question for myself. Like, for myself, I have a thoughts routine on not ending up catatonic instantly by having someone ask me a what we would call this, a full-blown question. What is another phrase for this? Like what do you call those questions that are loaded? It's a loaded question, right? I actually met someone who literally told me this, and I never, like, we haven't talked ever again, because what this person said was, well, you asked me a vague question, so it deserves a vague answer. I don't talk, like, this person never came back after I counter argued. It's like, well, if you're always getting a vague answer and you only have vague attachments to people, you probably know why most people are vague with you. Right? There is vagueness as an attempt to get to know someone. And then there's vagueness that leads to indifference. It's really dependent on how you answer and respond to things. So if someone asked me what's my favorite anime, I could respond by saying I watch a lot of anime. And that's what that person did. And instead they doubled down and said, well, you know, and then I followed up, by the way. I followed up on the question. Like, oh, okay, can you tell me some specifics? And like, oh, you know, just a lot of things, and most things are different, and a lot of different things of different things. Like, do you always respond by hand-wavingly saying these things? Like, I don't understand. I don't got any, like, I didn't get anything from it. And that person said, well, you know, when you ask vague questions, I give vague answers because that's only the objective thing to do, right? And then I was like, okay, but I followed up and asked for specifics. You didn't provide any specifics. And then this person said, girl, what do you want from me? And I'm like, bruh, you don't answer questions. And then we never talked after that. I mean, I wanted to illustrate, and I thought maybe the person would get the point, right? If you're gonna provide a vague answer, if you hear a vague question and you apply a vague answer, and then you hear a specific question, and you still imply a vague answer, how does that feel? Well, it felt just like that. When that person said, girl, what do you want from me? I was like, bruh, I want you to answer the question. That's exactly what happens. I'm just saying. It's mutual. If you want it to be mutual, fair enough. Oh, good night, Drama. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for chilling. Good luck with everything, right? So good luck with everything. I forgot to ask you how everything is going right now. Have you already stopped WaniKani and moved on to some interesting immersion? Well, a topic for next time. Oh, no, you're saying good night to Mika. Okay. Dear birds, that's your cue to leave tonight. Also, that person sounds like a pain to talk to. Oh, okay. Good night, Mika. I'll talk to you. I'll probably still up reading your over-explaining at some point. Sleep well. Hopefully you get some continuous sleep. And set yourself up for more than 4 hours of sleep. Because we've already tried to make that a goal. Yeah, we don't hear from that guy again as well. And I don't think we're gonna hear from James anymore either. Because the moment I decided to overshare or try to explain things, you set yourself up for exactly 4 hours? Alright, then go get the 4 hours, Mika. Well, go get the 4 hours of improved quality of sleep. I guess you can try and consider improving the quality of those 4 hours. Write all your thoughts on the notepad, you know, plan all the things for tomorrow, and then get the 4 hours, right? Alright. Sleep well. I'm not gonna hold you up here. Yeah, and then we're probably not going to hear from James again for some time, maybe. I don't know. That person is interesting. I think it's a fun challenge to figure things out. Actually, for drama, have you decided on your WaniKani decision? You said the last time we were talking about it, you're navigating. Oh yeah, I forgot to go over the 4 characters, right? The 4 characters that we noted yesterday. If you plan it out, then you'll get 3.5. All right. Good luck, good luck. No more procrastinating on sleep, I suppose. So, what do we do? Let's see. We had 4, and this is trying to imagine Patrick rolling around, getting his skin all covered in soil and dirt before going to work, because he's like that. And then Chu, which is for kitchen. This one didn't change as much. Still a little bit weak. It's Chucky skedaddling, hiding in the kitchen, and converting like a drum, like an empty drum, into a shack, caliper in hand, ready to take someone out, right? And I don't know if I changed anything about this one, this next one. So I'm not sure if I skipped over this one for press. So maybe I did something about the enclosure. Maybe the woman, maybe Master Chief is pressing the woman to keep her storage stuff. I don't know if I changed anything about this. We're gonna have to take a look at this. I'm not sure if An got changed or got added or altered. Then we have Dan. Dan is... Or is it Dan? Dan. Gallbladder. This one got changed into more of a clandestine operation. So Dracula is under the cover of the moonlight, went to a secluded shop by the cliffside to acquire a dagger and some human parts, the legs and a gallbladder for his future shady business. Well, let's go look at An for a moment here. You'll probably still go to WaniKani 30 at least. 25. Okay, you won't be strict on daily lessons though. You're gonna see it as it's you're gonna see it as a side hustle. Fair enough, fair enough. Oh, I didn't change anything. Okay, so oh, he is the guard and he presses the shoplifter button. Okay. Trying to shoplift an expensive dollhouse. I think that's fine. We'll be okay for now. The pressing part, like the actual word press, is not quite landing. I almost feel like it can make it more forceful. Like Master Chief is pressing, or like it's like press in the sense of you're forcing or you're, you know, and we could do that in the future.
脂肪
脂肪. Oh, fat, animal fat. All right.
脂肪、仲裁、
仲裁，仲是 the middle， 仲是 middle 裁 judge. Oh, arbitration, the middle judge. Yeah, middle or cut out, but it's also judge. So you're arbitrating. Occurs when middle parties try to solve a dispute by cutting out the figurative knot. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. I think of arbitration as trying to... Interesting. Hold up. Yeah, the use of an arbitrator to settle a dispute. Yeah. I feel it's more like middle judgment. An arbitrator is someone who's in the middle, who's like trying to reach a judgment between two sides. So this is middle and judgment, as opposed to middle to cut out, which is to judge. When you're making a cut, you're making a judgment. And this is sai. Is it still sai in... Yes, I think. Naka? What was the onyomi? I don't think I have one. Anyways. 仲裁 oh 那仲裁 wait hold 仲裁 arbitration. Oh man, arbitration so specific.
狭义
狭义 oh, knights errant plus honor or justice, chivalry. You know arbitration from Warframe? Oh yeah, me too. Also like Age of Empires games and stuff. Age of Empires games, grand strategy games, arbitration. And then chivalry as well, grand strategy games. A lot of times grand strategy games. We're getting to the point where are we right now? We're in like all the like higher things, and honestly I don't know any of these. It's like I don't think I've ever heard these books. Like chivalry. I don't remember when I've heard chivalry. 侠义. Interesting. I'm not even sure what this means in Japanese. What does this mean in Japanese drama? Huh. There's so many things I have to look forward to in Japanese. Self-styled humanitarian is one of the characters that gallant. Oh, it does deal with chivalry. Yeah, it does deal with chivalry to some extent. Never seen that kanji? Yeah, none of these are rated. So we have kyokaku. So kyokaku, like status. So chivalry. Yeah, it's a chivalrous status. So penitence of chivalry. Interesting. Kyokaku. And kaku. Kyokaku is this kaku or status. Sorry, mouse writing now. So this is combined with this to use status. So it's a chivalrous humanitarian status. Interesting. But this specific chivalry is different. There's also Kyoyu Kai, which is a Yakuza syndicate. Amazing. A gallant woman. If you attach this to woman, yeah, Kyokaku. And then if you attach this to woman, you have a gallant woman. It's an outdated kanji or kanji use though. Yeah, most of these are pretty... I've come to understand that regular Chinese things, like lower Chinese things, are older and formal and more formal Japanese things, but older Chinese things are archaic and out of use for the Japanese side of things. It's kind of funny. And then older Chinese things, like these higher Chinese things, are things like I would hear it on the news or something like that, and I just accept the context, but I don't utter these concepts. uh 狭义
狭义
There's a modern one that doesn't use this character for chivalry. It uses man. It uses male. If I remember correctly. It's like male plus spirit or something like that. Something that is aligned, like male essence or male courage or something like that. Maybe nan or dan something. Dan spirit. So like something that deals with an essence of it. Or it could be nature. They could use nature. Male nature was probably a good. So I'm thinking of this thing. This plus some sort of nature would give you chivalry, probably. Usually chivalry is fairly patriarchal, so it would be more with male characteristic, as opposed to using this character, which the examples in Jisho feels like this character is pretty much not used.
英俊
Yingjun, yeah, handsome. Oh, that's kind of humorous. England plus handsome is handsome. You know what this kind of reminds me of? May. How did May work? Like, dang it. How do we do May? America situation? Hey? Or be? I mean, B, sorry. I'm thinking of B. Ying, something about them using this character and old. I don't, why am I drawing a blank on, hold up. Yeah, I added too many strokes, I think, in my head. Yeah, it reminds me of this character in Japanese, how they're using yin here for whatever reason, despite using it in yeah, yep, yeah, a beautiful person, right? For whatever reason, I don't know how you get things that deal with like the Americas and and English. Yeah, pretty lady. Yeah. It's also a beautiful person in Chinese as well, but not necessarily a girl. Heard it. You watch Men in Black 1 in Japanese. Oh yeah. So I don't know what's the deal. I think it's kind of humorous that somehow England and like the Americas have this usage that deals with something about it. Comes up a lot. Yingchun.
英俊
Yingjun. Oh, no ju, no ju, only, no ju. There's only ju, right? So Yingjun, not Yingjun. Yingjun. Yingjun.
干燥
Hanzao. Dry. Double dries. I do not have this dry yet in Japanese. We do have this dry though, and it's still gan. Or actually, no, kidding. It's kan. Don't have this dry yet. Hanzao.
干燥
What the 脂肪?
脂肪
Right.
仲裁
Arbitration. We're kind of in such a comfy place right now in Hanzi reading. It feels like you can just goof around for days. You can like rationalize your way out of a box.
英俊
It feels good. Feels good.
干燥
Hopefully starting like doing Boon Pro and stuff revisits. I'm using, there's a side hustle that's happening with Boon Pro. It's my excuse to go back through my burn items. Because burnout days don't happen very often, and today's burnout days got derailed by a digression, which is good. Like I prefer to have those days filled with digression. At the same time, I think going over Boon Pro stuff is going to be my side hustle for reinforcement. Okay. Oh. Wait. Oh, Yi. Whoops. You spell chivalry.
侠义
You only have this one. Oh, for the dry. Yes. That dry. Yes.
苹果
But you see there is, yep, all of them are dry. Yep. Yeah, the other one, the first one has elements of thirst. You can probably see that in the drink plus water. So the very first one is often dealing with thirst, and then the second one deals with the properties of dry, and then the third one deals with like a lot of dry, like air related things too. So a lot of them, you got several dries for different types of dries. The third one is definitely thirst related. You can see the drink in it. The right hand part deals with elements of drinking. 停泊. That's stop. Oh, you know what? I need a sample of this. I think it's more, but I'm not sure if that's how he pronounce it. Is it more?
More.
Okay, it's just more. But still, I don't use this. I know I've seen this word before, and it's usually dealing with pirates, right? Like Pirates of the Caribbean and stuff. Or scuttle. Scuttle is a different thing altogether, but I remember it's more and scuttle. But I usually use anchor or dock is instead of more. So we've learned another word lately. Sluice was the other. There's a couple new words. Sluice is definitely one. Sluice. 停泊. Who? Fulton Moore is to dock. You newly learned Wade. Yes, I learned Wade. I also learned Wade, and that was from WaniKani. Yeah. Wade or Ford. I had to learn both of them. Like, I'm like, what does they seem like really classy words to use. It just drops like, oh, I must wade through the queue or something. Like I was in the meadows frolicking and wading through the tall need, like, you know, like the tall need shrubbery, or I don't know. I'm trying to like think of fancy words to string together in order to embellish the word wade. Like now I'm starting to use words like embellish, giving essences of sophistication, you know, delicate evanescence of high-mannered, excessive, grotesque speech in English or something like that. It's just, you start throwing all those words together and you start sounding like, okay, why are you being so unnecessarily superfluous with your verbosity? Anyways, and more kind of sounds like a fancy way to say anchor and dock. I'm a bit crude. I would say the ship docked or the ship anchored somewhere as opposed to more. But the more you know. Get it? But dumb. The more you know. Okay.
停泊，
停泊，
挽救，
挽救. You also learned repugnance and detest, detested, and detestable. Oh, interesting. I've used detest seldomly. I don't really like negative words that much. And repugnance, yeah, I haven't used repugnance. I have described something as repugnant before. Like something that is repugnant. Repugnant. Something like this. And then repugnance. I don't think I've ever said something that had like the quality of repugnance. Detest. Sometimes if I break this word out, I am probably criticizing something as opposed to critiquing something. I don't use this word too often. I'm not the biggest, like, detest. Dislike is okay. Detest is like, to me, it sounds stronger, like you're going out of your way to say you strongly dislike something, so you detest something. And even lighter than that, I don't use dislike as well that much. I use disagreeable. So when I find something disagreeable, it's probably close to how people say they dislike something. And then when I say detest something, it's probably closer to how people hate things. Oh, beseeching. Oh, yes. Oh my gosh, beseeching. Yikes. I used to use this word, but I don't think people use, like, they don't resonate with this. Vexing. Detest and vexing. Or vex is the action. So to vex. Vex is kind of like detest. Or in a way. Vex is more like the person doing it than responding. So when you detest something, you're responding to something. Vex is when you're like irritating someone. You sometimes ask yourself why WaniKani is teaching me those words or is using them in their example sense. I know, right? What am I working on? Yana? We're working on our traditional Chinese lessons today in HanziHero. And then me and Drama are yapping about the English words we learned along the way while doing our Japanese and Chinese studies. Beseeching is on the word that we're thinking about. Beseeching. What's another one? Oh, names. Wisteria. Did you get to Wisteria yet, Drama? I think it's on one of the level 20s. Wisteria. Like, I needed to bring up an image of the plant. And I'm like, oh, so those things are called Wisteria. I had no idea that's what they were called. Oh, here's one that I'm sure other people knew, but I didn't. Pillory? I called it the stockade before. Like, I referred to them as the stock or the stockade, but it's a pillory. The pillory is in the stockade. So there's pillory, and then there's trellis. I didn't know those things were called trellis. So a trellis is those like, and then you have like vines and flowers growing out of them. Like it's one of those like scaffolds to, and then you know there's maybe like you maybe think of like a wedding ceremony with like an officiator. This is a trellis, and then the pillory are those you know, where a person is like locked in it. That's the pillory. That definitely new word, like words that I've heard so seldomly that I have to take an image to understand what they are. So many interesting words, I tell you. The trellis, I call it a scaffold. So I would use the word scaffold for that little like pillory thing, the trellis thing with the like arch thing. I would call it a scaffold, like a wooden scaffold or something like that. English. All right, ，pole and rescue. So to rescue. The save. Okay.
挽救
This one's kind of fun for Japanese. This part here carries. This is a sound radical. So in Japanese as well. So this sound radical is ban. So you probably know one ban already. The ban for evening. Yeah, this is a sound Japanese sound radical. So is in Chinese. You get ban from that.
穴位
Oh, this one's kind of funny. Oh yeah, like Naka. Yeah, Naka is a sound radical. Yes. This is not though, but it's kind of funny. This is they ascribe cave, but this is obviously ana or hole. But if you think of a cave, I started viewing holes like caves now because of this. Like, I guess a hole in the wall or a hole in the floor can form a cave, I guess. Like an acupuncture point. This is a position. So cave position, acupuncture. Okay. You can kind of acupoint. You know what? What the heck isn't like acupoint? How's that? Any of the supposed energy points on the body where okay, so it's okay. I didn't realize you can use acupoint. So this says whole position, right? Cave position. Amazing. And somehow it makes sense.
穴位，挽回，
挽回. Wan Hui, we have pull and return to redeem. Interesting. So you pull something out and then return it to you to redeem it or to retrieve. Okay. What do we have? 他的努力挽回了什么？失败 yeah. Or 失败. Oh, dang it. Bye. Yeah, failure. I mean, in Japanese is, you know, outside the duh is a grammar point. It's like he no high effort or toiling, high effort, you know, like efforts, return, and then this is return shita, return like shita or da, and then loss or failure, like this is loss plus failure. So then even in Japanese, in my opinion, you can probably just piece together that it has something to do with his efforts like returning the failure, right? Or redeem the failure, right? Kind of neat. Anyways, 他想挽回他的名声 reputation. Oh, or good name. That's fair. Oh.
挽回，
挽回. Whoops. I also set the 挽回回
亲爹，
wrong tone. 亲爹. And then, you know, we have Oya or Shin, Oya and Shin, and then this is father. Another father, like other father. There's so many father terms. But it practically looks like 亲爹亲爹
亲爹，停泊，
Heck. 停泊. Oh, more.
挽救，亲爹，
贝利. No. Just kidding. 挽回.
挽回，
That's actually how you start remembering what onyomi is. A Chinese friend told you the onyomi sounds Chinese. Yeah. Yep. My onyomi is so like, if you remove, if there's no kana, it's like, it's so solid. And hear me, and even onyomi, kunyomi hybrids, it's quicker to know that it does not belong to onyomi, like jukuko. If it's not a jukuko, then you immediately know the others too. But it's all framed around onyomi, and doing this on top like doubles down on the onyomi. Like it gets to a point where you even link non-sounding sounds, like for example P and Ki and ji. It might seem like, oh, they kind of sound like each other, but technically this could mean this could mean a huge difference, but somehow it links together in one's head eventually when you're doing this. Or like the best one is probably tan. Tan is lapped with dan, right? So these are good examples. Tan, dan. There's also zheng, or I think we might have talked about this before. Zheng is shou. Shou. Zheng is shou. So whenever you have a political thing, like the political character, right? Shou, that particular character, you also will find zheng in that position. It's kind of fun how things turn out. Shit.
穴位
Most of the ways kind of line up with ta or tatsu, things related to tatsu. So then eventually you kind of just link those sounds together as well. They know what they were doing, sort of. And by they, I mean whoever historians and linguists who contributed to Chinese and Japanese. They know what they were doing to some extent. It's fun to like see it come together, like slowly. Like we still have to remember, yeah, sure, natural languages are responses to needs, you know, like whatever the needs of the language is. At the same time, we also have the privilege of knowing that humans use that language. So whenever that part of the human part that you become connected with is like, oh yeah, it clicks now. It's a great way to feel connected to something that isn't literally a person, but you have some sort of resonance with these were humans who made this language. You know, like these are humans who cultivated this language. And I feel like whenever we start remembering or intuiting certain things about another language, that feeling is so transformative. It makes you feel like, oh, right, we're still all human. You know, like the idea is, right, humans learn these languages and I'm human. So now I can finally underappreciate this language because other humans use it. And that's kind of what makes learning a language really, really rewarding. It's kind of like the cultural side of things too. You know, one day you spent, like, you're gonna write drama, you're gonna move to Japan, and then a year into it, maybe there's some culture shock. 2 years into it, then 3 years, and one day you're just gonna wake up. It's like, oh, that's right. Japan is a country filled with humans who adjusted to a specific set of cultures, and you realize, yeah, you're also human. And the richness of that is the idea that humans have so many different ways to live, and they have so many ways to communicate, and it comes from a need to know basis. Like, oh, we needed something for this. You know, the human race in its entirety needed to adjust to specific circumstances and had different approaches serendipitously. And then when you participate and assimilate or even synthesize another culture and stuff, it brings that feeling of togetherness that, in my opinion, is beautiful, because it reminds you that humans populate these things. Humans made these things. So when you're able to connect and kind of just rewire something, or even accommodate two different ways, you feel close to something, but it's kind of nebulous. It's like kind of hazy. And that feeling is being closer to being human. Like you've now connected with more parts of humanity, the stuff that humans have been cultivating and preserving. That's also, it goes with eating, right? Artwork, reading a book, watching a movie. You become, if one starts to click with something, it makes you feel like you're closer to the essence of all the things that make us, everyone, a collective species. And that's great. I hope other people feel this way at some point. I think life is relatively lonely when one can't relate to anything but themselves, right? So learning a language is pretty wild in that nature. Very wild.
Relay.
Not just feelings is what I'm saying. Sometimes these things can also lead to feelings, and that's really neat. Like human logic, objectivity, looking at patterns, that stuff can also lead to that collective feeling of, yep, it was not made by something other than a human being. This will become more relevant sooner rather than later. Like a lot sooner in the future. The whole idea of, can you feel that this was made by a human? That's going to be an interesting question in the coming years. Like 5 or 6 years, maybe even less than 5 years. There will be questions about this now. Like, can you connect to this thing? Do you know if you can connect to the things you're looking for and the things you're using and the things you're hearing? Well, the wonderful thing about a natural language is that you can connect to it. Someone thought it was a great idea to to do this. I'm kidding. Someone thought it was a great idea to use kairu, and kairu, and kairu, and kairu, and kairu, and kairu. You know which ones I'm referring to. I think I said it enough times. 5? Oh, and then kairu, the Kyle, for the proper noun. So, you know, good deal, Japanese. I think 5 kairus, and then kairu, 1 kairu that I know, and then kairu, which is the Kyle name. Someone thought that was a great idea. Maybe they didn't think of it. I'm overreaching. Maybe they thought it was an idea to solve a problem, but maybe not so great. They weren't concerned about that. It was just we needed, you know, they needed something. I can't. Yeah. Oh, kairu. I think that's the most proliferative one. In Chinese, there's plenty of examples of that, more so examples, but I think that's the most one that I have so far. 5 kairu outside of Kyle. It might be 6. It's either 5 or 6. And the only way to know it is if I remember how to write all the kanji, but I don't. Yeah, I don't remember all of them. They would have to be triggered. Maybe like 3 of them. Didn't remember. Yeah, like return home. That's probably the most reliable kairu to return home. Belay, barrier. Let's see, ramparts. Ramparts and then wall. A wall rampart. Fair enough. Oh, I had to look up what a rampart was. Because I wasn't sure what part of a, you know, whenever I think of fortresses, like fortresses or like Attack on Titan, like I basically had an image of Attack on Titan, you know, the place, and I'm like, what part is the rampart? And turns out it's the outer wall area. So you typically like see, you know, this thing. And then there's like this little slope here. Right? Maybe there's a moat here, but there's like a slope here on the side. This is the rampart. It's the side of the thing that does not contain the gate, basically. Like, the rampart would go this way. Yeah, yep, that's the first Kaido. Yep, Kaido to replace or change. Kaido, yep, to buy related things. Yeah, Kaido. And then there's another return, and then a different type of return, and another return but exchange. So different forms of exchanging by returning. Is there one for... No. I was gonna say there might be one for response or reply. But I think all of those are... Response and reply is pretty wild too. The combination of responses and replies. Which, the reason why I'm saying response and reply is because it also has an element of return. So return is also linked to respond and reply. But they're not kaidus. They're something like kais and whatnot. Oh yeah, kaidu to own. Yeah. Or it's kind of to own, but like to domesticate. Usually to like for pet. To have a pet. You would use that kaidu. Yes. So wait. That's 7. Oh, on top of kaidu, the name. Yeah. So yes, 6 plus 1. Yep. Or 7 plus 1. That's 8. Oh, kaidu. That's agreeing. Yeah, agreeing. Oh, kotairu. I think that's kotairu for answering or something. Oh no, wait. Actually, is that kaidu? No, right? Or is that? That's gotta be. That's kaidu. Oh, right. No. I'm thinking of something else. Sorry. The bottom is different. Text. Sorry. There's another kanji. So, depending on how squished the kanji is, there's one more kanji. This one. And that has 2 strokes. So, yeah, kaidu. Yeah, last one is replace. Yeah. I was looking at it, and my most recent one was, it looks nearly the same, but the bottom is not. It's not day. It's this. Sun. Or agree. I think. Don't quote me on that. We're still working on it. Oh, it's an eye or a shellfish? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a shellfish, right? Let's make sure. I'm still working on it. Like on recalling it. Let's see. Oh man. Yeah, it's a shellfish. Yep. You type I before you drew the fins. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's shellfish. Yeah. Yeah, that's my new one. So we're still working on recalling it. Like outputting the recall. It takes I would say, how long does it take? So, you know, we both use WaniKani enough now. So when you the lesson, right? When we get the lesson, then you have immediately 4-day exposure, like subsequent. And then for me, there's an extra day. There's an extra day. And then you have the last one. Then it gets pushed off, right? It gets pushed off in long distance. It takes me about these 4, this one, and maybe like the 3-month period before I can output the actual character from without a trigger. So right now we're still in that phase for that character. That character is, I only see it and then I know what it is as opposed to writing it. Takes a little bit. 10 Kaido. There you go. There are 10 of them. And I've seen, I guess, a little over half of them. I wonder what the other ones are. How are the other ones obscure or are they like nice? Alright, so Rampart, that makes sense. Oh, wall plus like
壁垒 惹事
shoot. Cause trouble. Oh man, so to provoke. Yeah, provoke matters. Shoot.
惹事
To cause trouble. I think to provoke is okay. To provoke is implicit in that way. We'll be fine.
篷车
Puncture? Covered car? I wonder what type of covered car is it? I think of those what do you call them? Rickshaws. Is that what they're called? In English? Rickshaws, I think. Rickshaw. Yes. When I'm thinking of puncture, I'm thinking of a rickshaw. I don't know if that's what a puncture is. Then let me see if I put pung. Oh, it would require me. Oh, wait. Oh no, it's even older. Oh, I guess you can qualify you can also qualify the rail cars, but it's even older. It's like covered carriages, even older than a rickshaw. It's more okay. Often some words or kanji are literature only. Yeah. Yep.
篷车
So maybe some of the kaidus belong to that. Oh yeah, that's fair. Fair point. Yeah, so a cover car, when I was Googling, right, really quick, a cover car is one of those like these guys. One of these cover cars. Yeah, the medieval yeah, the medieval taxis. Yeah, this is what they were talking about. Yeah. But when I thought it was like a cover car like the rickshaws, which are kind of, they're smaller, and then there's like there's a guy in the front, right? There's a guy in the front, and then it's like kind of opened here, and then with like people sitting inside, so it's like a smaller rickshaw related things. It didn't come up.
仗
Yeah. Battle. Interesting. What? Maybe we're gonna get Zhang, Zhang, Zhang. Zhang, yeah. Zhang, Zhang, Zhang. Or battle? Or war? James Bond is in the bathroom with the... Go make a coffee real quick and push some reviews. Ah, okay. Enjoy your coffee. Alright, James Bond is in the bathroom of the chapel where he's fighting a battle. Oh wait, isn't the other one? Oh, the other one's Zhang, not Zhang. Against Slender Man, who has been harassing the priest, he holds a special cane in his hand. Oh wait, there is another Zhang. For Yard. And it checks out. It's on cane, isn't it? Yeah, a Chinese Yard, Zhang. I got 3 Zhangs actually. Alright. In his hand that he uses to battle Slenderman. Ah, that's good. That's fine. High-tech cane. Da Zhang. Da Zhang. To fight, okay. Fair enough. Victor is okay. Shang Zhang. Shen Zhang.
仗
I mean, fight is fine. Battle, yeah. Fight is fine.
义
Yi. Service. You don't look like a Yi. You look more like a Sh. Yoshi is in the bathroom of the house where he is trying to service some missiles that are next to the toilet. Maybe like, what do you call those things? Bombs or something like that? He wears some sandals and services the missiles by rubbing other sandals on it. Okay, alright. Now we're getting a little... Yoshi and sandals and missiles. How are we gonna work on this? This one's really rough. Okay, Yoshi is in the bathroom of the house. This is tough, man. How do I link? Helping service some equipment for Mario. Oh no, and it could be anything. Maybe washing some sandals. Some footwear. Yeah, it's just like some sandals. And from the soot, sandals and clothing. From the recent encounter with Bowser's missiles. Oh no. I think this is a little bit cursed. Military service. Bing Yi. Okay. Oh! Oh, I just realized what this is. Wow, this is a really late character. This is a role. Yaku. Bing Yi. Or is it Ben? It's yakut. Yeah. Roll yakut. At the moment I saw Bing Yi, I saw yakut. New Yi. Yi. Oh, slave service. Wow.
意
Bing 还是 B 类 right?
壁垒 篷车 意
I'm gonna add roll. Roll. Or, you know, even duty. Duty might work. Okay.
惹事 仗
Young. Ooh, excuse me. Hopefully the second wind kicks in for our review. Kane, Slappy, took out Slenderman, and it's gone. Battle.
月
Yeah, oh my goodness. Wife's parents? Oh man. That's a mountain and a mound. Yeah, do you look like a yeah? Not really. Hmm. Nope. Yeah, no, not Trey. Chiol was, this is the only one that I remember. What about Mountain? There is one yeah, right? No, I'm thinking of something else. Wow, this one's weird. Yugi is in the bathroom of the electricity plant, walking around. He accidentally trips over a small mound that is on the tile floor, and in so doing so accidentally summons his more dreadful card, the trap card. The wife's parents card. Suddenly, the parents-in-law comes out and start yelling at Yugi to get a job and make something of his life. Yugi summons another card that covers the fearful in-laws with a mountain, and he runs towards the exit of the bathroom in fear. Oh my goodness. We gotta do something with cars, right? So Yugi is in the bathroom of the electricity plant, taking a break from working. I guess his part-time job. To cover the mound and mountain of planned purchases of cards. Despite his wife's parents' disapproval, or oh my goodness, oh no, this is pretty cursed. Oh no. Oh no. Hmm. I'll go with yeah, fool. Of course, White's father. Yeah, fool. And then yeah, Mu. Alright. Even more family members.
月血
Shit. To pair. I wanted to say part. Okay, that pair. All right. Yeah, to peel something. To pair, like to pair a pair. Do you look like a shit? You don't look like a shit. You kind of look more like a xiao. You're back? Welcome back. Do you pair a pair? I don't think I use pair at all. I usually use peel to peel something as opposed to pair something. I do remember back in the day to pair a pair. To pair a pair. To pair a pair. To pair a pair. To peel a pair. Shit. Professor X is in the bathroom of the electricity plant where he has been hired to make a sculpture there for the employees. I don't know how. I'm not following this. In the middle of the tile is a huge block of steel. Sure, Professor X lift an electrified saber provided by the plant and begin to pare away parts of the steel. Sparks fly everywhere and the employees sit on the tile watching the master work floor while work floor. Okay, all right, we gotta try something else. You just reviewed. Oh, this is the the common term for the self-service. Oh no, no, it's not. What type of number? 电话. What's the first part? Something determined. So like answering machine? Yeah, this is probably answer. Rosu. Yeah, Rosu. So answer. Or yes. Rosu bang. Rosu bandenwa. Bandenwa. Yeah. Denwa. Wasn't that like WaniKani 20 or something? Combining Rosu and then Rosuban Denwa. I'm trying to think of what the read is for show. Iron. I don't know what the left character is. The second one is show. Fun. No, show fun. Show fun. Dian. Wow. Fun? Is it fun? It's basically absent electronic talk? Yeah. Or nobody. Lack of. Or away from. away from electronic talk. Away from. Okay. Oh, well, let's. The bathroom. How do we do the bathroom? Sparks and Saber. And pairing. These are getting rough. I have no idea what I'm gonna do with this. Professor X is in the bathroom of the electricity plant. Trying to console and restrained a electric mutant that is, I don't know, pairing dangerous, pairing I don't know, uncontrollable sparks, urging it to focus it into a metal saber. This is so bad. Oh no. I think this one's cursed. Is the mnemonic above the one from HanziHero? Yeah, it's from HanziHero. Yeah, it says Professor X is in the bathroom of the electricity plant where he has been hired to make a sculpture there for the employees. In the middle of the tile is a huge block of steel. Professor X lifts an electrified saber provided by the plant. Yeah, putting something electrified helps you for the electricity plant. And then the tile floor is a marker of the bathroom. Oh, yeah. Usually they're pretty long. Usually they cut down. What happens is your mind starts filling in the gaps. So like ultimately, they're long and they're also very short at the same time. So some of mine's get longer than that, but this one's kind of cursed now.
Shit.
Yeah, so we'll see. And I don't use the word pair either. Oh, hey, we got a new component. It's been a while. Barbed wire. Excuse me. The easiest way to divide into rice fields owned by different owners is to lay some barbed wires on the ground. Fair enough. I think of more like barbed wires on top of things, like a wired fence or something, but alright. Oh, it's a wired fence. Okay. Sure. Alright. Okay. I got you. Jiang stiff. It's been a really long time since we got a new component. Jimmy Neutron is in front of the chap. I think it's been over 300 characters, possibly. No, it hasn't been that long. Be like 150 characters since we needed a new radical. Jimmy Neutron is in front of the chapel, sure, where he has been wrapped up by Slender Man with a bunch of barbed wires. He can't move without hurting himself. Finally, some priests came onto the lawn and untied him, but he has not moved for so long that his entire body is stiff. He lies on the lawn, stiff, not moving. He then thinks of a new invention that can make anyone unstiff. Let's do something else. Immunotron is in front of the chapel. Being hired to design some new support for the foundation of the chapel. Being hired by a blender priest, design some new support. He improvised some high-tech synthetic barbed wire that imparts stiffness to the walls of the chapel. And to wait. With how many characters are you gonna end up at the end of HanziHero? 390, 920 or something. 300, 920. Actually, not 300, 3,900. 3,869. Do you know they actively adding levels? Not yet. It's been a while. Each and every day, I'm excited to hope that they. At the beginning of the year, there was quite active R&D. Kevin has been scarce since April. In fact, there used to be another. In the homepage, there used to be another box here. That had announcements, and it was removed around April. Kevin still replies to things in the community tab, and they talk about having things in the back end that they're still working on and whatnot, but it's been a while. I was thinking maybe they'll drop something interesting for Christmas. That's when they host like a sale again, maybe, or something like that. I don't know at the moment. But each day I'm kind of hoping for something. The last thing they did was the dark mode. Yeah, the last major notable thing is dark mode. I'm trying to think if there's there's some UI things in the front that was added. So hopefully. You wish WaniKani had a dark mode? Yeah, I use a script for the dark for the palette change. Yeah, without browser extension. Built in would be nice to see what they go about doing. Yeah. Alright, stiff fences. That's what we got. To become rigid. Change. Hua. So, Jiang Hua. And Jiang Ying. A solid. Ying. Nice. Jiang Ying.
将
Or to peel. Why? It's probably heckin' pair and peel together. Xue bo or bo xue. Bo xue or xue bo. That's probably why they're introduced at the same time. Which is what I like about Chinese, by the way. I think Chinese vocabulary is doubly fun or doubly efficient in a way because they kind of obey and group really, really well together. And it's often paired together. So when you're looking like kairu, you're like, okay, the do gives something, but it doesn't quite give everything. But then when you have something like, well, we're just gonna go and see. Yep, there. Oh no! It's bo pi. All right, to peel skin. All right, that's fine. Dang it! I thought it might be pair and peel together. No, okay. Like so, the vocabulary word itself often has a relationship with each other. So it's even more so than having kana next to each other. It's kind of like Japanese is kind of like in the middle. Kairu versus kairu. I'm saying yeah. I see what you mean. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I'm okay with that. Yeah. I do. Right. Anyways, you know what? I might have to think about that for a moment. No, I say kairu and then kairu. Kairu is I have a I'm intentionally I tend to intentionally I would do the opposite. I would do kairu. Kairu is what I would say for it's not kaeru. I don't think it's kaeru. It's kairu and kairu. There's kairu and kairu. I would not do the whole kaeru or like you think it's no because not all of them are in the same direction. They're not atamadaka or like they're not nakadaka. All of them are not nakadaka. At least in my opinion. Let's go look actually. Hold up. Maybe most of them are. Where are my show inflections? Oh no. I thought Jisho had pitch accent. I could have sworn Jisho had pitch accent. Yeah, so I say kairu and kairu. So kairu, kairu. But I obviously, if it's not enough, didn't you a short real Japan? Oh no, I already know that. I already know that shortcut. Like I already know what video you're talking about. I already seen it. Yeah. Kairu. 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 I'm saying kairu, not kairu. 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 And I know what clip you're talking about. That's the clip I was referring to. The kairu. 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 But there's also kairu. Kairu. And there's kairu. Kairu. I'll have to look. Like, I mean, I'll listen to the two later instead of sitting here saying it over again. For me, it's really difficult to differentiate my two. Kairu, kairu, kae, kairu, kairu. I'm kind of curious how. I'll look. I'll look at how far apart they are. I don't think they're that far apart. Like what I mean is the difficulty is that they are difficult to differentiate. to me. Or like what I mean is when I'm listening specifically for kairu versus kairu. Airu, kairu. Like uchi ga kairu. And uchi ga, I don't know what kairu. Actually, I don't know what kairu. Which kairu do we know? I have no idea. Do we have what is a good kairu? Is there a good example of a... No, I don't think you understand what it is. Kairu. It's kairu. 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 And if you keep typing that, I'm still gonna say the same. No, like there's kairu and kairu. 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 They're two different things though. They're not the same. Like I don't know, like they're different pitch accents. Kairu. Kairu. So it's not about emphasizing e. Because if you emphasize e, there are two different ones. There is a kairu. There's also kairu. And then, but there's no, you are combining it. You're telling me, I'm saying like kairu, 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 kairu. I don't know if there's a example of this, and I don't know what this means. Is there an example? Oh, you're hearing kairu. Yeah. But kairu. 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 Kae. Kaeru. Kairu. I. Kairu. Kairu. Kaeru. Kairu. Kairu. And maybe, like, hear me out. There can also be a microphone and a hearing thing. I'm telling you that I'm saying two different things, but if you're going to emphasize that thing, I'm probably not going to do that because there's only one thing that differentiates between them. And the real Japan demonstrates that. You feel like I've been improving the last 5 minutes? I disagree, but I think you've been improving on listening to what I'm saying. Or you trained your listening. Yeah, so it's either or. We'll just say it's a combination of them. So kairu. Kairu. But hear me out. In the example, in real Japan, they treat them as the same. I don't know if you noticed, but when he said it, they're trying to make it sound like it's hard to hear the two. And I think it actually is hard to hear the two. And also, I don't think the other one is more common than, like, there's no kairu. Like, what I mean is, like, outside of Kyle, right? Kairu. There's only kairu. Kaeru, right? There's only kairu. No kairu. At least I don't think Kyle is that common name. Let me know if you find an example. Let me know if you find an example of a word. As far as I know, the good news is, well, anyways, here's a silver lining, I suppose. Good news, no this. At least I don't think. It wouldn't be a problem in comprehension, yeah. Which kind of makes me think, is there no... Is there no Sairu? Versus... Sairu. Kairui. Kairui. Interesting. Is there this? Now I'm starting to wonder about Japanese in general. Is there a Sairu versus Sairu? Or no, you don't think there's a Sairu? Is there a Maeru versus a Mairu? Is there a Mairu? Maybe there just isn't any of these. Wait. Oh, no, wait. Yeah, maybe there just isn't any of these things. There is a Mai, right? There is a Mai, but there... No, these things don't exist. Oh, that's so interesting. Oh, Mairu. Oh, Mairu. Mairu. Okay, Mairu. Okay. You just blew my mind from this. My mind is just blown. I just realized so long. It's been like 2 years of Japanese and I haven't even realized that there aren't these. There is a... Okay. Yeah. So there's a Mai, right? Oh, yeah. Mainichi. That's right. Mainichi. Is there a... This doesn't exist. Pretty sure this doesn't exist, right? So we don't have this problem. And then this doesn't exist, right? So these two don't exist. I just realized that you can't confuse these. Oh, it's because okay. I remember. Yeah. So I remember this now. So when you extend, these are the only choices, right? Hold up. These are the only extensions, I think. Oh, and then... Oh, yeah, I just realized. It's the only one. Wait, hold up. And then because Kai exists. Huh. Hold up. So we had meh, but there's no this. That's neat. I'll keep that in mind. So I'm thinking of things like all, right? All and all. And oh, there is a meh? Oh, what is that? Oh, mae. Oh yeah, no. This is a mae. That's right. A mae. That's right. A mae ni. So what I was talking about is these extensions. So I think I know what you mean now. Because of my I know what you mean now. I can differentiate between them. Although despite that it's just kai and it is kai. And then when you add this kairu, this is kairu. Because this isn't an extension. Like this is not a diphthong. So it's not a diphthong. This is. Ai is a combination. So like sai, kai. But this is mae, not mai, right? So it's not a mai. And it's not like an o, like a do, ro. This is not ro, like ro. This is a ro, do. But this is a kai, not a kai. Right? So kairu. It still sounds like what I said earlier, but it's a way to internalize it. Like kaeru versus kairu, right? Fair enough. Yeah. So that made me realize, yeah, the extensions are not A to E is not an extension. So A next to E, the break is here. The oftentimes Kai's break is like this. I don't know if this makes sense to you, but what I usually think about is if it's a diphthong, these are combined. So mai, kai, sai. And this is kai, mae, sai. I don't know of an example of a sai. So sa, sai, a, right? Kai. And this would be like kai, sai, right? Because the I are together. In my mind, like in my hearing sound, it is still just one thing, but the split is there's a split in these. I don't know. That's, you know, now I gotta ask someone. I'm gonna go and listen to a bunch of people and see if they're treating it as a run or as a split. Oh, is that? Wait, is that a saw? Cyanide. Oh wait, is that a saw? I don't have that character yet. I don't have these either. Oh, cyanide and psyche. Okay, psyche, saiki. Yeah, saiki would be a great example of saiki. So it's like sa, it, saiki, right? But if it was like sai, it would be psyche. So that's a good way. Yeah. Good point. Very good point. One that I can think of is a character in Like a Dragon versus something else. This one. Saeko. Saeko versus Psycho. Or better. Psycho. Psycho versus psycho. Because psycho is actually best, so it's a common word. But there's a character in Like a Dragon as Psycho. Her name is Psycho instead of Psycho. Because if you say psycho, it sounds like psycho. 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 Versus psycho. Alright. We got that cleared up. It's fine. Fine. Yeah, it only exists as a name. Yep. That's interesting. Thanks for blowing my mind a little. So this happens to be one of the uniques. That's crazy. I guess you did give me a good example. Well, see, mae plus ni is not even a, it's a phrase, but it's a combo. Yeah, so you have to really grasp it. Oh, except you gave me an example of saenai. Interesting. I'll keep that in mind. Nice pickup. Nice pickup. Kairu. Interesting. Oh, now I can do it intentionally. So kairu. Oh, you know what? Does that mean every single kairu is... Does that mean every single kairu is atamadaka? I mean, is nakadaka? Are all the kairus are they all nakadaka? And then the only one that is not nakadaka is kairu. That would blow my mind, because that means that the subtle difference is because of the pitch accent. I don't have an example of this yet. Now that we've gotten that sorted out, I don't have an example of Oldaka version. I'll get back to you. I'll get back on that later. Because how would you do this? How would you do a I think this would end up coming out sounding like kairu. I'm not entirely sure I would be able to distinguish between these two. If this exists, this is assuming there's a kairu, right? Kairu that exists as kairu. Because I've been saying kairu, kairu. So kairu, kairu, kaeru. So I'm going down. I thought this existed. So kairu versus kairu. You actually don't think there is? Okay. That solves the problem. If there isn't, I think that pretty much explains why the two things that I was saying was too close. Because I was using odaka. I was using odaka for both. Kaeru, kaeru, kaeru. So kaeru, kaeru. But if all of these are kaeru, then they are always kaeru. But I don't know, I'm not... And kairu, I think kairu, the only use of kairu is Kyle, which is this pattern. So that's interesting. Because kairu, kairu, right? Kairu also, you can say kairu and kaeru, kairu, kaeru, kairu, kaeru. So I was saying either them both the same, this way, or this way, and that makes it harder to differentiate. So if you're trying to go up, so kae, kae, so kairu, kaeru. Is frog in frog is heiban. Oh, interesting. So kairu, kairu. Interesting. Huh. Kairu. Yeah, then like this is heiban, so kaeru, kairu, kaeru, so kairu, kaeru would be the heiban, or my whatever I think is heiban, I suppose. Interesting. Now I'm gonna listen. The thing that you linked, I'm pretty much going to listen to that again this evening. I'm totally gonna listen to it, and it in like maybe in half speed, just to hear how he's saying it. Not that he's honestly, you know, we shouldn't base this specifically on one person, but this is why pitch accent is fun. And if if you're learning Chinese, it honestly, I think to me it matters. It matters quite a lot. Like, so for now, kairu is just gonna be Kyle, and kaeru is just gonna be kaeru at all times. So I'm not gonna try to say kaeru or kaeru. I'm just gonna say kaeru. Kaeru. Is there one for... Apparently should be atamadaka. Oh, it is? That's the one I've been saying. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Drama. Oh no. We have a problem. I know I can't do it anymore. Oh no. That's why I've been saying kairu. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Listen, drama. We're back to square one. Oh no, we're back to square one. Yeah, it's the only one. I've been saying kairu. So Kaeru. 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 Not kairu. 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 Versus kaeru. Kaeru. Right? So the one that is the most common to return home is the one that I've been saying. That's why I'm so used to this. But all the other ones are atamadaka. So or nakadaka. So okay, all right, it's fine, fine. It's a bit of a mixed bag right now. It's a bit of a mixed bag. I feel like I got betrayed. Listen, drama. I thought I was going crazy. And then I saw the light. And then now we're going crazy again. It could have been so much easier if all of the other 4 stages of denial, yeah. Oh my gosh. So it's still kairu for return home. Okay. All right. I mean, we know what we were getting into, right? You know what you were getting into. I knew what I was getting into when I started Japanese. We knew this. If you didn't tell me that kairu, right? Kairu was atamadaka, I would have been like blissfully ignorant. Like I would have been fine. Like I would have been fine with someone saying, "Oh no, it's not kaeru, it's kairu," and I'm like, "Wait, what do you mean it's kairu?" It's like you're talking about going home, right? It's kairu, and then the person, but I thought all of the stuff was kaeru, and I'm like, "Wait, hold up, oh no." It's fine though. It's fine. We don't need to say Kyle. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for anyone whose name Kairu, right? I'm sorry to you guys. You're basically return home now. Fun. The good news is I guess still 90% of the time you might not, it's not gonna affect your comprehension. I'm starting to appreciate why pitch accent exists, I guess. This would be one of the reasons. Although I don't want to trigger anyone, but the reason why I care about pitch accent is because of Chinese. Well, usually you won't say the base form of the verb anyway. Oh yeah, that's true. That's fair. That is very fair. Yes. Especially that one. Especially that one. Oh wait. Oh, I see why. Oh no, but it's still it is. Yeah, you won't say it. It's like okairi, right? Okairi nasai, right? So okairi, right? Okairi nasai. So it's not okairi, like okairi. It's okairi nasai. Might as well not even bother. Try. You know, welcome home. O a e, right? Na sai, right? Okairi nasai. No, okairi. Oops, I missed one. Sorry. Okairi nasai. It's like this. Okairi nasai. I think. Or okairi. Oh, there's a tsu? Wait. Wait. Oh no. Did I screw up? What is... Wait, that's how you spell... Oh, no, wait. There's a tsu in it? Oh, you're you're conjugating. Sorry. You're conjugating. We're fine. You're conjugating. It's fine. Sorry. Yeah. Good examples. Yes. Yeah, kaete. Yeah. Oh, do you know that kaete, the last one you picked? This one? Every time I hear this, I can't unhear Spanish. Whenever they say this, which is fairly common, whenever they say this, I can't unhear the Spanish. I don't know if you're familiar with kaete. Kaete is to shut up. Or to, like, you know, close your mouth. Oh, and I think that this might... I don't know, this is, ¿Qué? Kaete. Yeah, kaete. Like, sucking, Oh, don't know. Okay. Yeah, it's, I don't know if this is considered rude. Kaete, whenever my, a long story short, except what Mexican gangsters say. Oh, okay. The reason why I know, I'm not sure if this is kaete, right? If this is kaete, as in it's going down, so ka-e, right? If it's kaete, then kayete. Oh man, yeah, I'm pretty sure this lines up with shut up in Spanish. Hold up. Not sucking, not like sucking la boca or sucking tu boca or callarse, not callarse, but no, not serra el pico. Oh no. Maybe I'm... Oh yeah, here it is. Yes, it's this. So hear me out. If this right here or any of these are oldaka, if any of these are oldaka, it will line up with ka, oh no wait, it's latte, kara. Oh no wait, it's not ya. Oh yeah, it is ya. Yeah, kayete. L's are, in this case, it's a Y to some extent. I think it's this phrase. At least I thought it was supposed to sound like a Y. Yeah, there's a double L. Sorry. Yeah, double L. So kayete. So ka. Ka with an accent, so it's emphasized. So ka ya de. Kayate. That's what this reminds me of a lot of times. But it's not quite the same. It's ya instead of it. Pretty sure it's to shut up. What does the guy do? Same but different, you know? Wait, how do I do it? Same but different. I'm trying to like imagine what Sugi's voice is. You got to get that huh sound in. It's like shame but different. I do enjoy watching real shame but different. All right, thanks for keeping me entertained. That's really good. I think we've you would never have these situations if you weren't learning a language. That's so funny. Okay. Oh, you know what I was doing in my head? I was doing the thing like Kairu? Kairu? Kaeru? Kairu? That's what I was doing in my head when I was sitting there as you're like writing the emphasis. I'm like Kairu? Kairu? Kaeru? 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 Kairu? Slowly losing my mind. Okay. I totally didn't read this. Alright. Okay, Bart Simpson. Oh, wall. Wall. In Germany, we have. Oh yeah. Oh no, I can't. Yeah. But both exactly the same. Yeah. and all I can think about is reading that in from what's his name's. Oh, what is the name? Leon. Leon's voice. I can't unhear Leon's voice. And then if you have an English accent, you know, when you're talking in English, all I can hear is Yuan's boyfriend's, or I guess now like fiance. Oh, Liam. And then if I'm hearing you like as you're typing your English, when I'm reading your English, all I can hear is Yuan's boyfriend's voice. Man. Squirrel. That's my barometer. When there was a skit where I think this is I forgot how you spell her name. I think it's like Yen or something like that, or it might be just Yen, but pretty sure it's Yen. And there was a skit where the boyfriend was, you know, they're scripted, but the boyfriend was criticizing Yuan's German pronunciation, and then immediately it fast cuts to her like holding up cards of common, you know, English words that Germans say very differently, which I don't actually mind because, and one of them at the end is, oh no, squirrel, it's squirrel. Squirrel, which I'm actually kind of very used to because other people also say squirrel as opposed to squirrel, and it was so exaggerated, and that's all I can think of when it comes to the English German accent. Squirrel. I can say something that would trigger people a lot of times. Milk. If you say milk, you will trigger people. online. Milk. Heckin' milk. You know why I'm saying milk? Because this is the difference between kae, kae, and kai. Milk and milk. I don't know what region this is from. I think it's like somewhere in the middle. I don't know what region it is, but I have. Oh no, wait. There are some people who say milk, but that I know, but I don't know where they're from. So we got milk, kae, kai, mit, versus met, milk, milk. I'm gonna start. I feel like I should abandon. Nah, I'm kidding here, but I almost feel like making those clips. I can totally understand why those people have so much fun. Like, you know, there's also the guy. He wears a really cool, like, man, he has a really good jawline. I forgot his name, but he has like really fantastic hair. And he has like a really sharp jawline. And he stands in front of things, and he often has like this really black like leather jacket thing. And he just does Chinese tongue twisters. And most of the time it's just the I can see why people love doing that. I mean, I could see myself doing what spending days doing what Sugi. I actually don't even know their names. The real Japan people's names, but you could do that for days and it doesn't get old. His name is Kenan. Wait. Sugi and Cameron. Oh, and that other guy's name is Kenan. Oh, hang on. Let me see. I didn't ever grab. Oh yeah, that's him. Oh, so Kenan Hepe? Hepe? Yeah, this guy is great. He's really great at controlling his stuff. He also looks like, I mean, I gotta have credit where credit's due. He does. I mean, he's a lot older now, but like he has pretty solid facial structures. And then it's Sugi and Cameron. Okay, the other guy's name is Cameron. All right. I feel like we just gone over that episode, more or less. Do you ever do this with your friends, Grandma? Like, do you have anybody around that just sits there and say like, "Yo, listen, we got to talk about this." Can you say kairu and kaeru, kairu and kaeru? I need more interactions like this. Alright, Bart Simpson's in front of the office where... What time is it? Okay. Bart Simpson is in front of the office where it is midwinter. He finds a snowman in the parking lot and he uses a saber to try to peel away the various layers of ice and snow around it. Eventually he peels away enough that he finds a dead, frostbitten office worker. Okay. Whoa, cool. As he sits on his skateboard and peels an apple to eat and admire his find. Alright, that's a little... Not really? Oh. Which, by the way, I have to ask you, did you end up playing more Monster Hunter? Did that just not work out? Alright, so Bart Simpson is in front of the office building. You know what? This is fine. This is fine. I don't feel like Bart Simpson would not get phased by a dead frostbitten office worker inside a snowman, but how many snowmans do we have? Not boars. It's the only boar. You started to play a lot of Disgaea 5 at the same time with a friend. Oh, I see. I see. Wow, some of the dialogue in Disgaea is pretty, how do you put it? Pretty, emo is not the word I'm looking for. I played quite a lot of Disgaea, in my lifetime, but it's pretty, animated. The dialogue in Disgaea is very animated. Like really, like excessively animated. So I don't even remember anymore. I should go and watch some Disgaea. What that dialogue is like. I started my Disgaea back in PlayStation era, the PlayStation 2 era. Look at this. Like if you want something, this is how I feel about Chinese, which is kind of funny. So you get the phonetic carrier, right? So this is the pronunciation carrier. But something. Oh, Disgaea 5 is your first Disgaea? Okay. I think Disgaea 5 was that might I don't think I have played Disgaea 5. I think Disgaea 4 was the last one. Disgaea 5, that was PlayStation 3, right? Well, like the original release, not like. Oh, it was PlayStation 4. Okay, my last Disgaea was probably 3 then. If 4 is on the PlayStation 4 and the PlayStation 3, yeah. My last Disgaea was 3. Yeah. Like here's a Chinese thing that I'm not sure. So this is the opposite of the Japanese thing. Basically, a lot of times, you know, some people will say, "Oh yeah, is it onyomi or is it kunyomi?" And there are lots of reads, right? And it has its like pros and cons, right? The pro is that when you're looking at vocabulary and stuff, the onyomi and kunyomi ends up being somewhat quote-unquote unique, as in they can tell you something. The con is, well, there are more reads. Now when we get to Chinese, there are less unique reads, which is really fun, by the way. I'd like to contrast these. There's less unique reads, but now you have this situation where you have 6 characters carried by the one thing, but there's one that's different. Sometimes there's like 2. Sometimes like there's 3. But now you have like, it's Li. And it's Lu. All these are Lu, right? No, there's some Lus. And then there's some Lus. But then it's like, this is Bo. So then you spend most of your time, you're like, all right. So everything but this, or like you start thinking about ways to remind yourself, it's like, oh, it's all of those, but except for this one. So you have like a li, lu, bo, lu, li, li. Like, okay. And I think this is what I mean by when people think about, at least in my opinion, when people think about things that are hard and easy, I usually think of it as different. So if something is hard, it's different. If it's something that's easy, then it's the same, but not same as in the literal context is the same. If you like to think of differences, then the difference ones are going to be easier. The harder ones are going to be similar. And then if you kind of like to prefer looking at the same, then it's the same. I like how you wrote despair, and then you had to change the I to an E for despair. Even though when I read despair and despair, it didn't matter which despair it is. There's only one despair to me. Oh my gosh. Sorry, I'm all right. I'm fine. I'm having a grand old time.
窝
Somehow I feel like I don't know what my life would be like if I pursued language as opposed to science. Let's see if I even remember all the stuff.
穴
Oh no. What the shit? Sparks concentrating into a saber. Oh, what does that even do? What the shit? It's weird if you think about when you're writing, you type it wrong, but if I just let my muscle memory go, it's correct. Exactly. I totally, yeah. Earlier on, before you like hopped in, Mika was like copying and pasting some of the stuff that was confusing to her when I'm typing, and my first thought is, oh man, it seems like it would be okay, but sometimes I'm not even paying attention to what I'm typing anymore, and that happens a lot where like, huh, has this ever happened to you? It's happened to me a lot, and I hope you're not eating anything right now, but have you ever accidentally bit your lip when you start thinking about your chewing? That has happened so often, and like whenever you're doing it deliberately to your friends and stuff, that is kind of mean. First of all, it's kind of mean. Don't do it. Yo, try guessing this, Hanzi. Let me think. But like, you think of it, and let me see. It was. I know the mnemonic. A bee sting. I wrote it at the very end, right? I kind of like hammed over fists, stuck it at the end. Professor Xavier in the bathroom, trying to help a electric mutant unintentionally, you know. Oh, I got it. It's pear. Oh gosh. Oh man. Mountain Mount. Oh, this one's tough too.
月
Yeah. Wife's parents. the in-laws.
Wo.
That's rough. That's very rough.
将
Okay. Okay. Alright, how much time we have? Okay. It's 1 a.m. Alright. Are you okay? Drama? Like, you got up, right? Or are you not asleep yet? Did you get up? Is this one of your early days? Like you got up at like 2 p.m. or something? I mean not 2 p.m. but oh, like 2 o'clock? Oh, okay, you got up. Okay. I'm like, is this one of your super early days, or are you just burning the super midnight oil and the sun has risen? Let's get into the room. How you do? 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 Okay, alright.
稻草
稻草可以用来喂养牛。
稻草。Just rice, straw, plant. How do I rice? Okay. 过火 wait 过火
过火
你说的太过火了。
Oh, too much? It's pretty much too much. Gone too far. Sure. I'm gonna YOLO this. Sai. Dang it. 无家可归。
无家可归
他的家被毁了，现在无家可归。
Oh yeah, this one is. Oh no. I think this one might be simplified over here. Oh, here's Kaidu. Here's Kaidu. Right here. So this is the traditional character for it. So this side got simplified. That's what was simplified. This is no house can return. No house can return, so homeless. Thought you had a meeting at 8 a.m. in 1 hour, but it's 11 a.m. so you got more time than expected. Oh, I see. Yeah. So this is what the traditional character looked like. Interesting. You thought you said kanji are traditional Hanzi. Most of them. There's also Japanese characters as well. And then some of them use simplified. But most of them are traditional. But there are cases of simplified, but I'm not sure if it's simplified or Japaneseified. So here's an example. Oh no, I don't even know what the simplified character is anymore. I think it's this one. No. Hang on. The earliest one that no. Yeah, the earliest one, that's tooth. And the earliest example that I can give you of the special, like really special cases, ongaku. So this is ongaku in simplified Chinese. And then you already know what gaku, ongaku is in Japanese. The tree, yeah. Right. And then there's something slightly different about it. I still recognize it as the Japanese one though. Oh yeah, the top. The top gets... These two things are simplified or Japanified. So it's like this. It's not the proper word, but it's Japanifying. So there is still simplified, but not simplified as in like simplified Chinese. All three of these mean music, but so if you put it next to this. So you still will recognize it. Like oftentimes, like for this, if you see this and you know Japanese, right? You will probably still make out that it is return. 本当に面白い。そうです。本当。What you call it? But when you read this, you are more likely to understand the traditional, as in this is closer to kaidu, you know, kaidu. Yeah, you are more likely to see it than maybe a simplified one. I actually don't know what the simplified... It could be still the same though. Let me see what the simplified is. I have no idea what the simplified Chinese for return is anymore. You can still make it out in context, so that's why it's awesome. It's fine. It's fine when you start reading books and all that stuff. Yeah, so the simplified version is this. This is the simplified version of this character. So in Japanese, it's closer to traditional than it is to the simplified characters. It's often closer to the traditional. So you can still read this than seeing this character and you're like, you can still kind of see it if you know what it is. It is a lot easier to write too. I mean, like, look at how simplified it is. It's just the big E, right? This part is this part preserved. So it's like a mix, right? Because the Japanese has this part. They swapped out this part. So this is the simplified part. This part got simplified, is what I'm saying, into this. And then the Japanese kept the rest. So Japanese, to remember the Japanese one, they couldn't decide, you know? They thought, you know, the left one is kind of meh. Kaya is a mix. Usually though, the bigger piece is related to the traditional. And then the somewhat simplified ones, yeah, it does relate to the simplified one. It's pretty cool. I do like the relationship. And then, you know, we can throw in Hanggu or something like that. Hanggu, which is the Korean before the contemporary Korean. So the non-contemporary, the traditional Korean. Like the non-contemporary Korean, which has these relationships too. Very, very interesting. Yeah, you wouldn't be able to tell what the kanji is from this character, from this radical, more than this one. Hence the traditional tends to be like more overlap than the simplified parts. It's really not that big though. It really isn't. So if you learn simplified Chinese, you still be able to read like most of the Japanese in some sense. Like the characters themselves. Not that big. Why do I think it's Ke-li?
颗粒，
沙子的颗粒很多，
I have no idea what. Wait. 沙子的颗粒很多。沙子 Sand? What the 颗粒? Oh. Yeah, I got a lot of review stuff. Wait, can you actually see the number? Oh yeah, you can see the number. It's fine. That says sand. Sand. What? 沙子. Why am I losing Lee? Link. It's just grain. Grain. Okay.
朱红，
他穿着一件朱红色的外套。
Okay, I'm gonna plug Chinese a little bit. When you're learning vocabulary, this is what I mean by Chinese grouping. The last grouping was synonym grouping. And this is also synonym grouping. So one of the major groups is synonym grouping. So this means vermilion, which is a hue of red. And this is red. So it's vermilion. And then there's other groupings. It's always come in pairs. Like, so hun ying. So you already know this as kon. Right? Kon. You probably have guessed it has something to do with being married, right? And this is ying. I don't know what the read is on Japanese yet. So, kong ying is marriage, marry. So this is a synonym pairing. So this is marriage. And then the other one is Quinn. Or so Quinn Ying. Oh. Wait. 婚姻. Oh no, no G. 婚姻, not 婚姻. Yeah. 不仅.
不仅
这不仅是我一个人的看法。
And then that is a negation, so it's just boo. So it's opposite of the negation. But it preserves all of its things. And then now we have this one is this is complementary. So complementary as in positioning. So this is telling you a description of the position. So this is year and this is first. Right. So that would be like nensho, right? Nensho. And this is nian. Oh no. Oh no, wait. Yes. Oh no. Nianqie? Oh no. Maybe that's. Oh wait. Oh, nianchu? Wait. Let's screw this up.
Han.
Oh, here's one. This carries yeah, Kong, yeah. This carries we already talked about this. This carries dry, right? Dry, and it often ends up being like hey, right? Hey. Kekon, yes. Kekon for marriage. Yep. And then this usually carries hey. I don't know why I'm writing it like this, but don't mind me. And this most of these ones carry a han sound. So you can kind of line them up in Japanese a lot of times. Oh, oops. And in terms of meaning, it's a lot more varied.
Wang.
So this all, right, lines up with Wang. Is kan, currents. I see. Wang, all the Wangs line up with all. So, all of these Wangs, all these Wangs line up with all. Which is king, which you should already know too. Or Tama in, oh no, not Tama, sorry. Tama is, whoop. Okay. Alright. And this is a sound carrier too, to a lot of extent. So this is like Han. It's a Han carrier for Japanese. In Chinese, a lot of times it's ban and fan. You also notice you do the vocab reviews easy, but then black out the pure kanji. Absolutely, that happens. Like, to me, it at some point that's what happens. Like, I don't quite know where it is. I think it's because there are more contexts. Like, when you're thinking about vocab, even just having a little bit more, despite not it actually literally being there, the association is what creates the thing. And in Chinese, you always have two characters, or you often have two characters instead of one. So more characters, like in Japanese, you can sometimes have kana, right? Kana, and then the other characters. Even then, that is more than what you are cued by having the pure character. Absolutely. So this, you remember like Dendaku, right? Or Dendaku or Tenten, right? Whenever you're thinking about Dendaku and Tenten, it's because onyomi. So like a lot of times when you're thinking, this is Han most of the time in Japanese, but in Chinese you got ban and fan. And when you're thinking about Dendaku and Tenten, they're related. These sounds are related. Han, ban, fan. Your kanji knowledge also becomes less relevant, except maybe reading guessing. Yeah, Yeah, more or less. The less you continue to guess on reading, like hear me out. The more you keep developing your vocabulary, the longer the pure kanji stays around. But the less and less you're using it, it kind of just fades away, right? And that's kind of disappointing in a way. Like I kind of want to like keep doing these things, but at the same time, then what you do then is the efforts, like the effort and the methodology that you use to acquire the pure kanji knowledge originally, it can be applied to other things. Like you can lift it up and go pick a new language, or pick up that framework and then apply it to like rules or syntax or coding, which that skill that you have developed for how to like the workflow that you needed to gain the pure kanji knowledge can be lifted to something else. Unfortunately, in terms of its retention of the context, right? The syntax, the specific syntax of the pure kanji knowledge will fade because you don't have to apply it anymore. Unless you continue to learn vocabulary in which it triggers the pure kanji knowledge. Which, in HanziHero, it's far more like retained. Largely because you saw that long mnemonic. Every mnemonic challenges you to use the system, the framework, to get back to the read. So it scales up permanently. Like, so you don't necessarily, I still draw blanks more frequently. It's still, one character is still less than 2 characters. However, the pure Hanzi knowledge is retained so much so that I actually use it to remember Japanese. So that's where during WaniKani sessions, I have been trying to kind of make it so that the kanji knowledge stays longer until the end of WaniKani kind of situation. So the idea is in the future, I would have like a system, like a immediate system or scaffold. Whenever I go to like Spanish or French, I can jerry-rig something very quickly, because like if I have to remember exceptions or groups and then line them up, we've already done it a couple times already. It's like, oh yeah, we'll just take this, and then you don't need the kanji knowledge, but you can import other like syntax, right? You're learning syntax, you're looking at association. So I think, to me, if you're learning a language and you engage in 3 or 4 different ways of approaching, A to B, B to C, A to C to E, all those, the more you internalize how you're engaging in looking at relationships, they're transferable. That skill will take you further and further, at least in my opinion. That's kind of why scientific inquiry, when you're in like a scientific field or in a field that challenges you to problem solve things that do not have explicit answers, it discourages you and it challenges you to constantly create relevant systems to ascertain the information. And that, to me, is how, in my opinion, how one feels secure. James, like the guy that you talked to like once the other day, James has the other approach where it's all about not the system, but the explainer, the answer. So when you're focused on the answer and results prone, you're not focused on systems. I know this is gonna sound like I basically taking a book from Justin Sung, but it is not a coincidence. It's not a coincidence that most individuals who've gone through lots of education and hurdles, they typically focus on systems works, because systems works, you're not trying to remember forcing yourself to remember contextual syntax and context that makes you a confident learner. You're learning how to learn, like as an omni learner. He used this. He called it omni learning, right? And like the 3 properties of learning, and one of them is like omni learning. I do feel like online most people are stylized learners. And what I mean by stylized learners, he used learner type, because we want to stay away from this idea of stylized learning, because that's been debunked for a long time. I said this I said this probably around the same time he has. But the whole myth about stylized learner is that one has potential that is capped by their inherent intrinsic style. That's not true. What it's capped is by the typing, which is your environment, your XP, and most of your XP and background. However, when anyone engage in more than one type, Sung and Vin has this, when they say more, they say it like the whole, it's kind of like a British thing, more. Every time I hear more, it sounds more like the Chinese way, like more, as opposed to more. More is the American, I suppose, more thing. Anyways, you're waking up your Justin Sung part of the brain. Yeah, so this type experience, absolutely really crucial. Actually, Vin, YouTube keeps blasting me with their videos, and I'm genuinely getting affirmation from the videos. So Vin also talked about speaker type. So your speaker color, right? It's the same principle. It's a parallel principle with learning. Oftentimes, the person who's able to engage in recruit more ways to engage in systems work. So like, how do you talk to a red colored speaker? How do you talk to a yellow colored speaker? Like blue and green. And it was extrapolated from a book that Vin liked. When you're talking about visual audio kinesthetics, like kinetics or kinesthetics, and there's still one more. There are 4 major, by coincidence, that's a coincidence, but there's 4 major types of learners. You can do all of them. The idea is you want to be an omni learner or an omni speaker. Your time is exponential, like it's multiplicative. They're supportive of each other. So whenever you're learning, while it might feel like your pure kanji knowledge is gone, like it just rotates over, the underlying ability to compare and contrast and make abstractions and connections with each other, you become a deeper learner, a deeper thinker. And ultimately, a deeper thinker is very parallel with a deeper speaker, a deeper player, a deeper singer, drawer. Yeah, visual, audio, reading and writing. That's right. Reading and writing, and then kinesthetics. Yep, exactly. So, no, I don't disagree with anyone. Like, what I mean is, do your immersions, do your SRS, do what you can. When you move on from a method, accumulate your systems. Your systems are for life. Like, they're cumulative. Your learning capacity will continue, your learning curve will consistently go down as you maintain and find applications for the core of your systems. So like, flashcards was not very different from trying to memorize a book. So whatever I did before, when I literally read books and I memorized the book. That's how I studied for exams before. When I was in high school, right, I did exactly what Justin Sung talked about, the non-scalable way of remembering things. Basically, right before an exam, I would flip through the entire chapter and I would imprint the entire pages onto my brain. So when I'm writing a response, it would be literally what I remember the paragraph being written like in the book. That's how I did it before. And someone that sticks with that will later go on to say, oh, I'm having problems. Like, I need to hear people speak now and I'm being tested on speaking, but I'm a visual learner. That's not true. You happen to be preferring visual. However, that's because you have a lot of training and practice in visual. You can gain so much more when you combine it with auditory, reading, writing, and kinesthetics. So you can do all of those things and still have a preference. But there are going to be tasks you can't possibly do if you specialize in one. So it took me till college, which is basically what Justin Sung, like Justin Sung's story about like when he got into med school, right? Or when he was doing his master's, he looked around and he's like, why does it look like other people are smart and they just got them together and I'm like working really, really hard, right? I hit that when I went to college. I'm like, sure, I can continue to be good enough. I could be good enough. But I didn't settle for that. I could be better than good. And most of the time it came with understanding that specializing, which is one of his like hot takes, is hard work is not enough. It really isn't. But what he's saying, in my opinion, I didn't watch the video, but I can already predict what is in the video, honestly, because I feel like I overlap. Most individuals who go through higher education overlaps with this. It's not that you don't work hard. It's you work hard and smart. Like, it's not just hard work. It's not just smart work. It's hard work and smart work combined. That's when you get the uplift. That's when you edge out everything. You learn when you need to work hard appropriately, and you learn when to work smart appropriately. Because without hard work, there are techniques that can't go into smart work. And one of the techniques is learning how to construct mnemonics, form associations, even abstraction. Yeah, it's called deep processing, basically. Yeah, deep processing or deep thinking. Yeah. So, or complex thinking. There's so many words for these, but you can't do these things and they won't be available to you. So what are you going to do? What happens when you don't have a literal solution, a literal explainer? You make one. Right? Now, this, I'm making it sound like it's trivial. It's not trivial. It becomes trivial when you learn how to deep think and deep processing. Like, and then hear me out. I love Hank Green. He's like such a wonderful like person who supports and encourages people to try to think deeply, not like gain anxiety. We're not talking about like stressing, overthinking. We're talking about embracing how good you are, like how awesome you are at thinking about things, but in a positive way. And like 3 videos ago, something like that, he talked about when he became a thinker. He didn't quite use the specific word, but he was talking about when he became a deep processor. And you know when he talked about it? around when he was in college. So he was the title of his video was "I was never like this. I was never always like this." You know, like title thing. So when you were a kid, when we're all kids, like as teenagers, right? In high school, there is a fundamental challenge eventually that comes that causes one to either be a thinker or retreat to preserving what you learned before. There's a real, and I don't call it deep processing, I call it enlightened. And the reason why I use the word enlightened is I usually think of the Dunning-Kruger thing. This period. When you become enlightened. And no, it doesn't come from like, no one's gonna just smooth on into the enlightened period. They engage in this nonsense because humans do that. You literally and figuratively become deeply entrenched with all the faculties of learning how to negotiate, becoming enlightened. And when you become enlightened, all of this stuff then becomes trivial. So I usually don't ever take this for granted. When someone says they're struggling with like doing 8 different tasks, which is why I disagreed with James quite a lot. James, when he like talked to other people, what he does is he makes everything sound like it's simple. Like, oh, it's this, it's black and white, it's this and this. This is the only way you think about it. It's that you did this, but there's no granularity, there's no nuance. So oftentimes when someone is struggling with like trying to say rehabilitate their sleep hygiene, for example, the answer for someone who is not enlightened would be something like, or maybe they're really enlightened, they just don't remember what it feels like to have struggles. Enlightened people doesn't necessarily mean that they can relate back to a period when they were not inquisitive, right? So whenever someone recovers from sleep hygiene, which is what James shared, he got like, he overcame sleep hygiene because it ruined his life. Same here. When I was in my 20s, mid-20s, I was incredibly underweight. I barely slept, and I had to overcome that. So, however, I didn't stop worrying about people who had that, who is concerned with that. And that's where the whole teaching thing comes in, education thing. Oftentimes, in order to be able to deep process about things, you have to work hard to keep that knowledge with you, to keep that experience with you. You can become super successful and forget what it's like to struggle. Humans do that. It's how you become healthier or more successful and whatnot. So oftentimes, whenever I talk about like omnidirection and like learning to try to encourage yourself to take struggle, right? Have cognitive load, try to increase cognitive load, but make it manageable. It has to be a manageable cognitive load. That leads ultimately to deep processing. And it's going to be hard. It's going to be long until it becomes your bread and butter. So whenever you ask me a question or you criticize something about me or like you interject with me, I have so many things to say. I could give up studying today and talk about the deep thinking and trivialities of small mistakes. And like Justin Sung and even Vin actually say this in a parallel way, there are no small mistakes. There's only things you can learn from. You don't treat things as small mistakes. You treat them as significant things, because there are no such thing as silly mistakes if you will it. And those silly mistakes become your assets. So whenever I make like a silly Like, quote unquote, whenever I make a silly mistake, I'm like, oh, okay, so what can I do about it? And eventually that becomes so quick that you don't even remember. I don't even think it wastes energy. I don't waste energy learning about a problem or yapping about kaeru and kaeru, like, you know, kaeru and kaeru. I don't waste energy. It's actually kind of the most safest and comforting thing to do. Let's talk about it, right? Others would say, you know what, it doesn't matter. It's not that important. It's like I just want to know the right answer. Like, that's kind of, I think he said you're born with a more or less set deep processing skill, and this is better. And the better it is, the easier you have it to retain information, form connection between different concepts, solve complex problems. Yeah, you have a set deep processing skill. Yes. And I think he should have made a disclaimer. I'm not sure if I know exactly where that's coming from. He should have made a disclaimer that set deep processing skill is rarely ever realized at its max potential. So that's one of the bigger misnomers. Like, I'm sure Justin Sung would make this carefully. When people talk about set limits, right? And in internet hustle culture, this is such a poison pill. When they talk about set limits, they're talking about maximum potential. However, most people, when they're talking about how to improve your memory, how to improve your fitness, how to improve your acuity and whatnot, we're talking about people who operate well below their set limits. So despite maybe like you can only be so fast, you can only have so much memory, like short-term memory, you're born with specific genes, rarely are these people referring to talking to people who are operating near their limits. They're rarely ever operating near their limits. So when someone says, oh yeah, I'm a visual learner, okay, but even with your visual learning, let's just say you're operating close to your limit. Sure, like I can believe you in that. But what about your auditory learning? Like, you might say, okay, well, your auditory learning limit is got to be lower because you're a visual learner. You have a visual style or something. You make that argument, right? That irrational argument, in my opinion. But the question is, where are you with your auditory learning? Is it like here? Because you never used it. How do you know where your limit is, right? It's got to be higher than what you have done. So then you add writing and reading. And then you add kinesthetics. So the summation of your learning potential is the set potential you have. It's well above people's limitations, like especially learning. And that's kind of the misnomer that I feel like it's not misnomer, but more of a misconception by how it's said, right? It's very careful. Like, fitness is very similar. Yeah, like, we have to be very careful. Online, the thing that I really am so worried about, like, I do talk, this is my major counter argument. People with counter argument. They always talk about best and max, right? What is the fastest way, for example, fastest way to learn? The fastest way to learn is trying to utilize your set potential. All of it. You're trying to tap into all of it, not one thing. So being aware of all your potentials, right? That is the deep processing set potential. So in fitness, that happens a lot too. Like, there are plenty of wonderful fitness people that I kind of take routines from to like stay flexible and calisthenics. they usually go with the idea that says, okay, so you're worried about like you're not fast enough. You're not going to be like strong enough, right? There are people who spend their lives dedicated to this, and they rarely reach their max potential. Rarely. And those people are still on top of the world. They still, if you ask them, they will probably say, probably not reach max potential. And they've dedicated their entire life to it. So the odds of someone who says, oh yeah, I'm capped now. I'm definitely capped. My genetics has capped my intelligence. Like I can't. Yesterday, recently, I took the benchmark thing. I don't know if you were here, but Mika was convinced that she has poor short-term memory. So there was a fun experiment. She's like, oh, okay, well, you know, there are tests for these things. Maybe there are free little things. And then she took one and she got some scores. And I told her, don't be surprised that my short-term memory is probably within the range of your short-term memory. Because she was absolutely convinced that somehow she has a neurological development cap. And I'm telling you that most normal people who are born have a negligible statistical significance. And what I mean by that is, if you're normal, you are within a potential that you can probably spend your entire life trying to improve and still not see the maximum potential happen. That is kind of how I feel whenever you meet someone who's successful. They are looking to constantly reach for the max. It's not like they're going to get there. The idea is that's what makes life so awesome as a human being, especially when it comes to learning. You can spend your entire life, like we're talking about, who do we compare it to? Let's compare it to Einstein. Do you think Einstein, through his entire life and then on his deathbed, do you believe he has reached his maximum potential? It's a really wonderful way to ask yourself, who is actually capping your maximum potential? And then why do you keep talking about max potential as though you can achieve it? Like, I honestly, it's pretty, it sounds like a really grim life if you think that you can reach your max potential during a lifetime. Because in my opinion, what do you do then? And I'm not saying there aren't people in the world who has believe or maybe have reached their max potential, but generally speaking, then those individuals have so many other things that they can still continue to pursue to maximize their potential. Like, no human is superhuman. They are maxed out in every single stat, so to speak. And learning is so much more dynamic to the point that it almost is incredibly difficult to ever convince someone that they can't be smarter. They can't work harder mentally and whatnot. And the internet has made this way of framing it that, oh yeah, I feel like I tried everything. There's no way you have tried everything. You might have tried everything that you specialized in because you believe that's the only way you can get to your max potential, by selectively focusing on one thing. That's like you can get really, really good at cooking chicken breasts if you stick to only chicken breasts. And even then, I think those specialists would still argue that there's a possibility to improve upon it. That's the wonders of being human. And here, I love that other people, now I can draw parallelisms, right? My YouTube is filled with like improvement people right now, because all I've been talking about the last 3 or 4 weeks between you, Drama, and then James raised a lot of concerns, which I'm not sure we'll ever hear from him again. Trying to like discuss things with Bree, Mika, all of this stuff. It's kind of really gratifying that it comes in so many different versions. For the record, there's a calisthenic person that a calisthenic pair that operates similarly in that attitude. There's a musician, a couple multicultural people. Obviously, we have John Green and Hank Green. And then now, you know, Justin Song, Vin. I already knew about Vin. And then people who do comics. I recently been looking at people who do comics, which is a whole different story. It came off of like manga, and then they were interviewing like arguably one of the most talented, quote unquote, the most successful and prominent comic book artists in this era. And when he talks, he does not talk like someone that I feel sounds like the people that aren't here anymore. They sound exactly how I imagine that person is. All they talk about is how they are constantly humbled their entire life. And they consistently keep telling them there's not enough time in their life to ever reach the pinnacle of their abilities. That, in my opinion, is a great highlight and should, in my opinion, be a great way to demonstrate that, yes, there are set limits, right? You have set limits. However, there has been not very many people who ever died and passed away from their limited time that ever said, yes, I couldn't do anymore. In fact, most of them actually kind of die regretful. I'm sorry, that's a little bit of Debbie Downer, but for every successful person who is hungry and in curiousness, and that curiosity is linked to their physical prowess, usually it's often a catharsis to resigning and finding closure. It's not the same as reaching their max potential. They have found closure with their life. So get out there. Sorry, I feel like I'm already ending my stream, but I still have to do all my reviews. You know, get out there, realize that maximum potential. So the only reason I'm saying all this is I totally understand how you feel about the pure kanji knowledge, and then it also becomes less relevant. The thing that I often like to encourage people is there's a transferableness in engaging in something like that, and you can hold on to that. When you hold on to, which is the tapping into your deep processing, right? The tapping, whenever I see someone's new method, immediately I go digging in my brain and collecting all the parts that they mentioned, and I'm like, hey, guess what? I'm gonna jerry rig a couple steps from A. We're gonna combine a little couple steps from C and D. Let's go and see how that works. All right, so that component doesn't work. Let's go and take this component because that feedback will lead to that. So when people learn a language, I'm hoping, I'm not sure if Justin Song ever teaches language. That would be kind of interesting. I would love to. Honestly, I would love to see him. Did he? I'm not sure. I didn't look if he approached language, but or video games or something. This is what, like, that's what keeps me going. I'm using and collecting all the methodology, and I can write out how learning kanji, the pure kanji through abstraction, is similar process of playing a puzzle game. If you want to make a video game based on logic, if you can translate a lot of the things you've learned through abstraction of a kanji, a pure kanji, to that video game's logic. Game theory can be extracted to mental theory. So it's the underlying way of how you overlap things. And I want to like say one TLDR that really highlights and capstones what it's like to be enlightened. And it's a humble brag, I would say. You are not the best at everything. You're never going to really think you're the best at everything. When people watch you, what they will get is, this guy can probably make it work. That's, in my opinion, what happens when you become enlightened. You often give off this feeling or this expression like, this guy at least know what he's doing. Like, even despite not knowing what he's doing. Like, I can't tell you how many times when someone comes by and like, oh yeah, you must really like playing this game, right? I don't know. This is my first time. Like, what makes you think that? And or something like, oh yeah, you know, this is really hard. Like, can you help me out? It's like, okay, I'll sit here with you. I literally do this, by the way, with other people, where someone's learning something, right? They spend like 6 months and they just want another eye, someone from the outside to help them, like question them and provide feedback. I sit in and I look at them literally doing their work. And then after the hour goes by and then they're still like working on memorizing and understanding this part, it's like, well, the answer is that. It's that and that and that. And then oftentimes you get this thing where like, well, how do you know that? It's like, well, it's in your notes. I mean, when you were doing it, it explained all those things. So you just connect these things together, and that's how I remembered it. And when I was describing it, it helped the other person because the other person didn't think of it like that. They didn't think, oh, you know what? And then this is what we did in the Kairu situation, right? You were forming networks and I was forming networks. But the moment the things connect, it's almost immediate. Then you can start elaborating on other things. So a lot of times I get the thing where someone would say, how do you know this? Like, or you must have studied this before. It's like, I haven't seen it in my life. Like, you're supposed to be the one that's telling me what's confusing and why you can't learn from a textbook and why this information is not connected with the textbook. I'm not the one that is responsible for this information. So then they would go and say, which I really, that's why I don't usually speak about these things a lot of times. Someone would then say like, well, that sucks because I'm stupid and you're smart. That's the only reason why like you get this and I don't. Like, why can't I just be smart? And my first thought is, you can't say that. Like, do not say that to yourself. When someone says that, they limit their ability to engage in trying to get deep processing working, right? Like, you're not unable to make relationships and compare and contrast, even with the most inane and trivial things. That is something through practice. And this is where I kind of sort of disagree with the imminence of like Justin Sung and others, where I can't beat around the bush. It gets easier, but it also takes hard work. So it's hard work combined with smart work. When you hard work long enough, you convert that into smart work, and then you go back to hard working. So you pick something, you work hard enough to make it smart. Then you take that smart work and go explore other hard work. That's the iteration. It's one of the three tenets, that the three major drivers that Justin, I don't phrase it in the way he had someone's name, which I'm not familiar with. I don't read like pedagogics and stuff, so if some of this stuff sounds familiar, that's a pure coincidence. Rather than studiously be smart and read about these things, I typically extrapolate based on observations of people who struggle And then what are the solutions to helping them achieve academic success, at least academic success. Now, the emphasis is not because they got good grades, the emphasis is they got better grades. And whenever someone gets 100% and then they keep getting 100%, I don't know if they improved. That's an upper limit thing. So if you truly are hitting at max potential, sometimes the max potential is also artificially made. So then you don't even know your max potential. So oftentimes when there's a student that scores all the correct answers, the goal is then to test something beyond that, because that means you don't know what their max output is at the moment. And then those who struggle, they can artificially cap themselves by suggesting that they only can achieve something that is readily available to them. And I feel like the internet does that really well. Like, what I mean is the internet can convince you that that's the only thing you need. And I do find it's incredibly refreshing that nearly every single, and I wish this was, I don't know how to explain the coincidences, but generally speaking, over the years, I have a collection of musician, artists, speakers, and now like a learning coach. Thanks, drama. Learning coach, comic book artist, journalists, calisthenics, weightlifting, dietitian, as well as sort of polyglot. I don't do polyglot that much. And nearly all of them have an incredibly consistent core among all of them. They are incredibly dynamic. They have the core abilities to speak and explain and integrate information. They don't go around explaining the depths of their knowledge. They apply the depths of their wisdom to the knowledge at hand. So, some people recently said like, oh yeah, you probably already know all this stuff. It's like, I hate math, like this math concept. It's like, you probably still remember this math concept. I don't. I'm gonna be honest with you. It will take me less time to catch up again. But when someone says, what is the trigonometric relationship between sine, cosine, and tangent, I don't know what they are at the moment. I legitimately do not know what they are. The difference is the reality is I didn't use that information. So that information's gone. Like, it needs to be retrieved. The difference now is when you go and retrieve it, it will be nearly a negligible amount of time compared to the first time you did it, because you got better at thinking and learning. You didn't get better at memorizing things. Like, there's another thing when you set a set number of deep processing limitations. Memory is also a set limit. And you can kind of argue, right? You could argue there are times in your life where you've stuck to the brute force that is your memory, your rote memory, right? I think I would argue not only is deep processing skills have a set, one part of the deep processing skill is rote memory. And I think that is one of the limits that there are quite a lot of people who actually operate near their max. The thing is, what is the purpose of that rote memory? Because if it is to remember all the things whenever you're like, remember this example sentence. I'm not remembering this example sentence. I'm like, I kid you not, I'm not remembering this example sentence. Like, somebody would say, but don't you have great memory? Because if you remember this example sentence, you will always know the right answer, right? Like, yeah, but that's not how I remember things. Because if you continuously remember this identical sentence, you have no understanding of what that sentence is anymore. Like what's a great example? Duolingo. When people say they criticize Duolingo for like, oh yeah, you're basically just repeating things until you remember it. And then you repeated it so much, you already know the right answer. You already know the right answer, but you learn nothing from it. Exactly. But the question is, do you have to do it while learning Duolingo? While using Duolingo? The answer is no, you don't. That is why there's spuriousness between two people doing the exact same thing. If you give a deep thinker, a higher level thinker, the same tools, there will be a gigantic chasm of difference between the two. Like, we can use not language learning, we can use an art. We can use art. When someone asks a creative person, what kind of brush do you use? They would say, well, I only need one brush. Whatever it is, we can do it. Omni thinker. When someone says, oh, well, I need this very specific brush and this very specific thing, and I can only do it like in this with exactly these things, specialists. So while you consider what you are, a lot of times thinking is very similar. And the reason why I'm highlighting this is omni learners are perpetually far more consistent at helping someone than a specialist. And that's where I have a major bone to pick with, like, the last couple of days with James. He believes that only a specialist, he like the way the language that this person uses, believe that an explainer is right and wrong. So therefore, when he offers advice, there's only one right advice. When someone says, oh, you know, I have poor sleep hygiene. Okay, well, you should work on that. Try to always wake up at the same time, sleep at the same time, and then you can normalize your circadian rhythm and everything will be fixed. That's a specialist. That's a specialist approach. Like, I know this one way. That is the only way to go about it. So I'm going to tell you exactly what the facts are, and that is the only way to solve that problem. And the other person that they're talking to requires that it's not this. So now you no longer have applicable advice. So oftentimes teachers and educators and stuff, they're kind of middle of the road. It's not that impressive. Like, someone, Mika says this sometimes, where when you go into class, for example, like drama, in the future, if you go to university, during my university, when I ended up going to grad school, when I step into that class, I'm not telling myself that the human that is in front of me is going to spill out all the knowledge that I could ever have. Like, all of it. They are responsible for being able to see everything that can work for me. That is absurd. Right? Absurd. And yet, when you ask a student that's having trouble, their first response, often from this point of view, would be, well, it's not my fault, it's my teacher's fault. They should have known that I didn't have all the prerequisites and that I'm falling behind. They should know and see all these things without me saying anything. Like, they should know that all the knowledge of my history and my, like, academic history through all the pre-selection of the classes and the prerequisites, they should know all this knowledge. Usually, some of the best teachers and professors and whatnot, they don't know all that knowledge. What they do know is how to learn and get those knowledge and learn and use the knowledge that are useful. So when you want to take advantage of a human, like a human expert, you have to also have experience to know what to communicate and what to take and what to synthesize. Because humans don't read minds. So whenever someone asks me, oh, hey, yeah, you're smart with technology, right? You're smart with technology. Can you explain to me how to troubleshoot this very specific problem that I'm having? It's like, okay, all right. Let's try it. Let's try to solve it together. Okay, so let's start from the beginning. Have you made sure that you've unplugged everything and plugged everything back in to make sure that there wasn't any loose connections or connects? Like, what do you think I am? Stupid? I obviously already did that. It's like, why would you give me such a stupid advice? I thought you were smart and you knew like some technical complex way of fixing something. Like that's where you start. Like, no human is beyond the foundations of understanding how the system works in troubleshooting. And you might hear all those IT jokes, right? The IT jokes about like, oh yeah, it turns out that something came loose after all. 6 out of 10 times in my last maybe like 20 or like my last like 10 and like 20 months, within the last 20 months, was solved because there was a loose connection. And the person would say, oh, I'm glad you could see that. I guess somehow you knew. And I'm like, no, I don't somehow I knew. I know what to do because you have to solve problems this way. You're solving problems because you can do it too. It sounds stupid and it sounds silly, largely because the person doesn't think that it could be possible or think that it's useful. So whenever someone asks me like, oh, how did you learn how to remember these characters? Or how did you learn to draw a straight line with your mouse and that type of thing, right? Like, well, I started by doing them. And then when I do them, I learn how to, like, well, that seems really simple. Have you ever, have you heard about the stereotype where people who are experienced or quote unquote pro makes things look simple? But they're not simple. They're not simple. It works against you. They make it look simple because the things that they work on are hard for them, and they continue to work hard enough so that it feels simple in relative. Like, it's not simple, but I will not tell you it's ever going to be simple. When you do it though, and when you learn it, it will be simple to you. And it will be so simple sometimes that you forget that you're an expert. You forget that you're a pro. And then those people, which I genuinely believe, people like James and other people who are so smart, they focus on so much, they actually become worse advisors. Because what they think is simple is no longer simple. Oh yeah, I've recovered from sleep hygiene. I used to only sleep 3 to 4 hours. I actually blanked out a couple times when I was awake. Like, I was literally awake walking and I blanked out crossing the street. Like, if you're talking about incredible sleep deprivation, I've overcome that. Now, if I don't keep that with me, in the future, I could sound like this. Someone says, oh, I'm having trouble sleeping. Oh, okay. Can you get a schedule? All right. So always sleep at 11. Here's the solution to your problem. Here you have an hour here. Let's shuffle all this that you have in your schedule and then make a block of 7 to 8 hours and you stick to that. And that's it. It's that simple. It's not that simple, right? That's like worse advice. That's like advice where there's no understanding of the gap between hard work turning into smart work and then hard work again. And that's kind of where we're at on the internet. Don't underestimate yourself. Like, I think one of the biggest compliments that I can, or biggest encouragements and compliments is most people have really awesome brains. Actually, I can't tell you how many times I get humbled by how incredibly outrageous the easy things people do that I do not do, because I do not do things that you do. That's what makes it hard. So when someone says something like, oh yeah, you know, all right, so I'm just gonna go and cram, like, okay, I'm gonna push this off, and then tomorrow I'm gonna do 2 hours of my Japanese studies, 2 hours my Chinese studies. In between, I'm gonna juggle my class, and then I'm gonna do 3 hours this, and my head is like, okay, so you're telling me you can do that, and you think that 15 minutes a day spread out across a couple of days is too hard for you to manage. That's where the empathy demonstrates. That's how you demonstrate dissonance between two people. Most things that are hard to someone is often because they're unpracticed. They haven't reached their potential. I mean, like, again, you have to spend so much of your life to reach a particular potential. You can reach a potential in procrastinating if you want. Like, I don't know what that looks like. Maybe we'll find a documentation of someone who literally spent their entire life procrastinating. I don't know. And they became a fine oil machine in that. I haven't met one. Usually that procrastinator is sometimes procrastinating when it's appropriate, and sometimes they have great management. I don't call it procrastination when you intend it. When you intend it, you're making a deadline. So it's goals. Goals is procrastination. Process oriented is focusing on the here and now. So whenever you set a goal for yourself, that is your procrastination target. But we don't call it procrastination, we call it a goal. So when you get to a goal, that is the last period in which you can satisfy whatever it is that you set for yourself, right? And how you do in between is up to you. You have so much more wiggle room in how you're doing things, and it's crazy. Like, I'm looking at 2 people to 3 people's schedule. Even yours, drama, for the record. Even your schedule. It, like, I'm anxious and I really want to know how your schedule turns out, but I don't remember feeling like that. Like, it reminds me of the anxiety. The closest experience I can have is it reminds me of the anxiety in which I spent like the last month of my PhD trying to collect all the things and write all the things of 7 years worth of work. That's the last time I've ever done something so insanely difficult. And I don't remember what that's like anymore. So in the future, it would be a fun exercise for my mental health to see if I can even do that anymore, right? Because I'm under practiced. I don't know what it's like to cram exactness. Right now, you might be thinking I'm behind on my lessons. I'm not. I've set 6 hours aside for any form of yapping that may occur in the stream. And I'm looking at the time, it's 2 a.m. right now. I still have 1 extra spare hour left after spending 7.5 hours on stream. So the way I manage my time is a way to mitigate my exhaustion and mental acuities and stamina issues. So other people don't even operate like this, and it humbles me to this day. Like, I cannot begin to tell you how fast or how quickly people online that I meet think results happen. And I don't really have any good news. Like, to me, whatever I say is not good news for people who are struggling with problems, because the only thing the thing that I try to make sound pretty decent is, how do I encourage the person to embrace a life of consistency? Like, how do I encourage them to place some positive interest in learning how to be consistent with certain things that inherently might require consistency, and then still continue to do the things that they do that don't require consistency? Because if you're an omni learner, you have more tools in the bag. And the greatest sign of an enlightened deep processor, whatever jargon you want to use, deep processing or enlightened or dynamic or holistic, when you have just enough of all those things, one of the biggest indicators, once again to emphasize, is when someone comes to you or they talk to you about a problem, they're coming to you because they think they don't know what the solution is, but if they are talking to you, somehow you will figure it out. And that is the greatest reward, in my opinion, when it comes to a enlightened, curiosity-bound person. Like, someone came to me with a problem, hot dog, let's go solve it together. Do you have like 6 years of your life? If you give me 6 years of life, we're gonna try every single day to try to solve that problem and even exceed whatever you think it is. Because that is what you live for. At some point, when you're so entrenched with thinking about things, it becomes your driver. Like those content creators, when they constantly churn out videos and you always tell yourself, oh yeah, you're gonna run out of ideas soon. You're gonna run out of ideas. And you know, there'll be 70 and they'll be on like, they don't even know, but they still have ideas. And I'm gonna echo maybe Hank. Every time you think you're gonna run out of ideas, like you know, yeah, you gotta have run out of ideas. You don't. You don't. It's the driver. And I think whenever someone, if whoever is hearing this, like you think you can't do anything, you can't do something, I hope that there's something around you that encourages you to understand that there's more to do. There's constantly more to do. You don't give up, right? It can sound romantic. I just really do not believe that it is very healthy and even worth thinking that you're at your cap. Like, what does that even mean? That just makes you a pit of despair. And I'll go back to that allusion to one of the most famous, most influential comic illustrators right now of our time. When I was listening to his interview, all he ever said was how he is constantly humbled by all the tribulations that he had to overcome. And he's at the pinnacle of his game. And yet, all he says is there's so much more he has to learn and work on. And if you're wondering, I forgot the guy's name, but let me grab the guy's name. I haven't read his work, but it makes me want to read this. It's also a Spanish. He also released Spanish things, so I might start reading his Spanish comics as well. But it's let me grab the person's name. Wait. Oh no, I don't know what the name is. Wait, Spanish. It's something sad. Do you know what this is? Do you know what I'm talking about? Sad. It's like big sad. That's sad. Oh man. I was supposed to. Oh, wait. Black sad. Black sad. That's it. Juan. Oh, Juan. Guarnido. Juan Guarnido. I butchered his last name. Sorry. I was looking at an essay on this guy, and he is the illustrator. I forgot his writer friend, but it's called Black Sad. And the interview, that's pretty much what I mean. Like you constantly hear and see the same thing. It's a person who overcame so many tribulations, and those tribulations were of his creation. And overcoming all the tribulations of his own creation led to a humbling spirit that constantly yearns for more things, like more abilities, more skills. So that life makes someone young. It keeps them thriving and happy. They're constantly looking for the future. And hopefully that's what learning a language does. Honestly though, I have a hard time believing that most people do. I hope drama, when you're learning all your languages, you're not saying, oh man, this is getting worse. Like, I don't want to do this. This studying is so tedious. It's getting boringer and more boringer. Like, I can't believe I'm wasting my time doing this when I'm only going to forget it. I can't tell you how often that's all I hear about. Like 80% of the time, but it represents like over 90% of the people's conversations. So of the 80, 20% has a very glowing, like a glowing dialogue. But when I take these 80% who I interact with more regularly because they occur more often, 90% of their dialogue keeps talking about how to constantly ease. Want more ease. Get easier. I want to work less. Work less because I hate studying. I hate having to do this to learn something. And my first thought is, wow, that's going to be a really tough time to want to learn something. If your focus is constantly ease, work less, hate, processing. Exactly. Like, it's so tough. But hear me out. It's always worth it. Like, at least in my opinion, when you get someone to stop saying ease, work less, hate, and saying more, I can't get enough. That person, their entire complexion and their speaking and their expression and their writing and their aptitude completely transforms. Like, oh, I got something new. I got to try it tomorrow. Like, okay, so we're going to get this going. 1 week now. Wait, but I got a new idea. Let's try this one out too while we're holding this. Oh, wait, I could change this to this new thing, right? That is learning, deep processing, co-opted by reward and delayed gratification. Unfortunately, if you're in a pit of despair with instant gratification, there are certain things that are not gained from ease, work less, and hate. If you constantly think that it sucks, and you know, most people do the cold, not the cold turkey, they do exposure therapy. When you have to resort to exposure therapy, like for me personally, I think I'm gonna be a little bit hot on this. This is a bit of a hot take. When you're someone that someone else trusts, like someone comes to you and they're trusting you to help them, encourage them, or like critique them, maybe give feedback. The last thing, in my opinion, the lazy way to do something, and this is a little bit of hot take, is that you resort to exposure therapy. I think, to me, exposure therapy is almost like the same as using rote memory in learning. You want to use it as a last resort. Spend the time. Let's go talk about the things you like. Let's go talk about the things you dislike. How can we frame those things and use them to apply yourself to looking at exposure therapy as opportunity? Right? Only then and only then can you just straight up. Like, in my opinion, right now, whenever I see something about like how do you get someone to learn a language, move to Japan, uproot your life, go to Japan is the fastest and best way to learn Japanese. That's exposure therapy. Like, you can never learn a language, go move to the country. You'll have to. Exposure therapy. Lazy. It's a lazy way for the person who's providing the advice. Not for the person who's doing it. That person, they're going to be working harder than they've ever worked in their entire life, because there's no ease when you uproot your life. There's no ease and hate. You don't have time to think about hating, being privileged, feeling self-entitled, no desperation, comfy, vibing. You don't do that when you literally throw the person into an exposure therapy. But to me, the person who's offering that advice is not trying hard enough either. So it's like a reflection of the other person. Like, you think the easiest way is to tell the person the best way without even trying to accommodate all the obstacles that they have to overcome. That's an easy explainer. So if you go to someone and say, oh yeah, it's easy. You just study 3 hours a day and you're there. And in 2 years time, you'll get there. You literally said nothing. You thought it was easy because you do a lot of things that you didn't even explain. It's 3 hours a day. You haven't even considered what is most important to that person you're giving advice to. Like, what if they don't even have 3 hours a day to learn, or they don't even want to do it in 3-hour periods? All those things, lazy when you think of exposure therapy. Exposure therapy is equivalent to someone saying, I'm going to explain what I did, and if you do it, it'll work. Not, it goes both ways. This goes both ways. The person who's providing advice can be just as lazy as the person who's wanting to receive the advice and act on the advice. So let's try to encourage each other. Okay, we're gonna finish this session. But the last thing I really want to harp on is it's mutual. Let's keep each other motivated. If the person who is providing the advice and the other person who's also could be providing feedback, you both learn anyways. Like, what I mean is, the person giving the advice is not making solely a sacrifice. They are exchanging experience. So that's what I kind of think about when I think about learning a language. That kanji, and now we're going all the way back to the trigger of this digression. That pure kanji knowledge that you have can be repurposed, because the work that you went into making it work is forever if you want it to be. It can be discarded if you also want it to be. The knowledge and the context itself, if it's not useful, then it goes away, right? It rarely does the actual knowledge part hold the most value. I think 80-20. The skills that you built doing that is of utmost importance. It lowers everything else afterward. Like, whenever I still, it does make me smile and chuckle a bit whenever someone says, like, They assume these things like, oh yeah, you probably never have seen this, you probably never have done this, you probably don't know anything about this. It's like, you're probably right, but can you tell me a little bit about it? And then they would tell me a little bit about it and say, oh, okay, so then if you do this, can you give me one evening? Like tomorrow, we'll talk about this. I will like spend some time, maybe like 2 or 3 hours. But I'm gonna go find out, learn what I can, and then I'll come back and talk to you about it. And I would be able to engage in the thing that they're talking about. Because the idea is that you have the ability to learn things quickly. You have the ability to relate to things. There are times where some person thought that I understand their topic because I took all of their topics and used analogies of my own to demonstrate what I think they're trying to say. But I didn't say anything about the topic that they were talking about. Like, for example, they would be talking about, I don't know, statistical anomalies of... let's use a real anecdote. The real anecdote would be something like, have you seen this meme of anime girls, anime waifus, making moaning noises and a montage of it, for example? And my first thought is, can you describe a little bit about it? And then can you give me a little example? I'm like, oh, okay, so it's kind of like this. Like, then I pull music. And I correlated what I heard from what they liked, you know, about these funny gags and stuff. It's like, hey, I have this thing. This thing is very similar to that. It's like, hear me out. Let me explain why I think it's very similar. And then, would you mind watching it? And they enjoy it because they know that I understand what they found interesting about the anime stuff by sharing an example that I can remember that understands the nature of that thing. So you don't need knowledge a lot of times to circumvent inability of understanding. You can understand things really, really quickly when you understand how you're learning, how you're processing things. So oftentimes it's I spend most of my time catching up to people. And little kids, younger people are like, if you're always catching up to people, doesn't it feel like you're just an imitator, like you're a derivative? Like, if you're never the best, how can you find satisfaction in constantly catching up with people? Like, but hear me out. It's not that I'm not the best at any one thing. Is that a lot of times the only interest I have is being able to do whatever I put my mind to. So if you want to live in a world where you're only comfortable in a very specific situation and you have to learn how to cope and manage every other situation that you're not comfortable with, it can be successful. Like, even from my perspective, it can be successful. Know that you will be uncomfortable in most of those situations. I like to live a life where when someone asks me, hey, have you ever gone fishing before? And I'm like, no, I have no idea. And it's like, do you want to go fishing? Yeah, sure. How many times? How long do we have? A month? Okay, let's go and learn how to fish. That's it. Like, there's no like, oh, what if I'm not good at fishing? Or, man, I don't have strong arms. Like, what happens? Or like, I don't like sitting in a place for too long. Like, none of that ever flashes in front of my eyes. Like, I don't have concerns. I have, what problems am I going to solve, and let's go solve them. Like, hot dog, if one of my friends says they want to learn fishing for the next 2 years and they invited me, we're going fishing. Let's learn it together. It's the best thing ever. Like, learning things is the best thing ever. Like, if someone, say, oh yeah, let's go and build a manga together, let's do it. The downside to a lot of this stuff is that I do not have control over the other person. So I spend most of my time, and this is why I still continue to digress right now and continue to not worry about my studies, because I'll get my studies done. It doesn't really matter how long it takes. I get my studies done. The goal now is there is a rate limiting step. And the rate limiting step, I'm going to say this as humbly as I can, is the other person. And I don't want that other person to be a rate limiting step. If they say they want to achieve something and they're inviting me to achieve it with them or going to do this together, I don't want to resort to dragging the person across the finish line. That's exposure therapy, right? As a last resort, maybe to push past the very last finish line, sure, get their W. However, most of the time, if you're going to suffer, I'm going to suffer together. Let's go and solve that problem. That is one of the ways that can utilize skills to show that you're an excellent problem solver and you're a deep thinker, is to be in the trenches with the person, at least in my opinion. And one of the biggest downsides, you don't have enough time in the world or your life to be able to do that for everyone, right? You do that with people you care about. You do that with people who demand your attention and stuff. However, you can still spread it around and encourage other people to engage with other people, and know that you shouldn't underestimate yourself. That enthusiasm is incredible. To quote, to sort of paraphrase what Hoang said in the interview of this essay, when he was at the peak of his comic book, Black Sad, like the illustration and his author partner, who I don't have the name for at the moment, they are like one of the most renowned thing. And guess what? He still make other comic books. He still want to learn how to animate and do all the other things, because it doesn't stop there. Getting good at something is not the satisfaction. It's constantly learning new things. And I do earnestly have met some of these people who are far more enthusiastic than I am. It's actually quite humbling. Maybe 1 or 2 times in my life where I had the privilege. I know that there are content creators that are far more ambitious and curious and whatnot, but I don't actually know them personally. I can't confirm nor deny that that's the case. However, I have came across 1 or 2 people that legitimately dwarfed my curiosity. It almost feels like they never sleep. Like, no, we both get the same assignment, right? And then I would be like, okay, I got that down. I'm pretty good at this. I think I'm set. And that other person would come in with like 5 times the volume. Like my first thought is, how did you do all this? And the humbling experience is that person managed to do all that in less time than I have. And then you start thinking, oh, is this imposter syndrome? Like, am I dumb? Like, and you'll probably hear this with all the other students who compare themselves, right? Like, am I just dumber than my colleague? But you know what is different about someone who don't think that? The first thing I'll do is I'll go to that colleague and have them demonstrate to me and compare and contrast how we both approached doing this information, because that person could possibly benefit from my exchange and I can really benefit from their exchange. The summation and the synthesis of both of our approaches can produce a greater effect than simply saying, I'm dumb, let's go embrace whatever this person is doing. That's not how learning works. You don't actually learn anything, you actually discard everything you learned, and you're hoping that copying and imitating the other person will lead to learning. You haven't learned anything yet, you're leading to learning by adopting something, and that's the hard part. That's the starting part. So Mika asked me today, do you find it hard to start something? And I'm like, I never stopped. Well, I didn't say that in those words, but in retrospect, I should have said that. Like when someone says, do you ever have a hard time starting new things and starting to learn new things? It's like, I never stopped. It never stopped since I was like, I'm going to say 19 years old, because in high school, I stopped. I stopped because there were other things that stopped me from doing things. Like other terrifyingly horrible, emotionally disability things, which I'm sure many kids can relate today. You know, be it bully, depression, introversion, social anxiety, I don't know, ADHD, concerns about like narcolepsy, I don't know, maybe early signs of compulsion disorders, whatever you can self-diagnose yourself with. That's what stopped me. And when I got older, it became less and less about how dumb I am, but more and more about how much I have yet to learn. So whenever someone outperforms me, I go up to them and I say, please, do you have a moment of your time? I have a few questions that I have been using my entire life to analytically acquire data from people. Can you answer my questions? Because I have gotten very good at asking questions, getting someone to demonstrate it in a nature that I can understand, and I can focus on that. So once again, one last time, back to the whole pure kanji knowledge. If you understand and explore the way you learn, you can extract information progressively more rapidly every single time. And it gets better and better, faster and faster, and more effortless. So the next time I sit in a seminar room and I have to catch up with like 5 years of science, it will take me less time to answer, to get the right questions, to get the right, to maximize my what type of demonstration I need, contact what type of people I need to see to get the information. It will take me less time to catch up. So oftentimes people who have PhDs are in advisory roles, because in terms of advisory, they usually have to learn on the fly. So like policy making, research, once your experiment is over, your downtime is what is your boon. Like, how long does it take you to find a new problem, a new design, a new way to tackle the new problem? So the turnover time gets shorter and shorter, despite proportionally the problems get harder and harder. So like, we're not saying totally, like in totality, it's a relationship between how hard the problem is and how long your turnover time is. The problem can escalate so high, but it is proportionally lower in how long it takes you to solve that problem. So the idea is, right, as problems go up, usually if problems go up and you stay the same, you're learning, you're getting better, right? Because if problems go up and you still spend the same amount of time, that means you've improved, because you're solving harder and harder problems and you're still using the same amount of time. One step above that is when you understand you are enlightened, as the problems go up, your time to solve those problems actually slightly go down. And what I mean by time, I mean the feeling of time. So you still you still feel like you're using the same amount of time and work and effort, but you're solving dramatically harder and more complex problems or questions that are related to doing more. And that is why I say it is kind of dangerous, or not really dangerous, but it can be a little bit apathetic when you're talking to an expert who no longer appreciates that. They could be doing something that's like 40 or 50 times more complex, and it looks simple on the surface. And it will continue to look simple because that person doesn't explain all of it, right? They don't know, they're not necessarily going to explain most of it. They have done it so often in their lives, a lot of the things are automatic. They're like trained. And that is where I often wonder, and I often challenge myself, because I want to continuously participate in learning new skills while working on my old skills. The reason is, if I stop learning new skills, then I will become out of touch. I will start to not be able to relate to someone. So when you're saying, oh, you're going to learn Japanese, you're going to become a native speaker or a native-like speaker, and that's all you want, then that's perfectly all right. At some point, when you become a native-like speaker, you might actually become less and less able to be an instructor. Right? If you choose not to be an instructor consciously, you can totally specialize in Japanese while also focusing on instructing and education. I don't know if this is true or not. There's a common circulated analogy when Einstein says, and there's a connection between them. Not entirely fully connected, but there's a connection. When you truly understand something, you are able to explain, demonstrate, and teach it. Right? Something like that. And that's how I perceive is one of the magic that humans have. They have the ability to acquire something, and the more things they acquire, the less and less turnover time that they require to do it. And you can intuit this. You don't have to be an analytical genius, in my opinion, to be able to intuit this. The more skills and tasks you have, the unbelievable ability of a human being to be adaptive. And learning a new language is no different. So whenever you're saying, oh, go do this and go do that and go do that, go do it. If you're doing it and you're going to continue to do it and you're emotionally able to do it, you'll find your way. At least in my opinion, you'll likely find your way. If you're passively doing it, you're avoiding it, and you think you're trying to ease as much so that you're doing the least possible, you're not learning, in my opinion. You're avoiding. You're actually dreading learning. There's not a lot of learning behind that if the first thing you do is, how do I make this as easy as possible? Oftentimes, that is a misconception. Hard things is because there's a lot to learn. Easy things is because there's not a lot to learn. And no, hard things doesn't mean you have to suffer. I enjoy being challenged, right? That's one of the huge misconceptions. Like, I mean, other people, you can still be successful and be miserable as well. You can work really hard and hate working really hard. You'll still be successful. That's the testament to working hard enough to start working smart enough. You can also choose to work hard and get there sufficiently, or you do both. You work hard enough to understand how to work smarter, and then go back to working hard in order to get more smarter about how you work. And over time, it honestly, when someone says something like, oh yeah, this concept is very hard, it's like, yeah, I know, it looks kind of hard right now. I totally agree with you. It looks really hard right now because I have no information. You want to go and learn this? Like, give us 3 months. I don't know. It kind of feels like a 2-month thing. Let's go. And that's it. You have no apprehensions, at least in my opinion, because that's the fun part. The fun part is you get to tackle something difficult. And sometimes people say, but what if you fail? What if you can't do it? Like, then I can't do it. We'll find out. And then I'll be able to explain why I can't do it. And we move on. Like, then it'll be like something like, oh, I learned up to this point and I can't go further. I don't care if I didn't go further. I got something new that's interesting and we're going there now. So whatever I learned there, note it. Let's find out what was it that I can't do. And now let's go and find something else, because life is too short to be wallowing on things and constantly thinking about running into dead ends. When you hit a dead end, if you truly hit a dead end, let's go and make a new road, right? Most of the time, I don't think the dead end thing actually happens. I genuinely don't believe dead ends happen in people's intellectual lives. Maybe once or twice in a lifetime, but generally that's not enough to consume the person's lifetime. Rarely. It's like a blip on someone's life. If you live a healthy 50 or 60 years of life, a dead end might consume like a little of it. And what I mean by that is the literal dead end you hit, all the things that led you to the dead end, a lot of that stuff will become relevant and useful later down the road. Like how to cope with the dead end, how to cope with setbacks. All the hurdles you have to go through can be applicable to your next road, right? You just have to back it up, turn back, go find the fork in the road, right? And yes, it does sound a little simple. Not trying to make it sound simple. It's definitely not simple at first. All right. I'm done like preaching. Sorry. The good old preach. All right. All right. Okay. So we got to complete this in the next hour and 14 minutes. I think we're pretty good. Brain. Hello there, Mika. Did you just get up?
溜冰，
孩子们正在湖面上溜冰。
Yeah, I was digressing. So I won't be able to read your thing yet. Well, we'll get to it. I'll get to it at some point. I can no longer yap anymore, though. We're kind of... Now we do actually have to finish this.
风筝，
风筝，
君主，
古代的君主拥有绝对权力。
I did 9 reviews. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I did 9 since then.
年初，
我在年初去了台湾，
Or like first time. Yeah, beginning of the year. Okay, that's fine. Beginning of the year is good. We're good.
山坡，
山坡上的风景很美。
It's fine. Plenty of time. No problems.
婚姻，
他们的婚姻非常幸福。
I mean, this might be a problem. Wait.
赛，
Okay. What was my yap session about? Deep processing. Drama caused me to have a real Japan situation. I had a Sugi moment. I don't know if that makes any sense. Are you familiar with Real Japan? The two guys who do like a straw man and straight man comedy. I forgot what's the other word for that. But the idea that someone, like one of them is a straight face and then the other one is it's a very classical like duo comedy. Oh, what is it called? There's a name for it. Yeah, it's kind of like that. Basically, drama said something about kairu, kaeru, and then kaeru, and then kairu, right? And I'm like, or kairu versus kaeru, right? And then I'm like, oh no. And it turns out it's like both. Like, long story short, after an hour of me saying kairu and kaeru and kaeru and kairu, it turns out it's just yeah. Boke and shikomi. Can you elaborate on that? Oh, that's how they call it in Japan? Ah, yeah. Okay. Yes, that. Yes. It's a very popular thing in Osaka, like Kansai area. So they were framing it around that. The straw man and the straight man comedy stuff. I enjoy that quite a lot. I like the straight face dude versus actually in British comedy duos also do that quite often too. I enjoy that type of comedy. Maybe it's a coincidence, or it could be a stereotype or some sort of cultural interaction. I absolutely love the combination of a goofball and a still-faced person. I would be more the Sugi personality for sure. Like, I like being goofy if I can. Nowadays, maybe 10 years ago, I would prefer to be the straight face guy. Because when did the UK do comedy shows? What do you mean, since when in the UK? British comedy is lovely. Maybe not like in the traditional sense of stand-up, or possibly. I enjoy like what's his name? Have you ever seen James Carr? He's great. Yeah. Or is it Jimmy? Oh no. Or Jim. Oh, we're not talking about Jim Carrey here. Is it Jimmy? Yeah, Jimmy Carr. You've never heard of that person? Oh, his laugh is absolutely amazing. Sorry. It's like this. Wait. Let me see if I can get his laugh down. I can't do it. He like breathes in when he laughs intentionally. He's like a really British gentleman about things, but he does a little like he claps and he like pulls back his like I can't do it. I can't do it. It's pretty funny though. And then his bit is about like very strong topics, like reality check topics, like super satirical, incredibly satirical comedy. I also been watching this one guy who I think he's Indian. He might be Punjabi. I don't know. But he does like stereotypes, but he euphemizes stereotypes, and largely around like Punjabi and Pakistani and Islam stuff. So he does stand up in that way, and usually the audience comes to for that very reason. I remember I'm kind of reconnecting with some of the stand up nowadays. Lots of the other stand up that I watch definitely deals with like Chinese Americans. You know, the idea, it's like the evolution of the Asian F and the I enjoy stand-up comedy because what they do typically is as you get older, you have acquired so many experiences, right? Like you looked at a bunch of things, you've seen a lot of things, and comedy brings that out. What the comedians typically take what they observe around them, and then they spin it in a humorous way. And I often wonder how in touch or out of touch I am with people by looking at comedy, like the way comedy works. And one way to get a lens into like feeling Japanese, for example, is watching like Osaka entertainment, like Kansai entertainment, the talk shows, the little like rapid skits and trivia and like people hitting each other with mallets. And yeah, Osaka has a large history of that type of comedy. And it's fun. There's quite a lot of comedy that deals with understanding American culture, so that's also it's a double whammy, so to speak. Sorry, I'm trying not
遵
to.
守
学生应该遵守校规。
We gotta keep going. 学校应该遵守叫 what? I don't know what that last character is either. Like obey. Yeah. Okay. You're doing better than you did since you went to sleep? Oh yeah. I've doubled. I've almost doubled. I need to complete 2 more and then I doubled my progress. Ooh. What in the world?
国庆
国庆节即将来临，
It is. It's like celebrating National Day, yeah. Right. It's a national holiday. The day is, but like the holiday. Okay. That didn't feel right. Uh-oh. The heck is that? Yeah, less than 4 hours. That's tough. Gotta work on something to make getting up a little bit more pleasant. What is that white towel doing? What do you look like? I don't think I have. This is a no dice, right? It sucks less if it didn't feel so boring getting up or sleeping. What are we talking about? What is boring? Oh no, you said yeah. Oh, getting up. But getting up only lasts like a couple of seconds. Oh, because of likings. I legitimately don't know where the white towel is coming from. I guess we're just gonna pass on this. Mien? Oh no, it's cotton again. Oh no. Alright, we really gotta do something about cotton. Alright. What? Oh, I added G. Ah! Oh. I hit 2. I hit 3 instead of 2.
因
It's definitely marry or marriage. Like the act of getting ready for the day sucks? Well, that's fine. I guess. That's more than getting up, I suppose. Now we're talking about a whole ordeal.
危急
危及国家安全，
A point or something. Okay, engaging, yeah. Critical point.
.末
Nope. That's not mysterious. Caterpillar. You always leave things to the last minute and then have to find the least ways you have time to neglect yourself in and rush to. Yeah, that is certainly it.
专业
丰富的专业知识，
州立
州立医院提供医疗服务，
Heck. Heck. Send help. Oh. Okay.
.牲口
Ah! Wait. Oh. Just kidding.
.肾
What happened here? What am I looking at? You're always so conflicted about wearing conventionally normal clothing or just what you find comfortable and like what makes them not the same thing? How can is that not why is not how can that not be the same thing? I don't know what this is.
剑 邪恶
邪恶的计划被阻止了，
You gotta suffer to look good. Sorry, that turned out way more humorous than
书
That's a lot of work, but it could be worth it, you know? You know? Yo. Which fun is this? Eyeball. What the eyeball? Heck. Oh, maybe no. Oh wait, that's a syringe. Oh, I didn't even look at it like a syringe. Is that supposed to be a syringe? But 不要发 and how what? No, because I don't look good regardless. No one looking good over there anyway, so you good. Oh no. That's that might be a direct. A joke. What in the world is going on? Is that supposed to be a syringe or not? No, we're just gonna pass on it. It is fat! Oh my gosh, it's pung. Fine. We're gonna give it. Should've just typed pung. Why didn't I? You can make something comfy look good. True that. With the control. I like it.
赌
Comfy hoodies have VTuber artwork, etc. That sounds good.
绿
Is it uncomfy? I mean, is it not normal because people will ask you about it? I don't know. I mean, it sounds like a fun time. Heck. I don't know what that is.
发胖
我不要发胖，
打针
病人每天要打针，
Oh, isn't that the whole point of wearing? I mean, that's what you kind of want, right? Then people will be interested. When you're talking about judgmental, you can only view what's negative about it. It's not how that works, in my opinion. It typically is not how that works. I'm not saying people won't judge you negatively. No, because nobody comes up about it, so... Then why do you have to worry about their judgment? Interesting. Isn't that kind of what you want, though? Because it exists? I suppose. Wouldn't you want someone to come up that know that it exists? As opposed to anyone coming up that don't know it exists? Which one do you want? Do you want to explain your hoodie or not explain your hoodie? I feel like if you find the one person that's like, dude, I like that VTuber too. That sounds like a win. So
懒得
我们懒得走路。
Or like not feeling like it, yeah. You want either someone to come up or nobody to know. The in between is what sucks. I think even if you're wearing normal clothes, the in between still sucks. So what I mean is it still exists. All of that stuff still exists, whether you wear normal clothes or your VTuber hoodie. Sucks to suck. I'm kidding. That was a little insensitive.
葱
But what? Double standard? Are we? I think we're gonna start hearing a double standard now. What's the but? Okay. What is this sandal? What is this sandal nonsense? Oh.
均衡
他的生活很均衡。
Kind of like equal, balanced, yeah, stable. That's fine. The but is not anime related. Alright. Fair enough. Whoops. I was supposed to only type 5 there. Heck. Ah. Oh. That's unexpected. Huh. Don't know what the eye has anything to do with part of the eye. Alright, we're giving up on this. Hun. Oh no. Yeah, we gotta work on that. This is hope for, right? And I need something different.
pan
30 minutes to pack and partially get changed and tidy your room. Go, go, go.
插嘴
我不喜欢别人插嘴。
For whatever reason, that felt like interrupt. I didn't really process that. Huh. Oh no. It's just like...
腰
Okay.
停止
大家突然停止聊天。
I'm working on a second win, but I can definitely feel my stamina kind of waning a little bit here. Heck! I was asking for a meeting. We anime hoodie? Oh man, I can't wait. I can't wait. Hopefully you notice people who are like, yo, awesome anime hoodie. No? I mean, I doubt anyone is gonna ever say that, but you know what I mean. You know. What is this? Armory and... 我喜欢什么？我喜欢 什么懒？什么懒？他掐？他加什么？他掐什么？Oh no，他有什么？我掐有。哦，这样。You once got complimented on your Zelda t-shirt? I'm gonna be honest with you. I haven't ever wore anything on my shirt until I started running and I did like the Tough Mudder things and wore like Tough Mudder shirts. And that was the only time I like, obviously I got someone's like, oh, hey, like neat. I've been to one of those. That felt like a compliment to me. Other than that, I don't think I've ever worn anything with something on it. Oh wait, I have anime convention. I wear a happy shirt, like a happy thing around my uniform, and they like it. It's very pink, vibrant, kind of happy sakura themed. It's a staff shirt, so like I can show you. Yeah. It's something like this. Right? It's not really a happy jacket. Like, it's not made with the same material. It's more like a synthetic spandex blend for like active wear. It's more of an active wear material. It gets really hot during those days, so it's pretty light and whatnot. But it's supposed to like imitate a happy jacket, like a Japanese happy jacket. It was like sakura themed. You got your light purple and stuff. But yeah. But like that. I wore... Alright, big disclaimer. I did wear ears once. As I greet people. One of the years I did wear ears. And that got a lot of comments. Wait, is that in one of the... Hold up. Let me see. Is that in one of the Otakon sites? No. Yeah, I did wear ears once. It was kind of very cumbersome, so I didn't do it again. Maybe... Under... Imagine walking around campus with ears. And I'm not talking about these ears, you know. I mean, we're talking about these ears. You know, those those type of ears. I have seen some people who wear like headphones that have ears attached to them, but you know. I'm losing this Slender Man and Armory situation. Why am I losing that? Has something to do with lazy. But you like to... This is definitely to be lazy or slack off. How do you slack off? don't remember. Oh. Heck. Oh. Can I improve upon that? I think I can. Yeah, this is supposed to be like slacking off.
年 除了
我喜欢所有食物，除了寿司。
是否
他是否能来，还不一定。
Or perhaps, maybe, whatever or not, yeah. Same deal.
"迟疑
人生苦短，不要迟疑。
I like doubt plus worry. I guess worry could. What? Hmm.
意
Heck. How many zeros is that?
击剑
他是一位击剑选手。
剑
Heck. Wait. Oh. 座位. What in the world?
失业率
Yeah.
现在的失业率是多少？
Okay. Or delay, postpone? What am I looking at?
偷懒
我喜欢偷懒，那又怎样？
Why do they combine steal and like? Gonna have to think about
静
something.
成
We gotta get moving.
预测
你预测会发生什么事情？
What the fuck? That's I'm thinking that's fa. Don't worry. That's a coincidence. Pour. I think that's pour冷水.
泼冷水
泼冷水。
不要在别人高兴时泼冷水。
追
Heck. It's like hesitate, right? Yeah. I think delay is fine. Or worry. It has some of the elements of like hesitate is good though. Hesitate. Like, don't dilly dally. Basically, like, make a decision is what that is saying. More so than it does. Do not hesitate is very similar, right? Like, hurry and make a decision. Do not waver. Oh no. Okay.
儒学
他在学校研究儒学。
Confucianism is slowly slipping. It's slipping away. What the? Hold. How to use first free period to complete 3 hours of work. Start with completing 30 minutes of work.
想念
我想念我的姐姐。
揭示
科学家揭示了这个现象的原因。
座位
这个座位有人吗？
Oh. I thought I put 100 million the first time. Is that not 100 million? I must have missed a zero. What will be the most problematic to not have completed? Whoa, we're already thinking about damage control? What is that about? It's kind of like a show reveal. Okay. I think we're... what the 海盗
海盗
那位海盗领袖被捕了。
what the heck? 方便 what? Oh no. 乱 heck.
彻底
警察彻底调查了案件。
Oh no. I want to say 线索
这个谜团没有明显的线索。
What the heck is 线索 Wait. Oh my gosh. I kind of pulled that out of my butt. And I...
意
Oh. Oh, nope. Oh, wait. I mistyped that. What in the world? Your exams are cooked. Try your best. Glitter bomb? Teeth and fingers? Something makes me want to type like... Oh, where's that teeth coming from? Oh, no, wait. Is that teeth, though? Or is that butler? I'm gonna go with... Okay. I have no idea. Oh no, it's Chung. Chung. Yeah, need more on Chung.
瞪眼，
他生气的瞪眼，
Oh no, wait. Got that. How the heck do you spell thorough? Just thinking about earlier, which adverb and do position was hard to read? Wise words of drama. Even if it's just sitting down and planning. Oh. First step is to do any work. Mm-hmm.
浓重，
这个蛋糕的味道很浓重。
称
Man, prop up is annoying. Oh, I misspelled prop. I don't want to talk about it.
悲惨，
这是一场悲惨的意外。
焊接，
焊接会产生很多热量。
椰子，
这个椰子真的很大。
丁，训，
Heck. Hmm. YOLO. Oh, man. I feel like this is being law. The hot sauce? That's definitely Bien Luan.
炸，
We're halfway there. Hooray! Oof.
前辈，
这位前辈教会了我很多事情。
嗓音，
他的嗓音非常动人。
动， 耕地，
这个村子有许多耕地。
甘甜，
这里的水果非常甘甜。
Help! Help! What is that? Oh no. Oh, wait.
幼稚园，
幼稚园的孩子们很活泼。
保佑，
希望好运保佑我们成功。
What? Oh wait, this is like B. Oh, Lynn, I added an A. Dang it. Yeah, she's doing a lot.
预兆，
他说这是好预兆。
辩论，
我不想辩论这个问题。
Dispute with an E. Oh no, I don't remember what that is. All I can think about is the Japanese.
“甩”，
What the? I don't know what that is. Oh no, that's Han Jingjing. How do I apprehend things? Oh.
逮捕，
我昨晚被逮捕了。
囚禁，
他被囚禁在地下室里。
Oh, in prison. What? Wait, what is wrong there? Oh, 吃人. It's tough times. Fine.
续，
What's going on here? Podium. Is it what I think it is? Oh my gosh, it's Lou! How do I know it's Lou? I have no idea how I know it's Lou. Oh. Wait. Wait, where do I even get... Oh, that kind of sucks. That really sucks.
冒昧，
他冒昧地提出了意见。
It's like reckless, doing things carelessly, take liberty, yeah, presumptuous. What in the world?
白昼，
他白昼在办公室。
删掉，
你应该删掉不需要的档案。
凯，
Ah, I forgot again. I didn't know. Oh. It's risky, right? What? Oh.
汗津津，
运动后，他的手掌汗津津的。
废弛，
如果纪律废弛，团队会混乱。
拴住，
没被拴住的狗。
What the? Oh my gosh, is this tea?
其
Oh man, it's still pretty rough.
私人
这是私人财产。
What in the world? Dang it. Okay.
系
Oh, T is weak. T is way weak.
畏缩
他面对危险时从不畏缩。
Or flinch, yeah. Shrink behind, like. Coward is more like it.
丙级
他刚拿到丙级厨师证书。
旭日
他早起迎接旭日。
奸臣
历史上有许多有名的奸臣。
成 埋伏
猎人在树后埋伏，想捕捉野鹿。
花卉
他很喜欢种植花卉。
Excuse me.
宽恕
他愿意宽恕我们的错误。
隔阂
代沟是一种常见的隔阂。
是破
Heck. What? Oh.
攀岩
我们去山上攀岩吧。
男婴
这个男婴很健康。
酣睡
他酣睡了整整一个晚上。
Oh. Just kidding.
梗
Why is that just suddenly look so weird? Now, why does that suddenly look so weird? Hmm. I don't know what the bottom thing. What was it? Yeah, it's lightning. Oh, the conceal bottle thing. We're gonna give it a pass. That one's new. For now. Ah! Ah! What's happening? Oh. That's not what I think it is.
正 之
Oh! Wait. Oh no, I lost it. What? I really thought it was a limb. Okay, yeah. Body part. Ah! Okay.
眼
What does that have to do with his little tiny fingers? Hmm. Oh, conceal.
造 伊人
他为伊人写了一首诗。
What in the world?
“树枝
树枝可以用来做手工艺品。
送
That can't be it.
庸俗
他的品味太庸俗。
阁楼
他喜欢在阁楼里画画。
Yo, what?
生拉硬拽，
他被生拉硬拽上了车。
一
Dang it, is that in there? Or they? Whatever. It's fine. Oh no.
卓越，
这家公司以卓越的产品闻名。
唐朝，
唐朝的科技也很发达。
西
Oh my gosh, what is that? Is that perch? Ah! I don't know what that is. Oh, bitter cold, probably.
启迪，
这篇文章启迪了我的思考。
我有
一条长长的柏油路。
马桶，
我需要买一个新的马桶。
昔日，
这里昔日是一个小村庄。
发抖，
看到那条蛇，他吓得发抖了。
What? Oh no. Heck. Well. What? Huh.
车轴，
车轴需要定期检查。
安卓，
安卓手机的系统很容易使用。
狭小，
厨房太狭小，很难走动。
Wait. What's going on? Oh, that was paint. Okay, that's fine. Oh.
西，
Oh my gosh. There's so many. There's so many. Wait. Just kidding.
西，
Oh my gosh. They all look. What is going on? Oh no. Nightmare.
喘息，
他跑完5公里后停下来喘息。
烛光，
他们在烛光下吃晚餐。
What the heck? This one I kind of like talked around in circles, right? Yeah, man, this one doesn't stick at all. Gotta improve this. Definitely T, but oh, the fork in the road. This is from yesterday. Did I improve anything about it? Branch. Oh, we have to think of branch as figuratively. Have to wait for vocabulary. Wait, I don't even think that has a vocabulary, does it? Oh no, it does.
邮筒，
请帮我搬这个邮筒。
呵斥，
老师呵斥了迟到的学生。
Way to go. Way to go, drama. On a day's work. Oh my god. So rough too.
沾，
It looks like John. But you got water. How's that a waste? Did you get the plastic bag too? Oh, heckin' moisten? So rough. Oh my gosh, it's
狭隘。
I.
这是一条狭隘的通道。
How do I make this better? Oh,
骑，
we might still have to add something. G. Fork in the road. I don't know what to do about this one. This one's gonna be.
喂，
No, you have a plastic bag with you in the back. Oh, okay. I see.
吸，
Oh, I meant to type 2. What is this? Like radin? Another word that I wasn't aware of until recently. Radin.
疼，
It's about your average day. Just gotta know you're the most stressful part in your life. Yes, it's also the most rewarding part in your life. It may potentially be the most rewarding part in your life as well. And also the most valuable. It's most stressful, and it's also most valuable. Valuable things are incredibly stressful. They're often worth it. Right? Where there's stress, there's also value. Hardwire. If this is the most rewarding part in life, I do not look forward to life. Maybe someday. Maybe someday. Yeah, it's alright. Perhaps you can elaborate. Drama. I think we have a pretty implicit understanding. Yeah. 这样，波的波 I think it's 波 It's been so long. It almost feels like eternity since I saw these. Yeah. Yeah. It'll come with time. And don't give up. Right? And you can I feel like at minimum that is something that can be worth keeping in mind. It's hard to appreciate now, but it does get better. Good support system, a willingness to be around people who may compliment you, right? Some beautiful outlooks, going into university maybe, looking at other people looking at you. I know you're thinking about judgmental stuff at this point. There is quite a wonderful things. There are wonderful things to look for in life. What they are, I will definitely be interested in finding out what they are in the future. From you, of course. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. Right now you can kick and scream. As long as you won't give up, that's great, right? What more can you ask for by investing more in your life? Even kicking and screaming. Oh, what is this barbed wire nonsense? Oh. Jung. Shay is devastating. Okay. Ting Bo? What the Ting? Oh. Ying Yi. All I can think about is spider. Spider-Man. Hey, this is a funny character. It doesn't mean Spider-Man, but this is a wonderful funny character. Right here. This part is spider. It is right next to man. Man spider. It doesn't mean man spider though, unfortunately. What does it mean? Oh, handsome. Ning Jing. Oh. Indeed, our future selves are always wonderfully glad that we haven't given up today. One of the beauties of life. Man spider, huh? Yeah, man spider. Mian Hui. What is Mian Hui? Strive and wait, hold up. That's not it. That's one. Wan Hui. Xia Yi. Oh, right. Honestly, when I was reading at first, I thought she was gonna pour like water into a bag and then like drink it from the plastic bag. That's what I thought. Yeah. Indeed. Self-fulfilling prophecy if you don't drink it. One. Yo. Qingdie. Shui. Shui. Wait. Yes. Shui qi. Not shui qi. Shui yu. Shui li. What the Shui li? Oh, Shui wei. Ah! What the Shui wei? Oh, acupoint. Belay. I can't see you. I can't see you, but I can try to feel you. No, I can't feel you either. Oh wait, I can. Che. Heck. 是 No boy. You gotta initiate. Do it. 脂肪 Oh, yes. Uh, 仲裁是什么 Arbitration? Yeah, arbitration. Okay, so we got James Bond in the bathroom of the chapel doing the deed. He's got his whack-a-mole cane out, his high-tech spy cane out, dueling a Slender Man trying to protect the chapel priests. It's not the first time. Not the first time James Bond dueled it out in the bathroom. Okay. Battle. This is battle. Bart Simpson. Was he really in front of the office building? Yeah, because it was a frozen office worker. Yeah. So he's taking a saber and peeling away at a snowman. And a snowman until he discovered it's some frozen office worker. And say, cool. Let's just continue to chill. Alright. Now we got Yoshi in the bathroom. Oh my gosh, this one. Why? Yoshi in the bathroom. So Yoshi in the bathroom is being a good boy. Like, good boy. So he's it's gone. Oh my gosh. These ones are so rough. Something about taking care of oh, service. Was it service? Or something like that? Yeah, service. Dang. Oh my god. So, you know, he's being a good boy, providing a service. He's helping Mario clean up some equipment. You know, some of the sandals and equipment that came damaged when came in contact with again Bowser's missiles. Yikes. Some of these are gonna need help in the future. Okay, Yugi is in the bathroom of the electricity plant trying to overcome a mound or mountains of plans and bills and stuff that, I don't know, his parents-in-law, his wife, oh my god, wife's parents are upset about because he keep buying cards. That kind of sounds like more of a, what if Yugi was a 2025 Gen Z with a buying compulsion. Alright. Jimmy. Jimmy is in front of the chapel, being hired, working alongside with a slender man to help him construct his specialized high-tech barbed wire to reinforce and stiffen the foundations of the chapel, outside of the chapel. Alright, we have Professor X, who's in the bathroom of the electricity plant. Trying to help teach a mutant that kind of airs spark everywhere by concentrating his electric powers into a saber. What's more, is it entertaining a 4-year-old for 3 hours without technology? Woof. Wolf. Alright, Mien. How do I screwed up Mien again? I don't even know what Mien looks like. Oh. I think it's probably the finger that makes it. Yeah, it's definitely the finger. Oh, or was it a tree? No, it was a tree. My bad. Cotton. Pun. Which pun are we talking about? Hopeful? It's like moon? That doesn't look right. Does it? Oh no. I'm gonna have to look at pun. That's not... Something's wrong with the left radical. Oh, that's probably where we can improve. Hope for... Toe kind of sucked. And it got stuck at the armory. Oh, I actually got stuck at the Slender Man. Steel. Most of it doesn't even deal with stealing. We might have to redefine this. Chung. Oh my gosh, Chung. What was that? It had something to do with like fingers. Glitter bomb. Heck. Is it water? No. I think it's like an umbrella. Oh no. That doesn't look right. I don't know. So this is probably the weakest. I'll have to reinforce whatever is under there. Chung. Prop up. And then... Qi. Qi's new. Because it looks like... It looks like Zhi, that's why. In a road. Yeah, that certainly says people don't like him. What's wrong with Takashi-san? What happened? Takeshi-san. Oh, Manzai! Yeah, thank you. Drama. Manzai. That's what I was thinking of. Thank you for thank you. That was what I was looking for. Manzai. Yeah, I enjoy Manzai quite a lot. It's really fast though. Like I watch Manzai in like half speed. It's really fast. They talk very rapidly. Thank you. Okay, that was what I was looking for. Let's look at pun. How did I screwed up pun? Okay. Oh, pun doesn't look like anything like pun. Oh my. Yeah, it's gonna need some work. Because pun looks like fun. That's what makes this one so deliciously devious. And then was it? Oh, it's a tooth. Yeah, tooth is bad. We need to do something about the tooth. Yeah, those are the rough ones. They don't like Takeshi because he's quiet? That feels kind of mean. You can be his friend. Oh, wait. What are we talking about? What is this question? Wait, where are you getting... Oh, wait, is Takeshi someone you know? Alright, so how do we... Where do we get stopped on? We got stopped on the white towel. The towel has gotten stuck on. So... Or cloth. So maybe something like... Mickey Mouse. Mickey is inside the pawn shop. Looking for... a... nice be nice white cotton towel to polish, use to polish some furniture at home to help with Minnie's housework. Oh no, but this can be a lot of things. We don't have any Mickey magic in this. JP Text, you're answering questions on... Oh, okay. Now you have to find what Natalko thinks makes someone a good friend. Okay. I feel like I'm having like an out of context moment. How do I make this not sound like every other character? Because this kind of sounds like Kermit. This also kind of sounds like Yoshi. It could be anyone. Because Minnie is coming from somewhere else. I need to come up with more things with Mickey Mouse. Like, it's usually whimsical. I stuck with the whimsical thing, but this one is not that whimsical. I will come back to sure quickly. Alright, heckin' pun. I don't like the eye on a different section. It's not great enough. Section is what we're gonna stick with. Patrick is in the bathroom pawn shop. We're like washing off some secondhand trinkets from a sunken treasure. Old fish fin. Eyeballs and a sword. He hopes for that SpongeBob find it as interesting as he does. Steal. I feel like I did write. No, I didn't write anything for this. Interesting. So Tarzan is in front of the bakery where noticed Slenderman. Shady Slenderman. Trying to steal wonderful croissants. Croissants. Let's see. Tarzan has learned that he can reach into the armory and pressure the Slenderman away with arms. Or deter, I guess deter. Okay. Pop up. How do I do this tooth thing? The tooth thing was supposed to be like a giant statue tooth, but that doesn't work. That got lost so quick. Propped up. Alright, Charlie Brown is in front. Keep working at it. Keep working at it. Charlie front English is in front of the English manor. Being roped into a prank. Pranked by the rich kids. He was forced to use his teeth and fingers to prop up a glitter bomb so allow the rich kids to set up a prank or a prank on their parents. All right. So let's see. Oh, this one is... I got stuck on the branch. I was using branch figuratively. Kirby was wandering on foot and entered along a fork in the road. The branch in the road led to a house on... Wow, this is really different, but maybe move this one. He enters to inquire about any food as he was on a journey to fill his bottomless stomach. This is departing away really far away. I'm sure. Yeah, we have vocabulary coming. Oh, we'll see. Oh man, it's 4:41 a.m. Okay. Well, we yapped a lot. It was really wonderful, you know? There's on and off. Today was, wow, it was the same day, wasn't it? Alright. Folks, that's a wrap for HanziHero today. I'll watch this later. 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along. Look up HanziHero for yourself. Give it a try. Let me know what you think. You're always welcome to yap. Always down for a yap. This is probably as long as we would want to go, though. Tomorrow's lesson day. Well, keep on task. Always welcome. Share some stories, keep each other motivated. Right. Discuss, express. Try to share mutual interests, at least some. Make sure that we had 12-hour stream. Yeah. So at least give each other an opportunity, right? I'm always here. Feel free. You're always welcome. Whether it's the limited time we have, whether it's once, twice, disagreements, it's all about challenging each other, sharing, expanding, acquiring skills for a lifetime. Until next time, right? 大家下次见，感谢观看。Thanks for watching. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye.